that Orwell made remains true to a certain extent, perhaps not as strong as those words indicate, and that again is a reflection of the nature of power. You can have brilliant works produced on the left, and there have been some, but they're kind of irrelevant. They're down the memory hole, too. They can't reach people, people can't use them and can't understand them. They're used too far off the received doctrinal position that's associated with real power. Israel, the Holocaust and Anti-Semitism. October 24, 1986. DB, one of your books, The Fateful Triangle, focuses specifically on the Middle East, and I was wondering if we could talk about your position on a possible two-state solution to the Palestinian question. I don't think that's the optimal solution, but it has been the realistic political settlement for some time. We have to begin with some fundamentals here. The real situation is, there are plainly two national groups that claim the right of self-determination in what used to be Palestine, roughly the area now occupied by Israel minus the Golan Heights, which is part of Syria. One group is the indigenous population, or what's left of it. A lot of it's been expelled or driven out or fled. The other group is the Jewish settlers who came in, originally from Europe, later from other parts of the Middle East and some other places. Both groups claim the right of national self-determination. Here we have to make a crucial decision: are we racists or aren't we? If we're not racists, then the indigenous population has the same rights of self-determination as the settlers who replaced them. Some might claim more, but let's say at least as much right. Hence, if we are not racist, we will try to press for a solution which accords them. We'll say they are human beings with equal rights, therefore they both merit the claim to national self-determination. I'm granting that the settlers have the same rights as the indigenous population. Many do not find that obvious, but let's grant it. 89. 90. Chronicles of Dissent. Then there are a number of possibilities. One possibility is a democratic secular society. Virtually nobody is in favor of that. Some people say they are, but if you look closely, they're not really. There are various models for multi-ethnic societies, Switzerland, for example. And maybe in the long run these might be the best idea, but they're unrealistic. The only realistic political settlement, for the time being, in the past 10 or 12 years, that would satisfy the right of self-determination for both national groups is a two-state settlement. Everybody knows what it would have to be: Israel within approximately the pre-June 1967 borders and a Palestinian state in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and a return of the Golan Heights to Syria, or maybe some other arrangement. This would be associated with maybe demilitarized zones and international guarantees of some sort or another, but that's the framework of a possible political settlement. As I say, I don't think it's the best one, but that's the realistic one, very realistic. It's supported by most of the world. It's supported by Europe, by the Soviet Union, by almost all the non-aligned countries. It's supported by all the major Arab states and has been for a long time. Supported by the mainstream of the PLO and again has been for a long time. It's supported even by the American population, by about 2-1 according to the polls. But there are also people who oppose it. It's opposed by the rejection front in the Arab world, the minority elements of the PLO, Libya, a few other minority rejectionist elements. But crucially it's opposed by the leaders of the rejection front, namely the United States and Israel. The United States and Israel adamantly oppose it. The United States will not consider it. Both political groupings in Israel reject it totally. They reject any right of national self-determination for the indigenous population in the former Palestine. They can have Jordan if they want, or the former Syria, or something, but not Israel, the Holocaust, and anti-Semitism. 91. The area that they now hold under military occupation. In fact, they're explicit about it. They are carefully fostered illusions here that the Labour Party is interested in compromise over the issue. But if you look closely, there's no meaningful compromise. The position of the Labour Party remains what was expressed by the representative, who is now President, Chaim Herzog, who said that no one can be a partner with us in a land that has been holy to our people for 2,000 years. That's their position. They're willing to make minor adjustments. They don't want to take care of the population in the West Bank, because there are too many Arabs. They don't want a lot of Arabs around. So what they would like to do is take the areas and the water and the resources they want from the West Bank but leave the population either stateless or under Jordanian control. That's what's called a compromise solution. It's a very cynical proposal, even worse in many respects than annexation. But here that's called compromise, and the reason is that we are educated elites in the United States, and national discussion takes a strictly racist view of this. The Palestinians are not human. They do not deserve the rights that we accord automatically to the settlers who displaced them. That's the basis of articulate American discussion, pure, unadulterated racism. Again, that's not true of the population, as usual, but it is of the politically active and articulate parts of it, and certainly the government. As long as the United States and Israel reject the political settlement, there can't be one. There certainly have been very plausible opportunities for a political settlement over many years. Just to mention a few which have disappeared from history because they're too inconvenient. In February 197, President Sadat of Egypt offered a full peace treaty to Israel on the pre-June 67 borders, in accordance with official American Pol. 92. Chronicles of Dissent. I see, incidentally, but not operative policy, offering nothing to the Palestinians. He didn't even offer them a Palestinian state, nothing. Nevertheless, Israel rejected it, and the United States backed them in that rejection. In January 1976, Syria, Jordan and Egypt, the so-called confrontation states, made a proposal in the UN Security Council for a two-state settlement with international guarantees and territorial rights secured and so on. That was backed and even prepared by the PLO, supported by the Soviet Union and most of the world. It was vigorously opposed by Israel, which even boycotted the session. In fact, it bombed Lebanon in retaliation against the United Nations, killing about 50 people, with no excuse at all, in a fit of anger. We're going to kill anybody who gets in our way if you push this, and the United States vetoed it. There have been a series of such things ever since. The United States has always blocked them and Israel has always refused them, and that means there's no political settlement. Rather, there is a state of permanent military confrontation. Aside from what it means to the Palestinians, which is obvious and terrible, it's very bad for Israel. It's leading to their own destruction, in my view, certainly to their economic collapse and moral degeneration, and probably sooner or later to their physical destruction. You can't have a state of military confrontation without a defeat sooner or later. It's leading the world very close to nuclear war, repeatedly. Every time we have an Arab-Israeli conflict, and there will be more of them. As long as we maintain a military confrontation, the Soviet Union and the United States come into confrontation. Both are involved. The Soviet Union is close by, not like in Central America. It's a strategic region right near the border, and Israel, the Holocaust, and anti-Semitism. 93. They're involved. It's very far from us, but it's a strategic region for us because of the oil nearby. Primarily. So we're involved. The fleets come into confrontation, it's very close. In 1967 it came very close to nuclear war, and it will again. So it's very dangerous. It's the most likely spot where a nuclear war would develop, but we are pursuing it, because we don't want a political settlement. The United States is intent on maintaining a military confrontation. DB. You've mentioned racism. This allows the Palestinians To what extent, if any, have Israelis of Ashkenazic origin absorbed German racial attitudes toward not just Arabs but even to the Oriental FWS, the Sephardim? I wouldn't call it particularly German. DB, European? Yes. It's part of European culture to have racist attitudes toward the Third World. We're part of Europe in that respect. Naturally, the Jewish community shared the attitudes of the rest of Europe. Not surprising. There certainly are such things inside Israel. My feeling is they could be overcome in time under a situation of peace. I think they're real, but I don't think they're lethal. Through slow integration they could probably be overcome. The one that probably can't be overcome is the anti-Arab racism, because that requires subjugation of a defeated and conquered people, and that leads to racism. If you're sitting with your boot on somebody's neck, you're going to hate him, because that's the only way that you can justify what you're doing. So subjugation ultimately yields racism, and you can't overcome that. Furthermore, anti-Arab racism is rampant in the United States and much of the West. There's no question about that. The only kind of racism that can be openly expressed with outrage is anti-Arab racism. You don't put caricatures of 94 Chronicles of Dissent blacks in the newspapers anymore. You do put caricatures of Arabs. DB, but isn't it curious that they're using the old Jewish stereotypes, the money coming out the pockets, the beards, the hooked nose? I've often noticed that the cartoons and caricatures are very similar to the ones you'd find in the Nazi press about the Jews. Very similar. DB, what dimension does the Holocaust play in this equation? Is it manipulated by the Israeli state to promote its own interests? It's very consciously manipulated. I mean, it's quite certainly real, there's no question about that, but it is also undoubted that they manipulate it. In fact, they say so. For example, in Jerusalem Post, in English so you can read it, their Washington correspondent Wolf Blitzer, I don't recall the exact date, but it was after one of the big Holocaust memorial meetings in Washington, wrote an article in which he said it was a great success. He said, nobody mentioned arms sales to the Arabs, but all the congressmen understood that that was the hidden message. So we got it across. One very conservative and very honest Zionist leader, Noam Goldman, spoke about this manipulation. He was the president of the World Zionist Organization and was detested towards the end of his life because he was much too honest. He even refused to send a delegation to his burial, I believe, or a message. He's one of the founders of the Jewish state and the Zionist movement and one of the elder statesmen. Just before his death in 1982 also made a rather eloquent and unusual statement in which he said that he used the Hebrew word for sacrilege to use the Holocaust as a justification for oppressing others. He was referring to something. Israel, the Holocaust, and anti-Semitism. 95. Very real. Exploitation of probably the world's most horrifying atrocity in order to justify oppression of others. That kind of manipulation is really sick. DB, that disturbs you and really sick. Many people find it deeply immoral, but most people are afraid to say anything about it. Noam Goldman is one of the few who was able to say anything about it, and it was one of the reasons he was hated. Anyone who tries to say anything about it is going to be subjected to a very efficient defamation campaign of the sort that would have made the old Communist Party open-mouthed in awe. People don't talk about it. DB, I ask you this question because I know that you have been plagued and hounded around the United States specifically on this issue of the Holocaust. It's been said that Noam Chomsky is somehow agnostic on the issue of whether the Holocaust occurred or not. My agnosticism is in print. I described the Holocaust years ago as the most fantastic outburst of insanity in human history, so much so that if we even agree to discuss the matter we demean ourselves. Those statements and numerous others like them are in print, but they're basically irrelevant because you have to understand that this is part of the Stalinist-style technique to silence critics of the holy state, and therefore the truth is entirely irrelevant. You just tell as many lies as you can and hope that some of the mud will stick. It's a standard technique used by the Stalinist parties, by the Nazis and by these guys. DB. There's tremendous support for Israel in the United States, at least in elite groups. There's also on another level a very steady, virulent anti-Semitism that goes on. Can you talk about that? 96. Chronicles of Dissent. Anti-Semitism has changed, during my lifetime at least. Where I grew up we were virtually the only Jewish family. I think there was one other. Of course, being the only Jewish family in a largely Irish Catholic and German Catholic community. DB. In Philadelphia. In Philadelphia. And the anti-Semitism was very real. There was certain P.S. I could take to walk to the store without getting beaten up. It was the late 1930s and the area was openly pro-Nazi. I remember beer parties when Paris fell and things like that. It was not like living under Hitler, but it was a very unpleasant thing. There was a really rabid anti-Semitism in that neighborhood where I grew up as a kid, and it continued. By the time I got to Harvard in the early 1950s there was still very detectable anti-Semitism. It wasn't that they beat you up on the way to school or something, but other ways, kind of waspish anti-Semitism. There were very few Jewish professors on the faculty at that time. There was beginning to be a scattering of them, but still very few. This was the tail end of a long time of waspish anti-Semitism at the elite institutions. Over the last 30 years that's changed very radically. Anti-Semitism undoubtedly exists, but it's now on a par, in my view, with other kinds of prejudice of all sorts. I don't think it's more than anti-Talierism or anti-Irishism, and that's been a very significant change in the last generation, one that I've experienced myself in my own life, and it's very visible throughout the society. DB, how would you account for that? How would I account for it? I think partly that the Holocaust did have an effect. It brought out the horrifying consequences of anti-Semitism in a way that certainly is striking. I presume, I can't prove this, but there must be. Israel, the Holocaust, and anti-Semitism. 97. At least I hope there is a kind of guilt feeling involved, because the role of the United States during the Holocaust was awful, before and during. They didn't act to save Jews, and they could have in many respects. The role of the Zionist organization is not very pretty either. In the late 1940s there were plenty of displaced persons, DP, in the Jewish DP camps. Some survived. It remained awful. They stayed in the DP camps. Or they were dying at almost the same rate they were under the Nazis. Many of those people, if they had been given a chance, surely would have wanted to come to the United States. There are debates about how many, but it's just unimaginable that if they'd been given a chance they wouldn't have wanted to come here. They didn't. Only a tiny scattering came. There was a non-immigration bill, the Stratton Bill, WHLCHITHLNK admitted about 400,000 people, if I remember, to the United States, very few Jews among them. Plenty of Nazis were admitted, incidentally, straight out of their SS uniforms. The reason that bill passed, I think it was 1947, was that it was the beginning of the Cold War and priority was being given to the Nazis, because we were resurrecting them all over the world. A lot of them were brought in, a lot of Nazi war criminals, and others, but very few Jews. That's not a very pretty sight. You say, during the war you could have given some argument, not an acceptable argument, but you could have argued that you had to fight the war and not worry about the people being sent to the gas chambers. But after the war you couldn't give any argument. It was a matter of saving the survivors, and we didn't do it. I should say the Zionist organization didn't support it either. They didn't even lobby for the bill. The only Jewish organizations that lobbied for the admission of Jewish refugees to the United States were the non-Zionist or the anti-Zionist organizations. The reason was that their Zionist organization wanted to send them out of Palestine. 98. Chronicles of Dissent. Whether they wanted to go there or not is another story, the same matter being relived today, incidentally, with the Russian émigrés. The Zionist organization wants to force them to go to Israel. Most of them, especially from the European parts of Russia, want to come to the United States, and all sorts of pressures are being brought to bear to prevent that. It's kind of a reenactment at a less hideous level of the same story. I suppose there's some element of guilt, certainly over the Holocaust and maybe over the post-war matter. Besides that, the Jewish community has changed socially and economically. It's now become substantial, not huge in numbers, but given its numbers it's a substantial part of the dominant privileged elite groups in every part of society, professional, economic, political, etc. It's not like the anti-Semitic stereotype. They don't own the corporations, but relative to the numbers they're very influential, particularly in the ideological system. Lots of writers, editors, etc. and that has an effect. Furthermore, I think it's changed because of what's happened since 1967. In 1967, Israel won a dramatic military victory, demonstrated its military power, in fact smashed up the entire Arab world, and that won great respect. A lot of Americans, especially privileged Americans, love violence and want to be on the side of the guy with a gun. And here was a powerful, violent state that smashed up its enemies and demonstrated that it was the dominant military power in the Middle East, put those third world upstarts in their place. This was particularly dramatic because that was 1967, a time when the United States was having only minimal success in carrying out its invasion of by then all of Indochina, and it's well worth remembering that elite opinion, including liberal opinion, overwhelmingly supported the war in Vietnam and was quite disturbed by the incapacity of the United States to win it, at least at the level they wanted. Israel came along and showed them how to do it, and that had a symbolic Israel, the Holocaust, and anti-Semitism. 99. Effect. Since then it has been presenting itself, with some justice, as the Sparta of the Middle East, a militarily advanced, technologically competent, powerful society. That's the kind of thing we like. It also became a strategic asset of the United States. One of the reasons why the United States maintains the military confrontation is to ensure that it's a dependable, reliable ally that will do what we want, like, say, support genocide in Guatemala or whatever, and that also increases the respect for Israel, and with it tends to diminish anti-Semitism. I suppose that's a factor. DB, but you've pointed out that as long as U.S. state interests are being zeroed and preserved, Israel will be favored, but the moment that those interests... That's right, it'll be finished. In fact, anti-Semitism will shoot up. Apart from the moral level, it's a very fragile alliance on tactical grounds. DB, so what happens to the moral commitment, the concern for justice in the Jewish state and all that zero at the window? On the part of whom? DB, the United States. There's no concern for justice and there never was. States don't have a concern for justice. States don't act on moral grounds. DB, except on a rhetorical level. On a rhetorical level they all do, even Nazi Germany. On the actual level they never do. They are instruments of power and violence. That's true of all states. They act in the interests of the groups that dominate them. They spout the nice rhetorical line, but these are just givens of 100. Chronicles of Dissent. The International System. DB. You've been very critical of the American liberal community, and in fact you've said that they're contributing to Israel's destruction. The American liberal community since 1967 had been mobilized at an almost fanatic level in support of an expansionist Israel, and they have been consistently opposed to any political settlement. They have been in favor of the aggrandizement of Israeli power. They have used their position of quite considerable influence in the media, in the political system, to defeat and overcome any challenge to the system of military confrontation, using all the standard techniques of vilification, defamation, closing off, control over expression, etc. And it certainly had an effect. I don't know if it was a decisive effect, but it had some noticeable effect on bringing about U.S. government support for the persistent military confrontation and U.S. government opposition to political settlement. For Israel, it's destructive. In fact, Israeli devs constantly deplore it. They constantly refer to it as Stalinism. They refer to the Stalinist character of the support for Israel on the part of what they call the Jewish community, but that's because they don't understand enough about the United States. It's not just the Jewish community, which is what they see, it's basically the intellectual community at large. D.B. Edward said, for example, has pointed out that there is much more pluralism in terms of the discussion, the debate, in Israel itself than inside the United States. There's no question about that. For example, the editor of the Labour Party Journal, the main newspaper of the Labour Party, has asked me to write regular columns. I won't do it because I'm concerned with things here. But to be asked, that is totally inconceivable in the United States. That's quite typical. The positions that I maintain: Israel, the Holocaust, and anti-Semitism 101, which are essentially in terms of the international consensus, are not a majority position in Israel, but they're part of the political spectrum and they're respectable positions. Here, they're considered outlandish. D.B. In what ways, Ifani, has your work in linguistics and grammar informed your political analyses and perspectives? I suspect very little. Maybe, I don't know, I'm probably not the person to ask, but I think working in a science is useful because you somehow learn. You get to understand what evidence and argument and rationality are, and you come to be able to apply these to other domains where they're very much lacking and very much opposed, so there's probably some help in that respect. There's probably at some very deep and abstract level some sort of common core conception of human nature and the human drive for freedom and the right to be free of external coercion and control. That kind of picture animates my own social and political concerns. My own anarchist interests, which go way back to early childhood, enter here in a clear and relatively precise way into my work on language and thought and so on, but it's a pretty loose connection, not a kind of connection where you can deduce one connection from another or anything like that. D.B. You have an international reputation for your work in linguistics and philosophy, and obviously you weren't content with that. You wanted to go out into the social and political world. Quite the contrary. It's one of the many examples that show that people often do things that they don't want to do because they have to. I made a very conscious decision about this. Actually, my political views haven't changed much since I was about 12 or 13. I've learned more. I suppose they're more sophisticated, but fundamentally they haven't changed. However, I was not an 102 Chronicles of Dissent activist. I was, until the early 1960s, working in my own garden, basically, doing the kind of work I liked. It's intellectually exciting, rewarding, satisfying. You make progress. I would have been very happy to stick to it. It would have been from an our personal point of view much better for me in every imaginable respect. I remember I knew as soon as I got involved in political activism that there was going to be no end, the demands would increase forever. There would be unpleasant personal consequences, and they are unpleasant. I mean, there are less unpleasant things than being maced, for example, or spending a day in a Washington jail cell, or being up for a 5-year jail sentence, or being subjected to the endless lies of the Anti-Defamation League and its friends, etc. I didn't know in detail, but I knew it was going to be much less pleasant than just working in the fields where I felt I was good and I could make progress and so on. And I knew I had to cut back on things I really wanted to do and that I enjoy doing. Many things in personal life, and I knew personal life was going to contract enormously. Something has to give, and in many ways I knew there would be negative consequences. I really thought about it pretty hard, and I finally took the plunge, but not with any great joy, I must say. DB, I think a lot of people are grateful that you did. Thanks. State power. And the domestic enemy. January 24, 1988. DB, in your 1978 book Human Rights and American Foreign Policy, you write, if we hope to understand anything about the foreign policy of any state, it is a good idea to begin by investigating the domestic social structure. Would you talk about that? Foreign policy, like all state policy, flows from domestic institutions. It reflects the interests and concerns of those who have the capacity to organize the resources to either control the state directly or to influence what the state does. In the case of foreign policy, it's those segments of the domestic society that are particularly concerned with international affairs who will naturally have the major voice. So if you want to understand foreign policy, you begin by looking at domestic structures. In the case of our society, the answers to those questions are rather straightforward. Domestic power is highly concentrated in the corporate system, and those segments of the corporate system that are particularly concerned with international affairs typically exert an overwhelming influence on the design and execution of foreign policy. You can see that simply enough by just who staffs the executive of the top decision-making positions. They're overwhelmingly drawn from major corporations with international interests, investment firms, half a dozen law firms that cater primarily to corporate interests and therefore have a kind of overarching conception of the needs of the corporate sector rather than a parochial concern for one or another segment of it. 103. 104. Chronicles of Dissent. Occasionally you are allowed into the crowd if you are an expert in the sense in which Henry Kissinger explained the concept. Pretty frankly, he pointed out that an expert is someone who is able to articulate the consensus of people with power, and if you have that capacity, which in fact he had, then you can come in as an expert and be a state manager in the interests of external power. That's the core of it. Beyond that there are other influences. There are domestic lobbies and so on, but I think that's the essential core. DB, this analysis is characterized as a radical critique. I think it's a very conservative critique. In fact, it's just plain common sense, and there's nothing there that would have been surprising to 18th century figures of the kind who founded this country. It's merely an extension of conventional doctrine of the kind they articulated to the specific structure of our own society. It's called radical, but you have to recall that radical is just one of several terms of abuse which have no meaning, like Marxist. There's a whole array of terms of abuse which are used to protect ourselves from understanding of the world in which we live. DB, in the culture of terrorism you discuss two trends. The right turn and crisis of democracy. What are they, and are they connected? They are very closely connected. The crisis of democracy, which is not my term, happens to be the title of an important book published by the Trilateral Commission. In 1975, their one major or book-length publication. The Trilateral Commission was established by David Rockefeller. It includes more or less liberal elite elements from the three major centers of industrial capitalism, the United States, Japan and Western Europe. Hence Trilateral Commission. This book reflects the results of an state power and the domestic enemy. 105. Extensive study they did of the phenomenon that they referred to as the crisis of democracy. The crisis, as they outline it, has to do with the fact that during the 1960s and the early 70s substantial sectors of the population which are usually apathetic and passive became organized and began to enter the political arena and began to press for their own interests and concerns. That created a crisis because that's not the way democracy is supposed to work. As the chief American contributor, Harvard professor Samuel Huntington, stated that back in the days of Truman, before there was a crisis of democracy, policy could be executed simply by a handful of Wall Street lawyers and financiers. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but it expresses the conception of the Commission as to the way democracy ought to function. That was threatened in the 1960s as minorities, youth, women, aged people, all sorts of groups began to be organized and enter into the political system. That worldwide crisis, the participants agreed, had to be overcome, and the population had to be returned to its proper state of apathy and ignorance, returned to its task, namely, that of ratifying decisions made by elites. Various mechanisms were proposed for doing this. One of the mechanisms, in fact, constitutes the right turn, which is a phenomenon among elites. It hasn't taken place among the general population, but among elites there has been a very notable right turn, meaning a turn towards a kind of reactionary jingoism, mislabeled conservatism very often. It has nothing to do with conservatism. That reflects the recognition that something has to be done to restore the earlier order of privilege and overcome threats to privilege. That has a domestic aspect and an international aspect. The international aspect is the Reagan Doctrine, which is just a phrase referring to international terrorism, the use of violence, subversion, and other methods to overcome the crisis of democracy that was beginning to arise elsewhere in the world. 4. 106. Chronicles of Dissent. Example, in Central America there was a serious threat of meaningful democracy, meaning real rather than nominal democracy, actual participation of loosely disposed segments of the population. Domestically, there was a rising threat of social reform that had to be countered, and the Reagan Doctrine is an effort to counter that by the usual methods of violence and repression. At home, you can't just call out the death squads, so more subtle methods are necessary. So there have been major efforts at indoctrination. At an extreme level we find such interesting institutions as the Office of Public Diplomacy at the State Department, which is dedicated to controlling what they quite openly called enemy territory, the domestic population. Since this right turn represents the general elite consensus, it also includes the doves, the establishment liberals. The goal, only partially achieved, was to create a reactionary consensus which will support the right of view. Power to exercise violence in the world for domestic interests and will also at home weaken the labor movement, break up the growing popular movements, restore the population to apathy, bring them to accept the policies of domestic austerity required for large parts of the population if American business is to recover its competitive advantages in the world, and so on. All of that constitutes the elite right turn. DB. You contend that elite groups view the domestic population as an enemy. Typically, yes. It's true of all states and all elites. Usually the enemy can be disregarded because it is sufficiently passive and apathetic. But if the domestic enemy begins to make unpleasant noises, then something has to be done about it. As I say, the methods are different abroad and at home. The conception of the population as state power and the domestic enemy. 107. An enemy is often rather clearly articulated. For example, on the right wing it's articulated when high administration officials use the phrase, when the off-value of public diplomacy was first exposed by Alfonso Chardy of the Mi Herald in July 1, 1998-7. He inquired among administration officials as to what it was up to, and they described it as the most spectacular achievement of the Reagan administration. One high administration official, whom he quoted, referred to it as the kind of program that you would carry out in enemy territory, which is exactly right. At the liberal end, you have the viewpoint expressed in the Trilateral Commissioning Study, which is concerned quite explicitly with restoring apathy, passivity and obedience so that democracy in the preferred sense can survive, and that again reflects a conception of the population as an enemy which has to be controlled or suppressed or somehow marginalized. I might mention in this correction that the rise of clandestine operations is a reflection of the strength of the domestic enemy. If the enemy, the population, can't be controlled by force, can't be indoctrinated and can't be marginalized, it will in fact drive the state underground. The government will have to carry out its actions in secret because the domestic enemy won't tolerate them. The scale of clandestine operations is often a very good measure of domestic dissidence. DB, I'd like for you to clarify your views about elite groups, and let me make a point of argument here. Can you completely discount their necessity? For example, the mechanic who repairs the brakes on your car, you want him to be a member of an elite group, don't you? You want people to have specialized skills. The question is whether those specialized skills should confer power. Should the ability of a mechanic to fix your car lead to a system in which he can determine what car you buy? 108. Chronicles of Dissent. The answer is no. Let's say I'm not sure that this is true, but suppose that there are skills required for management. That's a dubious assumption, but let's assume it. Then we might want people who have those alleged skills to be able to exercise them. In a real democracy, they would exercise them under public control, just as a doctor would or a mechanic or anyone else. No sane person would want a society without skilled people. The question is how power is distributed. Does power reside in the population? Or does it reside in elite elements in our society, elements that gain their effective decision-making power ultimately by their ownership of the central parts of the society, the domestic economy, typically? DB, you frequently mention the fact that in 1962 the Kennedy administration attacked South Vietnam and that this information is not known, not discussed, down the memory hole. Why is that? It's not quite true that the information was not discussed. In fact, it was on the front page of the New York Times. It's just that in a well-indoctrinated society, the information doesn't have any meaning. So the New York Times can report, as it did, I think it was October 1962, that the Kennedy administration has committed U.S. planes and U.S. pilots to undertake direct participation, not just control, in the bombing and defoliation operations in South Vietnam directed against the large majority of the population, about 80%, in rural areas. Now that's aggression, but it wasn't understood as that. As their facts became filtered through a very effective indoctrination system, it became defense. It became defense against what Eli Stevenson, our UN ambassador at the time, referred to as internal aggression, namely the aggression of the Vietnamese, and particularly the Vietnamese peasants, against the United States in South Vietnam. A society that can use phrases such as internal state power and the domestic enemy. 109. Aggression and can perceive the bombing of peasant villages as a defense of either us or our clients, has gone a long way towards a kind of operative totalitarianism. DB, using the example of the Indochina War, can you talk about how dissident groups in the United States affected U.S. public policy? They certainly did affect it. It was an indirect kind of effect. Plainly, it was not through the electoral system. In 1964, the population voted 2-1 in favor of Lyndon Johnson, who put himself forth as the peace candidate, and to a large measure that vote was because Johnson stated openly and repeatedly that we do not want a wider war. That was a vote against expansion of the war. As we now know, at that very moment Lyndon Johnson's advisors were planning the escalation of the war, the escalation of the attack against South Vietnam, and the expansion of the war to North Vietnam, which took place as soon as they had won the election. Plainly, the effect was not through the electoral system. However, over a long period, a difficult period of education, organization, demonstration, protest and so on, the population became sufficiently disaffected by the war that the Johnson administration was unable to declare a national mobilization. As the war became a really major one, that raised serious domestic problems. It was necessary to fight the war on deficit financing, to fight a guns and butter war, as it was called. The reason was that the population was simply too disaffected to go along. It wasn't like World War II when people were quite willing to accept domestic austerity because of a commitment to the war. That was not true during the Vietnam War, in part, as a result of the continual activities of the peace movement. There were other factors too, but it was a large part of it. The effects of that were quite significant. By the time 110. Chronicles of Dissent. Of the Tet Offensive, in 1968, when it became evident that this was going to be a long, protracted war for the United States to attain its objectives of subjugating and controlling at least South Vietnam, at that point elite elements began to become disaffected, and the reason was, very explicitly, that the war was becoming too costly. DB, in economic terms. Yes, in terms of relations between the United States and its major rivals, Europe and Japan. The effects of fighting a guns and butter war were harming the U.S. economy. While stagflation was setting in here, our rivals were enriching themselves through the destruction of Indochina. For example, Canada became the largest per capita war exporter in the world to us. That was its participation in the destruction of Indochina. The war gave a huge shot in the arm to Japan. Japan was not a serious rival to the United States in the early 1960s. In 1965 the balance of trade shifted, and after that Japan became a very serious rival. The industrial takeoff of South Korea dates from the same time, largely as an offshore producer for the American war and from the remittances of ultimately about 300,000 mercenaries that they sent to fight the war with us in South Vietnam. All of this was beneficial to our rivals but harmful to the United States. Since it was impossible to create a national mobilization here, the war had to be fought in a way which was quite harmful to the U.S. economy. That became evident by early 1968. It led elite groups to urge, in fact to demand and require, significant change in policy. That's an indirect effect of the domestic dissidence. Powerful but indirect, a large part of which can be traced to the activism of people associated in one way or another with the peace movement. The effects were actually more than that. The secret records tell us more. They tell us that by about May 1967, state power and the domestic enemy, 111, or earlier, the Pentagon was beginning to be concerned about domestic dissidents. Robert McNamara warned the President in a memo in May 1967 that things could get out of hand in the United States. After the Tet Offensive, the Joint Chiefs were concerned about the danger of a real uprising. They wanted to make sure they had enough troops for civil disorder control, as they put it. They were particularly concerned about massive civil disobedience involving many sectors of the population, including particularly women, youth, segments of the intelligentsia. The ethnic minorities were beginning to blow up, and the army had beginning to collapse, a reflection of the youth culture at home. It was a citizens' army, not a mercenary army, so it's not dissociated from developments at home. All of these factors were beginning to create a serious internal crisis, and in these respects too the state managers, who were carrying out what was a simple war of aggression, were compelled to face costs that they ultimately decided they could not tolerate. In all of these indirect ways, domestic dissidents played a very significant, I think a decisive role in slowly, very, very slowly, with agonizing slowness, in forcing the United States to abandon its effort to literally conquer South Vietnam. DB, thus provoking a crisis of democracy. That was the crisis of democracy which then had to be faced. The crisis was rather broad. It was not only the crisis of democracy, the fact that segments of the population that are usually apathetic were beginning to participate in the political system or to demand that the state respond to their interests. There was also a serious threat to the profitability of American business as a result of the consequences of the war and the way it was fought. Stagflation was the fundamental phenomenon, and that required an attack on unions, lowering of real wages. 112. Chronicles of Dissent. Breakup of the unions, and in general dismantling of the popular structures in the United States that would enable ordinary citizens to fight for their rights in opposition to those of the owners and managers of the society. We've seen that strikingly during the Reagan period with an elite consensus behind it. The attack on the social welfare system and the transfer of resources from the poor to the rich, which was a very notable feature of the 1980s. All of these are part of the same effort of the dominant social groups in the United States, the owners and managers of the corporate system, to ensure their own privilege and to defend themselves against the rising domestic enemy. DB, you were very active in those years in the resistance against the war in Indochina, and that's why I want to explore this with you, because you are a historical source and record as well. There has been a lot of historical engineering that has occurred since that period. Two things come to mind. One is the popular notion that somehow it was the media in the 1960s that galvanized popular dissent against the war in Vietnam. You take exception to that. That's totally false. Every study of the media completely refutes that really quite absurd view. I've just finished with Edward Herman, a colleague of mine, a book on the mass media, manufacturing consent, a large segment of which is devoted to the media coverage of the Indochina War, beginning around 1950 and up to today. There's simply no question that the media were very, very supportive of the war. Up until the late 60s there isn't even any debate over this. Everyone agrees on all sides that through about 1966 or 1967 the media were highly supportive of the war, very hawkish. A number of studies have shown that the effect of television in particular was to make the population more hawkish. It's easy to demonstrate that on every major issue. State power and the domestic enemy. 113. The media simply went along with state policy. The only respect in which this was not true is that sometimes journalists on the scene had a different perception. They were basically seeing the war from the point of view of the American military command on the scene. They never reported the war from the point of view of the Vietnamese resistance, as they do, say, in Afghanistan. Rather, the war was seen by correspondents from the point of view of American military commanders in the field, often junior officers, and they did to some extent reflect the perception on the part of officers and soldiers on the scene that things were different from the way they were being portrayed in Washington. So for example, at the time of the formation of strategic hamlets, everyone on the ground could see that this method of trying to control the population by violence was simply not working. Washington was claiming that it was. The military on the scene knew much better, and the correspondents, reflecting the officers and sometimes men who they were with, did, to some extent, reflect their attitudes. Only in this very narrow and limited respect did the media diverge from state policy. By January 1968, when the Tet Offensive took place, there was one significant change. For the first time the journalists were able to see the war not under the control of the U.S. military. They weren't simply flown somewhere in a military helicopter and shown what the military wanted them to see. They could look out their window and see the war going on. As a result, there was some very graphic reporting, but within the framework of the U.S. government propaganda, contrary to what is claimed. For example, the media described the destruction of cities in the Mekong Delta south of Saigon graphically and vividly, and they knew, as everyone knew, including the American command, that the cities were being destroyed to rescue them, as it was being put, from their own populations. It was understood that there were virtually 114 Chronicles of Dissent. No North Vietnamese there. The people who were doing the fighting were South Vietnamese, who we called Viet Cong, the National Liberation Front troops. The only foreign force in the Delta was the United States and the Thai and Korean and other mercenaries that the United States brought in. Nevertheless, the media described all of this as defense. We were rescuing Bent when we conquered it from its own population. One famous phrase was we had to destroy the town in order to save it, and that was the conception of the media. The United States was engaged in defense when it was destroying and murdering and attacking South Vietnamese. There was no departure from that. Again, contrary to many claims, the media portrayed the Tet Offensive as essentially an American military victory. If you compare the media portrayal with the internal record of the U.S. intelligence, the media were considerably more optimistic about U.S. successes than U.S. intelligence was. The reason was that the media were largely reflecting public statements. They didn't know what was being reported by the CIA. If you make that comparison, it's dramatically the case. After that, the media simply continued to portray the war largely as perceived by Washington. So as Washington began its attempt at a negotiated settlement that would leave it in control of South Vietnam, the media shifted attention away from the fighting in the South to the negotiations. This is particularly striking because this was the period of the greatest mass murder operations carried out by the U.S. military in South Vietnam, what was called the Post-Tet Accelerated Pacification Campaign, which completely devastated the South Vietnamese resistance and prepared the way for the ultimate North Vietnamese takeover. That was sometimes described. There were some reporters on the scene who wrote about it, and there were even some very good analyses of it, in particular by Kevin Buckley of News. State Power and the Domestic Enemy. 115. Week. He investigated one of these mass murder operations in depth, although his report was delayed for several years before it was published, and then only in part. But by and large the media shifted public attention away, television almost completely, and these mass murder operations proceeded with minimal coverage and virtually no understanding. And that continued. At the time of the Paris Peace Treaty, for example, the media went along totally with the immediate U.S. efforts to unravel and undermine them, which succeeded, and to this day that's barely known. There's simply no point at which the media diverge from THL's framework, apart from very limited exceptions. DB, there's another little anecdote which involved you and Tip O'Neill. In 1987 he wrote his autobiography, Man of the House. It was reviewed by John Kenneth Galbraith. Can you talk about that? Tip O'Neill was described by Galbraith, and describes himself, as one of the early leaders of the anti-war movement in Congress. The facts are a little bit different. The personal anecdote you have in mind, I suppose, was April 8th or 9th, 1965, the day after a major or speech by Johnson, when a group of New England professors, of whom I was one, Howard Zinn was another, and there were a few others, went to Washington to lobby, to try to talk to Tip O'Neill. He was the representative from Cambridge, where I teach and others of us lived and worked. We went to see the Massachusetts delegation. G used to talk to them about the war. The position we were taking was extremely narrow, embarrassingly narrow. You have to remember that this was 1965. It was impossible then to talk about the American WR in South Vietnam. Nobody could even hear the words when you talked about that. So we limited ourselves pretty much to the bombing of North Vietnam. The reactions were Clifford. 116. Chronicles of Dissent. And among different people, Tip O'Neill's reaction was extreme. He didn't even let us into his office. He wasn't even going to listen to constituents who opposed the bombing of North Vietnam. Others were willing to let us into their offices. Some of the Republican congressmen from Massachusetts were more or less sympathetic, but that was about it. Tip O'Neill was the most extreme example. This went on through about 1967. There was virtually no congressional opposition to the war. As elite groups, as the U.S. corporate elite began to become disaffected with the war, segments of Congress went along, in particular by early 1968, when there was real, very extensive corporate disaffection. A famous meeting took place of a group of wise men, as they were called: D. Nixon, McGeorge Bundy, John McCloy. I believe the usual people who staff the executive or represent the corporate and the military systems. They actually went to Washington to give an evaluation of the war and told the president that he had to change course. In fact, that's when Johnson resigned and the process called Vietnamization began taking place. It was then that you began to get some very limited congressional opposition. It's very similar to current congressional opposition to country aid. Violence is not succeeding, so we had better turn to something else to achieve our objectives. At that point you began to get the people who are the famous anti-war leaders appearing. For example, Gene McCarthy. He was invisible during the hard period of opposition to the war. Opposition to the war was extremely unpopular in 1966-67, and then you heard nothing from Gene McCarthy. McCarthy is a particularly interesting example. Galbraith has identified him as the real hero of the anti-war movement. You get an understanding of a liberal elite political culture thinking that through. There was some early congressional opposition to the war. Wayne Morse and Ernst Gruening were the only people to vote against the state power and the domestic enemy. 117. Tonkin Gulf Resolution, and there were a handful of others who spoke up, but not Gene McCarthy. He joined the opposition to the war in an extremely vague way. If you look back at HLS speeches, it's completely unclear what he was saying. But he was willing to put himself forth as the leader at the point when he thought that he could exploit the mass popular movement that he had done nothing to help organize. He thought that he could exploit it for personal political power. When he saw that he couldn't, he dropped Ed from sight. That's extremely clear in McCarthy's case. He appeared, briefly, for a few months until the Democratic Convention of August 1968. He was willing to let himself be represented as an anti-war leader because he needed the tropos. When he didn't win the nomination, he effectively disappeared. We can tell exactly how seriously he took the war issue by looking at what he did at that point. He had a lot of completely undeserved prestige. He was a public figure. He could have used it if he had cared a bit about ending the attack against Indochina, or the war however he would have conceived of it, the defense of South Vietnam, or whatever phrase he would have used. If he'd even cared minimally about it, he could have used the prestige he had obtained without any right, but he had obtained it, to act as a public spokesman against the war. All we have to do is check and find out what he did. Answer: virtually nothing. He disappeared. He had lost his bid for political power, he therefore disappeared, and he is now constituted among the highest-ranking liberal pantheon of anti-war heroes. That tells you something about the political culture. DB, talking about American political culture, you've often pointed out that the U.S. lacks political parties, lacks an opposition press and is essentially depoliticized. Might that be an explanation for the fact that tens of millions of Americans don't vote, don't participate in the political process? 118. Chronicles of Dissent. I think there's little doubt of that. There have been a number of studies of non-voters. Walter Dean Burnham, a political scientist, is one of those who's done some of the best work on this, and the facts are pretty clear. If you do socio-economic analysis, a profile of the non-voters, it turns out that they're very similar to the groups that in some European industrial democracies vote for one of the Labour-based parties. Almost every other industrial democracy has some political party with roots in the working class, the poor, the dispossessed, and so on. The party has various names. It's called sometimes Labour or Communist or Socialist or one thing or another, but such a political formation has in the past existed. They're now beginning to decline elsewhere, but they have in the past existed in the other industrial democracies. The one major or exception is Japan, and even there it exists to a limited extent. Of course, we created the Japanese political system. But the glaring exception is the United States, where the only two parties are Barsamian-based parties. If you look at the non-voters, they are the people who would vote Labour, Communist, Socialist, one of those groupings in the other industrial democracies. Voting in the United States is heavily class-based. It's skewed towards skilled rather than unskilled workers, towards white-collar rather than blue-collar, employed rather than unemployed, rich rather than the poor, the professionals rather than the homeless, and so on. That reflects the same fact. Large parts of the population, half roughly in presidential elections, 2/3 roughly in congressional elections, simply don't participate. There are a number of reasons for that. Some technical reasons like difficulty of registering, but the main reason appears to be that they don't feel part of the political system. That also shows up in other ways. There were some very striking polls taken after the last two elections, which were very revealing. After the 1984 election, voters were asked whether they state power and the domestic enemy. 119 hoped that Reagan's legislative agenda would be enacted, and voters, by 3-2, hoped that it would not. That is, the people who voted for Reagan hoped that his legislative program would not be enacted. That means they were voting against their own interest, and that indicates a complete cynicism with regard to the political system. They were voting for some other reason, not because they thought they were influencing policy. Other polls help explain what those reasons were. At the same time, about half the population, when asked, who runs the government, answered yes to the question, is the government run by a few big interests looking out for themselves? That was the opinion of about half the population, and presumably that's correlated with the half that didn't vote, or the segments who voted for Reagan while hoping that his legislative program will not be enacted. That does reflect, in my view, a kind of understanding of the political system, or to put it more neutrally, a kind of cynicism about the political system, that's very widespread, particularly among the less educated, who typically tend to be more sophisticated and perceptive about these matters. The reason for this sophistication is that education is a form of indoctrination, and the less educated are less indoctrinated. Furthermore, the educated tend to be the privileged, and they tend to have a stake in the indoctrinal system. So they naturally tend to internalize and believe it. As a result, not uncommonly and not only in the United States, you find a good deal more sophistication among people who learn about the world from their experience rather than those who learn about the world from the doctrinal framework that they are exposed to and that they are expected as part of their professional obligation to propagate. DB. In the 1980s, one hears much talk on a social level of codependency relationships. You've suggested that there is such. 120. Chronicles of Dissent. a relationship between the United States and the USSR. There is an interesting relationship that's developed since the late 1940s. Without going into the details of how the Cold War got started, the fact is that the Cold War has had a kind of functional utility for both superpowers. I'm convinced that that's one of the reasons why it persisted. It's in a way in their interests, the interests of the elite groups that ruled the two superpowers. This is true in spite of the enormous cost that it entails and the great dangers that it poses, including the danger of terminal disaster. You can see this very clearly if you look over the actual events of the Cold War. On the Russian side, what are the events of the Cold War? The events are such actions as the sending of tanks to East Berlin in 1953, or the invasion of Hungary in 1956, the invasion of Czechoslovakia, now the invasion of Afghanistan, and so on. Those are the events of the Cold War. In you see one of those cases, the Soviet Union was attacking someone in its domains, actually in the area conquered by the Red Army, or in the case of Afghanistan, in an area in which it had already attained substantial, in fact dominant influence. It was effectively attacking a client state and it had to mobilize its own population. You have to do that. Any state, whether it's a democracy or totalitarian or whatever, HF.LS to organize and mobilize its own population for costly and violent actions. And it did it by appealing to the threat of the Great Satan. All of these actions were defensive. They were taken in defense against the threat posed by the United States, which threatens to attack and overwhelm and destroy the Soviet Union. That's the way you mobilize people, by convincing them that they have to defend their homes against some great enemy. For popular mobilization, the Cold War was very functional for Soviet elites. Exactly the same has been true here. On our side, the events of the Cold War have been state power and the domestic enemy. 121. Regular interventions, subversion and de-aggression. When we overthrew the democratic capitalist government of Guatemala in 1954, for example, we were defending ourselves from Soviet attack. When we invaded South Vietnam, we were defending ourselves from an agent of the Russians or the Chinese. And so on up till today. When we attack Nicaragua today, we are defending ourselves from Soviet expansionism. That's the way you mobilize a domestic population, and it must be done. There's essentially no other method. It can be done up to levels of extraordinary absurdity. For example, the conquest of Grenada was actor ally presented in the United States as a defense of the United States against a threat. This speck in the Caribbean, which you could barely find on a map, which has 100,000 people, was a threat to the existence of the United States. They could never convince the American population of that. But if you could pretend that somehow it was an outpost of the Soviet Union, a dangerous power with an ample record of brutality and bristling with missiles and so forth, then it becomes more plausible. So we defended ourselves by conquering this invisible speck in the Caribbean. That kind of functional utility is required for imposing domestic controls. That's the main method. Typically, any state will try to defend itself against its domestic enemy by inducing fear to get the domestic enemy, the population, to accept policies to which they are opposed, policies under which they suffer. There is only one way that has ever been thought of to do that, and that is to induce fear. To induce fear, you need an enemy. If you look back at our history, there have been a number of enemies. In the 19th century we were defending ourselves from the British and the Spanish. During the First World War, President Woodrow Wilson sent his troops to Haiti and the Dominican Republic, where they carried out brutal and murderous counterinsurgency operations, destroyed. 122. Chronicles of Dissent. The constitutional system, reinstated slavery, and so on. At that time there was no Soviet Union. It was before the Bolshevik Revolution. So we were defending ourselves against the Huns. After the Bolshevik Revolution, we've been defending ourselves against them. We need an enemy to defend ourselves against. There's an interesting little twist to this during the Reagan period. The population was strongly opposed to the major thrust of the Reagan program. The polls show that very dramatically. So we had a lot of evil empire rhetoric. We have to defend ourselves against the Russians, and so on. However, a confrontation with the Russians is a little bit too dangerous, so it was necessary to find an enemy which is weak enough so that we can attack them and destroy them and kill them without any cost to ourselves, but yet strong enough so that you can use it to frighten the domestic population. The public relations agents of the Reagan administration very quickly found the solution to this dilemma: international terrorism. They concocted an 81-day of Little Satan's Gaddafi, the PLO, the Sandinistas, Grenada, and so on countries and even individuals who are sufficiently weak so that we can attack them without any cost to ourselves. We can bomb Tripoli and Benghazi and kill 100 people at no cost to us. But nevertheless they are threatening because they are identified as agents of the evil empire. That was a brilliant public relations coup. It's now becoming difficult because of the enormous costs of the Reaganite follies, which have seriously damaged the domestic economy. It's becoming extremely difficult to conduct this aggressive foreign policy. As a result, we discover that the Russians are less threatening. International terrorism is declining. Now there's a need for states, man-like poses, and so on. Nothing much has changed in the world, but something has changed at home. A general point throughout this whole period is that the Soviet Union and its alleged clients have been a very convenient state power and the domestic enemy. 123. Device to induce fear to mobilize the domestic population. Something of the same sort has been true on their side. That's the functional utility of the Cold War. DB, how do you view Gorbachev's glasnost and perestroika policies, and might they be unwelcome in certain U.S. circles? Given what you said about the need to maintain fear, I think they're very frightening in elite circles in the United States. That's why there's been a continual effort to downgrade and downplay them. It's already been harmful to the United States in Europe. A lot of Gorbachev's policies are quite welcome in Europe, not to the European elites, who are just as frightened of them as U.S. elites are. But there's undoubtedly a general popular major or mass movement. WHLCH would prefer to see a reduction in tensions, a reduction of the dungeon-like character of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, and who therefore welcomed these policies. Gorbachev is a very popular figure in Western Europe, as indeed he's even becoming here. After the Reykjavik summit, the U.S. Information Agency carried out a secret study of the reaction in Europe to the summit. It was leaked and published in Europe. As far as I know, it was never published in any American newspaper. It was mentioned in columns occasionally but never published as news, to my knowledge. It was published as news in Europe, and what it showed was that the European population in every country outside of France was overwhelmingly supportive of Gorbachev against Reagan by figures of 4-1 and 7-1 and so on. Of course that's frightening. The United States has to ensure control over its clients, Western Europe in particular. That's the most important one, and the threat of détente has to be taken quite seriously. At the same time there's conflict here. It's important to recognize how seriously Reaganite policies have harmed the American economy. It's extremely serious. 124. Chronicles of Dissent. And there's going to be a real cost to pay. As a result, the United States is not going to be able to throw its weight around in world affairs to the extent that the right wing would like, and hence it's necessary for the United States to move towards a less confrontational stance. In this respect there are factors here driving the country towards a kind of détente. At the same time, The loss of this mode of control over the domestic population and control over the client states and the allies, that's serious. It 11b. Interesting to see how these conflicting needs play themselves out in the coming years. DB. You have advanced the notion that the managers of the U.S. security state are not really interested in national security. I think it's not only true in the United States, it's generally true. Here you have to be a little cautious. If you look at the public, or for that matter even secret documents of just about any state, quite typically although not always, they describe what they are doing in terms of security. I say not always because often there's frank discussion in secret documents, occasionally even publicly. But in general, state managers see themselves as defending security. But you have to do a little bit of decoding here. Security of what? For example, is the United States protecting itself from attack? Let's say in 1950, when we carried out the first major military buildup, approximately quadrupled the Pentagon system, were we defending ourselves against the threat of attack? That's ludicrous. The United States was in a position of security that had never been attained by any country in history. We had no enemies nearby. We controlled both oceans. We controlled the opposite sides of both oceans. There was no conceivable threat of attack. We were overwhelmingly the most powerful state in the world, far more powerful than the Soviet Union. In fact, Western Europe was roughly state power and the domestic enemy. 125. Comparable to the Soviet Union economically and could have been militarily if it had wanted to be, and it was much more advanced in its institutional structure and the cohesion of its population. So it was plain we weren't defending ourselves against attack. The conventional explanation was that this was a reaction to the Korean War, which was perceived as Soviet expansionism. But there are two problems with that. There wasn't a particle of evidence that the Russians had anything to do with the North Korean attack, nor is there today. More significantly, we know perfectly well that the decision to increase the military budget preceded the Korean War. The crucial planning document is National Security Council Memorandum 68, declassified in 1975. It's a very interesting document. It was 2 months before the Korean War when it called for a huge expansion in the military budget because of the threat of destruction at the hands of the Soviet Union. If you look carefully at the document, you'll discover that it estimated that the United States was vastly more powerful than the Soviet Union, even excluding Europe and Canada. Nevertheless, we were faced with destruction. They even have an explanation. Their explanation was that the Soviet Union was so backward that they can do more with less, so their weakness is their strength, and therefore we have to defend ourselves from them. There was also a breath of reality in it. NSC 68 pointed out that the United States might be heading into a depression, that there was an economic decline. It pointed out that military spending would be a stimulus to the economy, as it had been during the Second World War. Furthermore, there was a need to protect the very far-flung domains of the United States. WHLCH requires a deterrent posture. We have to deter any resistance to U.S. intervention, an idea very clearly articulated in the secret record. As a result, we had to build up U.S. military power, both for domestic and international reasons, but defense. 126. Chronicles of Dissent was not among them. The same thing is true if you look at the other periods of big military buildup, say the Kennedy period. In the early Kennedy years there was a big military buildup, in fact, that set off the current stage of the arms race. The excuse at that time was the missile gap, but we know that the missile gap was a fraud, and the Kennedy people and managers knew that it was a fraud. They probably knew even before they came into office, but when they came into office they certainly knew. The internal documents are interesting. McGeorge Bundy, for example, recommended that the administration keep the phrase missile gap even though there was none because, he said, it's a useful shorthand to express our basic military posture, or words to that effect. To be precise, there was a missile gap at that time, vastly in our favor, about 10-1. The Russians had 4 operational missiles which were exposed somewhere on some airstrip. But it was necessary to carry out a big military spending program for the usual reasons, for stimulation of the domestic economy and for carrying out an aggressive interventionist foreign policy. There was nothing here about security. Exactly the same is true in the Reagan period when, you recall, the pretext for the big military spending was the window of vulnerability so that the Russians could rampage all over the world. We don't have to debate this because the President's own Scowcroft Commission pointed out that there was not and never had been a window of vulnerability. By now it's conceded across the board that it was certainly false, in fact JUSD a fraud. The military build-up went on nevertheless. Whenever you find that the pretext is not the reason, you know that something else is going on. If you look at the details of US security policy, you will see that security in the sense of defense of country or defense of client states or defense of others, is almost never a concern. The actual concerns, state power and the domestic enemy. 127. Were quite different. The concerns are using the power of the state to organize a public subsidy for advanced technology to the military system, or creating an international system in which we can intimidate others sufficiently so that we can intervene directly without threat or simply conduct direct intervention. A huge part of the military budget is simply for intervention costs. Nevertheless, all this is perceived as security. I don't say that they're lying. The more intelligent people are just lying, but the less intelligent believe it, and they believe it by a very simple and very familiar psychological mechanism. Everybody knows it from their personal life, and it also works in political life. In your personal life, you want to do something. You know it's not the right thing to do, but you want it because it's in your interest, so you do it, and you find a system of justification that explains exactly why it was the right and proper thing to do. Anyone who is sufficiently honest knows that they do this all the time. It's a very typical phenomenon of political life. You decide that you're going to overthrow the government of Guatemala because we can't tolerate social reform and democracy, but you can't put it that way, so therefore you create a threat. If you look carefully at the secret documents you can see just what the threat was. The secret documents, which are now declassified, are full of all sorts of raving about Guatemalan aggression. In fact, the operative policy was a national security document called something like Actions in the Event of Guatemalan Aggression in the Hemisphere. Guatemalan aggression in the Hemisphere is about as threatening as Grenadian or Nicaraguan aggression, but they believed it and they even gave examples. The example they gave was a strike in Honduras where they said there might have been some support from Guatemala. That's the kind of aggression they were concerned about. Guatemalan reformist, copy. 128. Chronicles of Dissent. Talist democracy might have an effect elsewhere in inspiring things like strikes against American corporations, and of course that's aggression. So therefore we have to defend ourselves against it by military action that overthrows the regime. That's very typical, when you look closely. It's in this sense that while security managers may perfectly well believe that they are defending the security of the nation, the facts very clearly are that they're defending something totally different. They're defending domestic privilege and power. Just to mention one other example where it's less contentious and perfectly obvious, there are repeatedly surveys of businessmen in which corporate managers are asked to explain what they're doing. Typically, what they say is that they are deeply committed humanitarians who are dedicated to bringing people the best possible goods at the cheapest price out of there. overflowing human kindness. The fact of the matter is that they're maximizing profit and market share, and they're doing that not because they're either good or bad, but because that's the way the institutions work. If they didn't do it, they wouldn't be managers of the board anymore. Insofar as maximizing profit and market share can be rationalized, justified in terms of these lofty objectives, they 11 believe the lofty objectives. But if the lofty objectives ever happen to conflict with maximizing profit and market share, they're going to do the latter. We all understand this, and nobody is or should be deluded. Very much the same is true of political life, where people sometimes are deluded, even people who should know better. DB, there's a paradox here that bewilders me. Your talkie.ng about the state managers, whose function is to preserve power and privilege. If that indeed is the case, how could they create this apparatus of extinction? The reason is that in a competitive system you do short-term planning only. Exactly the same is true in the state power and the domestic enemy. 129. Business world. Let's take corporate managers, where there's no real confusion about what they're doing. They are maximizing profit and market share in the short term. In fact, if they were not to do that, they would no longer exist. Let's be concrete. Suppose that some automobile company, say General Motors, decides to devote their resources to planning for something that will be profitable 10 years from now. Suppose that's where they divert their resources. They want to think in some long-term conception of market dominance. Their rivals are going to be maximizing profit and power in the short term, and they're going to take over the markets, and General Motors won't be in business. That's true for the owners and also for the managers. The managers want to stay managers. They can fight off hostile takeover bids. They can keep from being replaced, as long as they contribute to short-term profitability. As a result, long-term considerations are rarely considered in competitive systems. Exactly the same attitudes take over when the same managers move over into the state planning system, which is also, to an extent, a competitive system. What you find specifically is short-term maximization of gain and very little concern for the longer term. This shows up all over the place. Let's take another example, one which is more remote than nuclear destruction, say, depletion of American energy resources. Back in the 1940s and early 50s, it was pretty well known where the world's energy reserves were. There haven't been many surprises. It was known that US reserves would be depleted if they were extensively used, and that the major reserves in the world would remain in the Middle East. If anybody was concerned with long-term U.S. security, what they would have done would be to protect Northern Hemisphere reserves, the Gulf of Mexico and so on, save those and exploit Middle Eastern reserves. They did the exact opposite. They depleted American reserves, for reasons of short. 130. Chronicles of Dissent. Term profitability. We're now in a situation where Louisiana and Texas are producing very little oil. We've got to import oil from abroad to fill holes in the ground as a strategic reserve. This was all completely predictable. It's just that basically nobody cared. They're making calculations in terms of short-term profitability. If in the long term it means that you destroy your own corporation, or you destroy the world, that's somebody else's business. We saw the same short-term view in the Reagan administration. It was transparent that Reaganomics was going to lead to a massive debt and a massive trade deficit. It was going to really harm the country very seriously. But they were interested in short-term gain for the privileged. The longer term would somehow take care of itself. That is absolutely typical of corporate capitalism, state capitalism, to the extent that it's competitive, and it's very typical of state managers. DB, you occasionally appear on radio interviews, talk shows, call-ins and the like. Do you have any observations about the time constraints within which you are allowed to express your views? That depends on where it is. Let me just compare it with others. In Europe, Canada, Latin America, in fact just about everywhere I know outside the United States, the situation's dramatically different from what it is here in essentially two respects. For one thing, there's fairly easy access to the media for dissident opinion. Just to keep it personal, but others have the same experience. When I go to Canada or Europe or virtually anywhere, I spend a lot of time on major media, national television, national radio and so on, whereas here it's listener-supported radio, particularly, and virtually nothing else. That's one difference. The second difference is an interesting structural one. Outside the United States, it is typically the case that state power and the domestic enemy. 131. Discussion of issues C and B the way we're doing it, long, extended discussion. In the United States there's a different system. The only other country I know that works like this is Japan. In the United States, if you do get on commercial radio or television, you're allowed a minute or two. You can have a few words between commercials, that's what it comes down to, or you're asked to express an opinion. Pretty much the same is true of op-eds. It's not too difficult. In the national press it's almost impossible, but in the local quality press it's possible for dissidents to write an op-ed of 700 words, short. To get into one of major or journals of opinion, however, is extremely difficult. There's a logic to this. In 2 minutes, between two commercials, or in a few hundred words, you can say some conventional things. For example, if I'm given 2 minutes on the radio and I want to condemn the Russians for invading Afghanistan, that's easy. I don't need any evidence, I don't need any facts, I can make any claim that I want, anything goes because that's conventional thought, that's what everybody believes anyway, so if I say it it's not surprising, and I don't have to back it up. On the other hand, suppose I were to try in 2 minutes to condemn the U.S. invasion of South Vietnam, or the U.S. attack against Nicaragua. That sounds crazy. The U.S. isn't attacking people. So within 2 minutes, between two commercials, it sounds absurd. In fact, any unconventional opinion sounds absurd. The reason is that if you say anything in the least way unconventional, you naturally, and rightly, are expected to give a reason, to give evidence, to build up an argument, to say why you believe that unconventional thing. The very structure of the media in the United States prevents that, makes it impossible. The result is that what's expressible are conventional thoughts and conventional doctrine. That's a very effective technique for blocking thought and critique. C. L. Sid. 132. Chronicles of Dissent. Of course life is always much easier when you just express conventional doctrine. You don't have to do any work. But you're not allowed to do the work, even those who are willing to do it. They're not given the opportunity to back up their unconventional ideas, even on the rare occasions when they do get access to the media. That's a brilliant feature of the American mass media system. D.B. In an interview in the Chomsky Reader, you comment that sometimes when you read driving you listen to radio talk shows on sports and you're struck by the enormous detail and concentration of analysis that callers bring to sports issues, but they can't bring it to social and political issues, which indeed have a greater impact on their lives. I don't follow sports, but apparently you can find out quite a lot about the details of the New England Patriots, the Red Sox or whoever's around. What's very striking is that the people who call in not only seem to know an awful lot, and judging by the reaction of the experts on the radio, they seem to talk like equals, but also they are perfectly free to give advice. They tell what the coach did wrong yesterday and what he ought to do tomorrow. The people who are running the talk show, the experts they have, interact with the callers at a reasonable intellectual level. On the other hand, people do not feel that they have the capacity to talk about affairs that affect their lives in international and domestic policy, and so on, and they don't. They don't have the information, they can't get the information. They are taught from childhood that they're not allowed to know about those things and that they're too stupid to think about them, and that they have to be put into the hands of experts. And unless you're pretty much of a fanatic, that's true. It takes real fanaticism to get enough information. There is in the public domain enough information to gain an understanding of what's happening in the world, but it takes an almost fanatic. State power and the domestic enemy. 133. Level of devotion to do so, whereas apparently it doesn't take that much effort to find out about the local sports team. I don't think that international affairs are harder. I don't think the national security policy is intellectually more challenging. In fact, that's a pretense of the social sciences, that they're dealing with deeply complex issues that are beyond the level of the ordinary person. That's mostly fraud. Outside the natural sciences and mathematics, there are very few things that ordinary people can't understand if they put their minds to it. They're simply not given an opportunity to. You want to find out what's happening in Central America, you're really going to have to work. You're going to have to read exotic newspapers. You're going to have to compare today's lies with yesterday's lies and see if you can construct some rational story out of them. It's a major effort, and normal people, quite naturally, can't dedicate that effort to it. It's one of the techniques of marginalization. What you mentioned before about the encapsulation of expression, that's another technique. You never hear anything except conventional views. If you do hear them, they sound lunatic, rightly, because there's no opportunity to back them up. DB, I'd like you to talk about something I call rotten apples versus rotten barrels. It seems to be one of the techniques soft state manages to focus, let's say, during the Watergate or the Iran-Contra scandals, on individuals, to personalize the evil and to deflect attention from institutions. You're exactly correct. When something goes wrong and can't be suppressed any longer, when some scandal breaks out into the open, it's necessary somehow to prevent people from understanding what's really going on. In the Iran-Contra hearings, for example, it's very interesting to look at what was investigated. What was ENV's 134 Chronicles of Dissent targeted with the alleged wrongdoings of particular individuals. Let's take sending arms to Iran. That's supposed to be the wrong thing to do. There seems to be an agreement about that. What was the focus of attention? It was on the so-called transaction with Ollie North and William Casey and so on, that took place from mid-1985 until it was exposed by the courageous press in the fall of 1986. An obvious question comes up, what was the U.S. government doing before 1985 with regard to arms to Iran? The answer is very simple. It was sending arms to Iran via Israel, exactly what it was doing during the transaction. That has been public knowledge since 1980. The first notice I saw of it was in Business Week. I think it was in December 1980. In the early 1980s, it was rippled widely. In February 1982 it was completely public. In March or April 1982 Leslie Gelb of the New York Times had a front-page story in which he described the arms flow to Iran. He said that about 50% of it is coming from Israel with much of the rest from private arms merchants with Israeli connections. Arms from Israel means arms from the United States. Israel is a client state. They don't send arms to anyone unless we agree. In fact, it's mainly American arms. And that continued, publicly. Furthermore, absolutely in public, the Israeli officials involved explained why they were doing it. On the BBC, for example, in February 1982, The very same Israeli officials who came up in the Iran-Contra hearings were interviewed. They explained that they were selling arms to Iran with the intent of finding military officers who would be sufficiently murderous that they would carry out a military coup. On the same program were high American officials, Richard Helms, former CIA director, who is also a former ambassador to Iran, and Robert Comer of the Defense Department. They said, "Yeah, that was a good idea. They thought that's probably what we ought to do." The Israeli ambassador to the United State power and the domestic enemy. 135. States said openly in 1982 that Israel was supplying arms to Iran in coordination with the US government at almost the highest of levels, in his words, and the purpose again was to try to carry out a military coup. That's the way you do it. You send arms in order to establish relations with elements in the military. None of this was discussed in the hearings. Certainly what was not discussed is that this was typical U.S. policy, typical systematic policy. For example, when we were trying to overthrow the Allende government of Chile in the early 1970s, it's no secret that the United States was doing everything to overthrow that government. We were also sending arms, and we were rewarded, namely with the Pinochet coup. The way you find internal elements to overthrow a government is to arm the military. We did exactly the same thing in Indonesia in the early 1960s. We were very hostile to the government. We sent arms to the military and we were rewarded with a coup and a huge massacre of 700,000 or 800,000 people killed and the destruction of the only mass-based party. The coup was very warmly welcomed in the West. And there are many other cases. To look into these issues would focus on institutional facts. Therefore they are out. You can talk about trenchants and rogue elements, out of control, loose cannons, patriots who have gone berserk, or something like that. All of that's safe because it doesn't lead to any understanding of the way the institutions work. I should say that dissidents also contribute to this. This talk about secret teams and all that kind of booziness is highly misleading. The secret teams and the clandestine operations are normal government policy when the state is driven underground by its own population. When the population will not tolerate certain actions, their state will be driven underground and will carry out clandestine actions. That's what happened in the 1980s. It's happened often before. 136. Chronicles of Dissent. There's very little indication in my view that there are any loose cannons around. Maybe occasionally somebody gets out of control briefly, but it's a very marginal phenomenon. What happens is systematic behavior, very well intelligible in terms of the fundamental institutions. But you can't look at that. The Iran-Contra hearings were just a cover-up. Let's take the fact that the United States was illegally supplying arms to the Contras during the period of the Boland Amendment. The claim that that was a secret is ludicrous. I discussed it in Turning the Tide, which came out in 1985. I don't have any secret records. I was using the public record. I even identified Oliver North as the person involved, because it was all public. Again, I was writing about the U.S. arms sales to Iran through Israel in 1983. I discussed it in the Fatal Triangle, which came out in 1983. It was all public. But to deal with the public record and to show what's continually happening, that's going to lead you to an institutional critique, and that's no good. What you have to do is personalize it. The same was true during Watergate. It was very dramatic during the Watergate hearings. In fact, just think what Watergate was about. What was the big crime of Watergate? The crime was that the Republican Party had hired a bunch of kind of Keystone cops to break into the Democratic Party headquarters for reasons which remain obscure to this day. That was the crime. There were some ancillary things. At exactly the time of the Watergate hearings, it was exposed in court cases and through the Freedom of Information Act that the FBI, at that point for 12 or 13 years, had been regularly carrying out burglaries of the Socialist Workers' Party, which is a legal political party, for the purpose of disrupting their activities, stealing their memberships lists, using the membership lists to intimidate people who joined the party, get them to lose their jobs, etc. That's vastly more serious than Watergate. This isn't a bunch of petty crooks. This is the national political state power and the domestic enemy. 137. Police. It wasn't being done by some loose cannon, it was being done systematically by every administration. It was seriously disrupting a legal political party, whereas Watergate did nothing to the Democratic Party. Did that come up at the Watergate hearings? Not a mention. What's the difference? The difference is that the Democratic Party represents domestic power, the Socialist Workers' Party doesn't. So what the Watergate hearings showed, the great principle that was being defended, was people with power are going to defend themselves. That's what it is. But you can't say that. If you were to say that, you begin to understand how the legal system works, how the state repressioning system works, therefore it's out. Watergate was framed and designed so that it could focus on the misdeeds of a particular individual, Richard Nixon, who made the serious tactical error of attacking people with power. Just to take another example, Nixon's enemies list was a great scandal. DB, people like Tom Watson often were on the list. Yes. Actually, I was on the enemies list, too. I know perfectly well from my own experience that absolutely nothing happened to anybody on the enemies list. They didn't even audit our income tax returns, and that was particularly striking in my case because I was publicly organizing tax resistance. Nothing happened to anybody on the enemies list. Nevertheless, it was a scandal. Why? Not because I was on it, but because people like Tom Watson were on it, and McGeorge Bundy and James Heston. In other words, it's a scandal to call powerful people bad names in private. But at the very same time that the enemies list came out, it was revealed in court hearings that the FBI had been involved in an outright political assassination of a Black Panther organizer, Fred Hampton. Did that show up in the Watergate hearings? No, although it happened. 138. Chronicles of Dissent. During the Nixon administration. Why? Because if the state is involved in a Gestapo-style assassination of a Black Panther organizer, that's okay. He has no power, and he's an enemy anyway. On the other hand, calling powerful people bad names in private, that shakes the foundations of the Republic. Again, powerful people are going to defend themselves, and that's all that Watergate amounted to. The whole thing was crafted to focus on a particular individual, who incidentally was very unpopular in elite circles and who had been since he more or less tore apart the international economic system during the Nixon shock a couple of years earlier, and they were going to get rid of him. Of course, once that one bad apple was thrown out of the body politic, we were right back to our traditional purity. The institutional crimes just continue. Even the bombing of Cambodia was not part of the indictment. It entered into the hearings. This was not a small thing, a bombing of another country in which several 100,000 people were killed, a neutral country that was supposed to be friendly. Pretty serious business. It entered the hearings, but only in one respect. They didn't inform Congress, and that was considered so insignificant it didn't even enter the bill of indictment. Again, it means it's okay to attack another country, aggression is fine, but just notify powerful people about it. Don't encroach upon their prerogatives. To bring out any of these things would be to give some light as to how the system functions, and that's intolerable. Obviously, any powerful system is going to defend itself against understanding on the part of others. It's not obscure. Why? Elite power and their responsibility of intellectuals. February 15, 1988. DB, you frequently use the term elite. I think a working definition would be useful. There are various segments of the groups that we ought to call elites. In the first place, there are those who are in the position to make decisions which affect crucially what happens in the general society. That would include political decisions, decisions over investment, production, distribution, and so on. Then there are the groups that are in managerial positions with regard to the political and economic institutions, the state managers, the corporate managers, and so on. There are also elites with regard to the ideological institutions, the top editorial positions and other positions of control within the media, the journals, etc. These groups, which are not only closely interconnected and interlocked, but also share a common set of values and associations, belong to the highly privileged class and are generally quite wealthy. They determine the basic framework of what happens in the society based on their power, which ultimately is rooted in economic power, in simple ownership of the basic facilities out of which the society is constituted. DB, and what of the role of control of information and the decision-making processes? As far as control of information is concerned, it's largely dominated by a fairly small number of major or 139. 140. Chronicles of Dissent. Sources of information. There are a number of good studies of this, but without going into the details, it's pretty narrow. This essentially is a set of major corporations, news or information corporations, including the major television networks, which themselves are part of broader industrial and financial conglomerates, the major newspapers, half a dozen or so of which are also substantial corporations, the wire services which are interconnected with them, etc. These are major or corporations which sell a product to other businesses. As we've covered in another discussion, the product that they sell is audiences and readers. Newspapers and news.als typically don't finance themselves through sales. They often lose money through subscribers, and obviously if you watch a television set you are not paying the channel. But the product that is sold is readers, and what's more, elite readers. Your advertising profile rises with the audience that you can offer to the advertiser. If it's a high-quality audience in terms of privilege and buying capacity, your advertising rates go up. The information system, from an economic point of view at least, is fundamentally a system of major corporations trying to sell their product, namely relatively privileged and influential elite audiences, to other corporations. Hence it's all deeply embedded within the same system of domination and control that organizes the economy and largely runs the state. DB. Is there a collective unspoken understanding of shared interests? Or rather backroom meetings with men smoking cigars and deciding what's going to happen? Of course that happens. There's nothing particularly conspiratorial about it. The same goes on in the business world, so it's not surprising to find the head of a corporation taking a business associate out to some fancy country club where they can have drinks and play golf and elite power and the responsibility of intellectuals. 141. Make business deals in the back room. In fact, we all know that there's no sharp break between the personal and cultural interactions in business practices. There's nothing in the least conspiratorial. These are very small groups relative to the population that are very narrowly concentrated in high privilege. The values are shared, often articulated, often unspoken, and the interactions apply at every level, from Washington dinner parties to meetings of the Council of Foreign Relations to delegations from corporate law firms to state officials or simply the staff and VG of top executive positions in the government by representatives of the major or investment firms, corporations, information corporations. There's a lot of flow between the top levels of media and the government. There's a natural interpenetration due to shared interests, shared privilege, and simply the desire to wield power effectively in the interests of the institutions one represents. DB, in this procedural democracy, as you've tended it in the past, do the elite view the role of the public as essentially one of ratification at the polls? That's a very conscious view. It's consciously regarded to be the duty of the public. I think it was Maxwell Rayler, Kennedy's eminence grise, who once said that the role of the public is to know just enough to be able to do their duty, which is to ratify decisions at the polls. They don't have to know any more than that. The general attitude of any system of authority towards the public is as of an enemy, because they've got to be kept under control. If they get out of control, they might do all sorts of dangerous things, and typically a state regards its domestic population as a potential enemy. That's been notoriously true in the United States for a long time. You can trace this issue of the roles of the public and the elite all the way back to the origins of the Republic. 142. Chronicles of Dissent. John Jay's favorite maxim, according to his biographer, was that the people who own the country ought to govern it. That's in fact exactly the way the constitutional system was established. It was a system in which propertied white males, who were regarded as more or less equal, inaccurately but not absurdly, they were to govern the country. They had the franchise. As things have changed over the years with the rise of corporate power on the one hand, which restricted the possibilities of democracy, and the extension of the franchise, which theoretically extended it, this struggle between an totally concentrated power and the enemy public has of course continued. DB, is your societal vision outside the current state paradigm? I think the state paradigm is a very unnatural one. If you look at history, you can see that easily. To establish the state system in Europe required hundreds of years of murderous and brutal warfare, and the only reason it stopped is that when it reached its latest stage in the early 1940s, it was plain that the next stage would be total annihilation of human civilization. At that point the internal conflicts in Europe terminated, at least for a time. It was centuries of brutal warfare, murder, destruction, and that reflects the unnaturalness of the system. Everywhere where Europe has spread throughout the world we find what we would call, if we were honest, the plague of European civilization. Everywhere it spread over the world it has led to exactly the same thing. In the colonial areas, where the European invasion imposed a version of the state system, it has also led to interminable and brutal conflict. The problems are that this system has very little to do with people's perceived interests and needs, and that it therefore has to be imposed by violence and force. It happens to be the governing world system at the moment. Elite power and the responsibility of intellectuals. 143. Thanks to the European conquest of most of the world. But in the long term I would think it ought to be replaced by forms of association more related to actual human needs and concerns. That's a long term, however. DB, in the United States, what kind of ingredients, what kind of conditions would be necessary for the development of an alternative or, for want of far better term, a progressive culture? Talk about erosion of the state system is so far off that I don't think it's useful to even think about what would be needed. What's needed in the shorter term is exactly what elite groups fear. Anything they fear is probably good, and what they fear is what they call the crisis of democracy, that is simply the engagement of the population in the political arena. The political arena is not enough. But even the engagement of the population in the political arena would be useful progress towards democracy in the United States. By that I mean not just watching the candidates on television and clapping for them, but actual participation, real participation in formation of programs, in meaningful selection and recall of representatives, etc. That, which virtually doesn't exist in the United States, would be a large step towards functioning democracy. But then, even if it were to be achieved in some measure, it would still be limited. The fact is that what can happen in the political system altogether, the range of decisions open in the political system, is very sharply constrained by private power. THLS is not a problem that arises in the United States because the political system is so N81 and so much under business control that there are virtually never any major policy options offered. But in countries that function in a more democratic fashion, where there really are policy options, say in Latin America, you see it all the time. If a reform candidate comes into office with real 144 Chronicles of Dissent policy alternatives, there may be a military coup, but if not there will capital strike, capital flight, other pressures by the owners of the society to ensure that these policies can't be pursued. Again, that doesn't really arise in the United States because there are basically no major policy issues in the public domain. But it would happen if the political system ever opened up. What that reflects is the fact that in a system of private enterprise, with private control over the means of production and distribution and decisions over investment and so on, the range of political choices is restricted. It's heavily influenced by the resources available to those who own the basic institutions of the society, but it's also restricted simply by their capacity to control whether the society survives, how it survives, how people live, etc. That means that meaningful democracy will involve actual popular takeover of decision-making in the essential institutions, and that includes crucially the economic institutions. They are what determine basically what our lives are. DB, what do you mean by fascism? I'm particularly intrigued by a comment you made. Fascism is deeply rooted in everyone's mind in the United States. When we talk about fascism, first of all, we're talking about a system of political, economic, social and cultural organization. If we want to talk about it reasonably, we have to dissociate it from concentration camps and gas chambers. There was fascism before there were extermination camps, and it was bad enough then. Fascism meant from a socio-cultural point of view an attack on the ideals of the Enlightenment, an attack on the conceptions of what was in those days called brotherhood of man. We would now put it in a perhaps more civilized form. But an attack on the idea that people had natural rights, that they were fundamentally equal, that it was an infringement of essential human rights if systems of authority, elite power and the responsibility of intellectuals 145 subordinated some to others, the insistence that there were real bonds of unity and solidarity among people across cultures, etc. All of that was under attack. The ideas of solidarity were under attack under the principle of purity of race and blood, typically in the Nazi version of fascism. The economic system was to be one of class collaboration between owners and workers, all working from the common cause, the cause of the nation and the state, under the control of a powerful state which would coordinate and intervene significantly in economic life to maintain authority, structures of power, etc. This is connected with control by the coordinated state-private monopolies for information, extensive censorship, permission for the state to determine what's true, historical truth, to enforce those decisions, etc. That whole range of ideas, loosely interconnected, revealed itself in fascist movements which spread over much of the industrial world in the 1920s and 1930s. They took various forms in different societies, but elements of them could be perceived virtually everywhere. A lot of these principles unfortunately are very deeply rooted. For example, there's a very far-reaching willingness to allow the state, in coordination with private power, to control very substantial aspects of life. There's very little objection to this, whether it's cultural life, information flow, political organizations, etc. At the grassroots level in the United States, there's a lot of opposition to it. You find a lot of independence and fierce individualism among the population, but it doesn't show up much in the dominant culture, that is, the culture that actually makes decisions and controls. DB, we've touched upon the question that I'm about to ask you. You've said that the non-educated classes in American society are not as indoctrinated with the state ideology as are the educated classes. Isn't that a bit romantic, and what kind of evidence do you have to substantiate that? 146. Chronicles of Dissent. It's not only not romantic, but it's pretty close to tautological. Education is a form of indoctrination. Therefore we typically find in any society that the educated classes are more indoctrinated. They're the ones who are subjected to the constant flow of propaganda which is largely directed to them because they're more important, so they have to be more controlled. Furthermore, the educated classes become the instruments of propaganda. Their function in the society is to promulgate and develop the ideological principles. As a result, they inculcate them. If they don't, they're usually weeded out and are no longer part of the privileged elite. It's not at all unusual to discover the basic principles of the ideological system in any society most deeply entrenched and least critically accepted by the educated classes. It would be romantic to suppose that the lesser level of indoctrination on the part of the less educated part of the population leads to some sort of revolutionary spirit or progressive impulse or whatever. It doesn't at all. It can lead to almost anything. For example, this can help create the mass base for a fascist movement. In many respects, fascist ideals are inconsistent with the demands of the elite culture and system of power and privilege. That's why in the United States you typically find the attack on real fascist tendencies led by business interests. The American Civil Liberties Union, for example, is basically a very conservative organization. It's a very valuable organization and I'm glad to be part of it, but we shouldn't delude ourselves as to what it's about. It's basically defending rights which are demanded by the wealthy and the privileged. They don't want a state which is able to infringe with their privilege, and as a result these rights are defended. You could see it in the summer of 1987 in the Ollie North phenomenon. There was a kind of brief whiff of fascism there. It was detected, and you could see it in the editorials in the New York Times. Even the Wall Street. Elite Power and the Responsibility of Intellectuals 147. Journal ran a column by its Washington correspondent, lecturing to North et al. About the dangers of fascism. The business classes are quick to pick up the scent of fascism and they don't like it. They might turn to it in a time of crisis, but typically they want the state to be powerful enough to work for their interests, but not powerful enough to infringe upon their privileges. We find right at the roots of power some of the defenses against fascism. But among the general population, the less educated, less articulate and typically the most depressed part of the population, you can find at times an appeal by charismatic figures who promise to lead them out of their problems and to attack either the powerful or some other bogeyman, the Jews or the homosexuals, or the coitolanists, or whoever is identified as responsible for their troubles. That kind of appeal is often vivid and powerful. We've seen it plenty of times in modern times. In the United States, which is a highly depoliticized society, it's a very dangerous possibility. In particular, the growth of religious fanaticism is a very threatening phenomenon. Fortunately, the leading figures in this movement have been extremely cold-upped, which is a very good thing. Every time I find that one of them wants nothing but gold Cadillacs or free sex, etc., I applaud. As long as they're cold-upped, they're not very dangerous. They'll just rip off their partisans. But if one of them wants power, they could be very dangerous. If someone comes along out of those movements who can combine religious fanaticism with the lust for power, not privilege and coercion, then it could be extremely dangerous in a country like this, particularly in a period in which much of the population may be compelled to accept a degree of austerity. Right now, to pay off the lunacies of Reaganite economic management, but more generally, or in periods in which the relative decline in power of the state, its decline in capacity to control the world, leads to all sorts of paranoid concerns about knives in the back and enemies outside. 148. Chronicles of Dissent. And within. That kind of combination does make it possible for the less indoctrinated segments of the population to deviate from the official ideology and off towards fascism. At the same time, these same groups have been and continue to be the basis for a very impressive resistance to state and corporate power and its violence. Take Central America. The sources of the substantial public opposition to U.S. atrocities in Central America are not in elite circles, by any means. They're out in the general population, in the churches, in the Midwest, in sectors of population that were not engaged much, and may even have been hostile towards the movements of the 1960s. So it's a complex affair. Lesser indoctrination is not necessarily a hopeful phenomenon. It may be the basis for more hopeful developments, but it doesn't provide them. D.B., in your essay, The Responsibility of Intellectuals, originally published in American Power and the New Mandarins and reprinted in the Chomsky Reader, you discuss the role of intellectuals and the need to speak the truth. Steve Wasserman, in an August 1987 Leaders.a Times book review of the Reader, accuses you of not following your own advice in relation to Nicaragua. Have you mooted your criticisms of the Sandinistas? Have I mooted my criticism of the Sandinistas? No, I don't think so. What exactly did you have in mind? I read the review, but I don't remember that comment. D.B. He suggested that you were very reluctant to criticize revolutionary liberation movements in the Third World. Actually, that was one of the innumerable misquotations in the review. There was a section to which he took exception, as many people do, in which I pointed out that an intellectual, like any human being, has the moral responsibility to consider the human consequences of what they do. That's just a truism. If you write you have elite power and the responsibility of intellectuals 149. A moral responsibility to consider the consequences of what you write. What are the consequences going to be for human beings? Then I gave a number of examples, which he excluded because they didn't help with his political. 8. Lids. So I said, for example, imagine a Russian intellectual now. Should that person write accurate criticism of the terror and atrocities of the Afghan resistance in the Soviet press, knowing that that accurate criticism will enable the Soviet Union to mobilize its own population for further atrocities and aggression? Would that be a morally responsible thing to do? I didn't answer that question, but if you want my answer, I would say no, it's not a morally responsible thing to do. That example was not mentioned in his review. But I also pointed out that we face exactly the same problem. We have to ask whether we want to act in such a way as to enhance the atrocities and violence of our own state. To take another example, suppose that I was a German citizen in 1938. Would it have been morally responsible for me to write an article in the Nazi press about the atrocities carried out by Jewish terrorists in Palestine, or about the crimes of Jewish businessmen, even if it was all accurate? Would it have been morally responsible for me to write those truths in the Nazi press? Well, again, I didn't answer the question there, but my own answer would be no, it would not. These are just truisms. If we are capable of recognizing truisms about others, then we're at least cowardly and dishonest if we refuse to apply the truisms to ourselves. This leads to moral dilemmas. It leads to moral dilemmas in the case of the Russian intellectual in Afghanistan, and it leads to the same moral dilemmas in the case of the American intellectuals in the United States. How one resolves moral dilemmas is a problem that individuals have to face. D.B. In the United States today there is a good deal of 150 Chronicles of Dissent. Awareness of and interest in Central America. There are solidarity groups, sister cities, projects, delegations travel to the region. There are conferences, symposia, lectures and a plethora of books and articles. Alexander Coben has called it a very sophisticated and mature movement. But it seems that that sophistication and maturity does not extend to the Israeli-Palestinian issue. Why not? First of all, this sophistication and maturity extends to virtually nothing. The typical phenomenon is exactly contrary to what is always claimed. What history shows is that even the peace movement is very much controlled by the official agenda. It has definite illusions and moral blind spots, namely about atrocities for which the United States is responsible. That's the typical phenomenon. Now that's not what you read, because the purpose of what you read is to undermine and destroy the peace movement and anyone else, so there's a flood of propaganda, most of it fabricated, about how the peace movement has illusions and blind spots with respect to our enemies and the Third World dictators. Exactly the opposite is very easily demonstrable. Timor is a perfect example. During the entire Timor atrocity, which still continues and which was comparable to Pol Pot and, relative to the population, greater, there's been almost total peace movement silence. The reason is that the Timor slaughter does not conform to the state agenda, since the US is responsible for it. The issue is removed from attention, and the peace movement has a blind spot too. There are numerous other examples. With regard to Central America, things have been different, and it's very striking. Take an indicator, like letters to the editor. You look around the country and it's dramatic that letters to the editor are more sophisticated, more knowledgeable, more penetrating, more balanced and far more accurate than the material that appears in the opinion columns, op-eds, news reports, etc. I assume that the newspapers, elite power and the responsibility of intellectuals 151, are not specifically picking letters that undermine their own position. They are obviously flooded by them. That does reflect a difference of consciousness. But that happens to be focused on this issue, for particular reasons. The Israeli-Arab conflict, like most issues, is just outside this. There are special reasons for that. They have to do largely with what happened in 1967, as we've talked about. At the same time, there was a very interesting reaction to the Israeli victory among the intellectual elites that control the information system, liberal to right-wing, in this case. There was tremendous euphoria over the Israeli victory, and Israel really endeared itself to liberal and other intellectuals at that time because of its success in using the mailed fist. That's a phenomenon that has to be explained. It's obvious why it should be true with the ultra-right, but it's particularly interesting with regard to left liberal American intellectuals. I think you have to look back at American society to understand the phenomenon. It was at that point that Israel became the object of awe and love. You find that until that time, even among the New York Jewish intellectuals, Israel and Zionism were pretty minor phenomena. You check back over journals like Dissent in earlier years and there's nothing about the topic, and the editors regarded themselves as non-Zionists at the time. All this changed in 1967. I think the reason it changed largely had to do with domestic events. You have to understand what was happening in the United States at that time. In the first place, this was 1967. The United States was not succeeding in destroying the indigenous resistance in Indochina. We weren't able to defend South Vietnam, as it was put, namely destroy and attack South Vietnam. It's important to bear in mind that liberal opinion was very strongly in favor of the war. There was a lot of concern that the United States wasn't winning. Here Israel came along and showed how to lose. 152. Chronicles of Dissent. Violence against Third World upstarts, and that was impressive. Furthermore, the failure to win the war in Vietnam was combined with a growing threat to privilege at home. This came from many sectors of the society. The student movement, their students were not obeying authority. They were asking the wrong questions. There were signs of intellectual independence, independent moral judgment, etc. All of that is obviously going to be intolerable. In the faculty club, you could see the women's movement coming. The ethnic minorities were pressing for their rights. There was a kind of a general sense of a threat to privilege coming from the Viet Cong, the Black Panthers, the students, the bearded Cuban revolutionaries, the Maoists, all sorts of partially paranoid fantasies, but partial recognition of the reality of popular ferment, threatening authority and privilege. Again, Israel came along and showed how to use violence effectively in restoring order, and that was an impressive demonstration. It was particularly important for liberal humanists, because Israel was capable, with its very effective propaganda system, of portraying itself as being the victim, while it very efficiently used force and violence to crush its new S. This combination is absolutely irresistible. The liberal humanist is supposed to be in favor of the victim, and in this case he could shed tears for the alleged victim while secretly applauding the victim's successes in the effective use of violence. That's an irresistible combination. It stayed that way. That has swung debate in the United States to the point where sane discussion of this issue has become extremely difficult in educated circles, and in their organs of communication and information that they control. There are other factors. For example, the were people. Irving Howe, of Dissent, is the most notorious, who quite cynically exploited the passionate enthusiasm for Israel that developed in order to undermine and attack activist elements of the peace movement and the student elite power and the responsibility of intellectuals. 153. Movement. He wrote vicious articles in the New York Times and elsewhere claiming that unidentified elements of the peace movement wouldn't be satisfied until Israel was destroyed by bloodthirsty Arab terrorists and wanted fascism in Israel, etc., and that was an effective device at the time. I wouldn't call it McCarthyist, because it goes far beyond McCarthy, but that kind of device to try to undermine the organized and activist peace movement and dissident elements was a very popular position among elites. That's why he could write these things in the New York Times. This was a period in which there was a general elite effort to try to beat back and control the population, to try to undermine the popular movements that had begun to develop. The use of Israel turned out to be one effective device. That again strengthened the natural association between the liberal intellectuals, who were the commissars who were supposed to convey this out, and Israel. For all these reasons, some of them quite objective, namely the role of Israel as an actual strategic asset for the United States, some of them more complex, having to do with American culture and internal society, the issues were simply driven off the agenda. Here the difference between the general population and the elites is very dramatic. As I've indicated before, polls have to be regarded a bit cautiously, but they tell you something. Have indicated regularly that about 2/3 of the population is in favor of a Palestinian state. That's just not part of American politics. You can't find an American politician who will call for it. It's not part of discussion and debate. What's striking is that even without virtually any articulate presentation, it's still the position held by a majority of the American public, conforming to the international consensus that's been blocked by the United States for at least 17 years. DB, one question about the American left, and I know. 154. Chronicles of Dissent. You're not terribly comfortable using that term. You've spoken about its marginalization, its lack of resources, lack of continuity. That about this phenomenon on the left often in sign warfare and what I call left bashing. Is that a product of this marginalization? It's partly that, and it's partly, to an extent that we don't like to recognize, that external power and privilege set the agenda for the left. For example, take New England Peacework, which is a Quaker-based journal and a very good journal for the local peace movement. Right now it's devoting page after page to a debate which is essentially determined by the Office of Public Diplomacy, and they don't recognize it. There's a debate going on every issue, with half the issue devoted to it, about whether the left, so-called, took exactly the right position with regard to Cambodia in the late 1970s. The fact of the matter is that the left, such as it is, barely existing, took approximately the position that was taken by virtually all competent authorities, State Department intelligence, Cambodia scholarship, etc. At the same time, the left and the peace movement were avoiding major atrocities elsewhere. Nevertheless, there's no debate going on about, let's say, the failure to respond to East Timor, or their failure of the left to respond to the US bombing of Cambodia in the early 1970s, which probably killed tens if not hundreds of thousands of people, or the failure of the left to respond to the growing and already quite horrifying crisis in Central America. There's no discussion about that. There's discussion about the alleged failure of the peace movement to respond to Pol Pot. What you find on the one side is lies, fabrication and deceit requiring no evidence because they are the position of established power, which never requires any evidence. On the other side are apologies or responses that are largely a waste of time. In fact, any effort to respond to the lies is self-destructive because the response to the lies, elite power and the responsibility of intellectuals 155. And exposure of the lies simply proves you're an apologist for atrocities, within the framework of official doctrine, which also controls dissident thought to a notable extent. It's a no-win situation, since the agenda is determined by established power. I give this example to illustrate that even the most sophisticated elements of the peace movement are trapped by the indoctrination system and to a large extent follow its dictates, and that is another factor that leads to recrimination. In addition to that, there are just all sorts of power plays, personal, group, etc. Everybody who's been involved in the popular movements for years knows perfectly well that one or another sect has got their technique for trying to take control of any popular development that takes place. They're parasitic on it, and try to bring people in and mobilize them and bring them into their own organization or their own particular cult or whatever. This is all going to go on, and as long as they are no stable and healthy popular institutions you can anticipate that it will continue. DB, I remember you talking about the June 1982 peace demonstration in New York, where were initially involved and then you chose not to participate. That was a different story. It's true, I didn't participate in that. That was the demonstration that brought hundreds of thousands, maybe 1 million people to New York at the time of the UN disarmament sessions. This happened to have taken place about a week after the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. The Israeli invasion of Lebanon, apart from tearing the country up and destroying it, also happened, at that very point, to be bringing the world very close to global war. There were hotline communications. Israel had attacked Syria. Syria had not expected that attack. Even after the war began they thought Israel was going after Palestinians. Israel attacked Syria, which 156. Chronicles of Dissent. Was a Soviet ally. Russians were killed. The Russian fleet was in the Eastern Mediterranean and there was a real danger of global war since the United States was supporting the attack. You couldn't imagine a more urgent issue. The organizers of the demonstration decided to exclude it. That's part of the way in which the movements on the left protect Israel. They, as I saw it, thereby expressed their position that nuclear war is less important than protecting Israel from criticism. That was so outrageous that I personally decided not to even show up. That's a special thing. Again, it's a case in which the agenda established by external power determines to a very large extent what is thought and what is done, even in the dissident movements. DB. This is a very different question on the nature of failure and empiricist, a stentist working with objective material. You've discussed U.S. atrocities in Indochina in the 1960s and 1970s and atrocities in Central America in the 1900s. For example, you've written about soldiers who throw babies up in the air and then bayonet them. The question arises, many of these soldiers are fathers and brothers who have held babies in their arms. How could they be reduced to that? Also, as an addendum, you've said that individuals are not evil but that institutions are. Isn't that a cop-out? First of all, I very rarely talked about atrocities committed by soldiers. I've explained why. The reason is that soldiers, in a situation of conflict, are frightened. The options open to them are very few. They can be enraged. These are situations in which people can't use their normal human instincts. You can find a few sentences in which I've quoted things of this sort from human rights groups, but I don't harp on it and I almost never discuss it. To take one case, I was asked by the New York Review to write an article about the Malay incident when elite power and the responsibility of intellectuals 157. It broke, and I did write such an article, but I had about 3 sentences on Malay in which I pointed out exactly these things, that the actions carried out by half-crazed GLs in the field don't tell you very much. The much more serious question, I think, is how people who are subject to no threat, who are comfortable, educated, and if they don't know what's going on it's because of a conscious decision not to know what's going on, how such people can, in the quiet of their living rooms, tolerate and support and back horrifying atrocities, and plan them in their well-appointed offices. That's the real evil, far worse than what's done by soldiers in the field. As to how soldiers can do it, apart from the conditions of combat, which are never very pretty and are in fact life-threatening, apart from that, you're talking about young kids, teenagers, who in fact are easily indoctrinated and can be turned into killers. Take this example you mentioned. It happened to be the El Salvadoran army. This is an army which is press-ganged. It's not a drafted army. They're press-ganged from poor areas. You take kids from poor areas, give them guns, give them training, give them indoctrination, and you can turn them into professional killers. Imperial powers have been doing this for centuries, and we're doing it too. As regards the question of evil, we don't have to think of exotic examples. We can look at ourselves and ask the question about ourselves. You ask, is it a cop-out to say that it's a matter of institutions, not individuals? I don't think so. Individuals are certainly capable of evil. We don't have to look very far to see that. But individuals are capable of all sorts of things. Human nature has lots of ways of realizing itself. Humans have lots of capacities and options. Which ones reveal themselves depends to a large extent on the institutional structures. If we had institutions which permitted pathological killers free rein, they'd be running the place. The only way to survive would be to let those elements of your nature manifest themselves. 158. Chronicles of Dissent. If we have institutions which make greed the sole property of human beings and encourage pure greed at the expense of other human emotions and commitments, we're going to have a society based on greed, with all that follows. A different society might be organized in such a way that human feelings and emotions of other sorts, say solidarity, support, sympathy, become dominant. Their new 11 have different aspects of human nature and personality revealing themselves. DB, the/low has inspired and influenced you intellectually? There are too many people to mention. I could mention personal examples, but that would mean going back into personal history. The thing that inspires me most is exactly what inspired Rousseau, namely the sight of "I wish I could quote his words exactly half-naked savages, and other ordinary people, fighting for their liberty and independence with courage and integrity. That's more inspiring than the writings of the sages." DB, do you recognize or acknowledge the spiritual life, and is it a factor in who you are? By the spiritual life, do you mean the life of thought and reflection and literature, or the life of religion? It's a different question. DB, the spiritual dimension in terms of religion. Is that at all a factor? For me, it's not. I am a child of the Enlightenment. I think irrational belief is a dangerous phenomenon, and I try consciously to avoid irrational belief. On the other hand, I certainly recognize that it's a major phenomenon for people in general, and you can understand why it would be. It does, apparently, provide personal sustenance, but also bonds of association and solidarity and elite power and the responsibility of intellectuals. 159. A means for expressing elements of one's personality that are often very valuable elements. To many people it does that. In my view, there's nothing wrong with that. My view could be wrong, of course, but my position is that we should not succumb to irrational belief. DB, do you derive any strength from the Jewish tradition? I'm obviously very much part of it. I grew up deeply immersed in it and still feel that, but whether it's a source of strength I'd find it hard to say. I couldn't identify any way in which that's true. DB, the/low are some people today that you admire and that you learn from? There are too many such people. I can't say. Take my friend Ruben Zamora, for example, who is now with tremendous courage expressing his willingness to go back to the terror state that the United States has established in El Salvador, facing a high likelihood of assassination and trying to exploit some political opening for his basically left Christian Democrat commitment. I find that pretty inspiring, and I could think of numerous other examples. I know that's not the question you're asking, but I'm purposely evading it. I know there are people who have said smart things, which is fine. It's not hard to say smart things. DB, you're in great demand as a public speaker. You're booked into the 1990s. I traveled with you in Colorado and California during the last week of January 1988, and everywhere you went you drew appreciative and capacity audiences. Standing ovations were de rigueur. What do you attribute that to? As you know from having heard me speak, I'm not a particularly charismatic speaker, and if I had the capacity to do so I wouldn't use it. I'm really not interested in 160. Chronicles of Dissent. Persuading people, I don't want to, and I try to make this point obvious. What I'd like to do is help people persuade themselves. I tell them what I think, and obviously I hope they will now persuade themselves that that's true, but I'd rather have them persuade themselves of what they think is true. I think there are a lot of analytic perspectives, just straight information, that people are not presented with. The only thing I would like to be able to contribute is that I think by and large audiences recognize that. I think the reason people come is because that's what they want to hear. There are many people around the country, all sorts of people, who feel that they simply do not have access to an awful lot of information, analysis, interpretation, that is relevant to understanding the world, and I think it's a very healthy reaction to try to gain such access. DB, I noticed a very different Noam Chomsky when you were speaking about linguistics and philosophy. You were much more relaxed, you were into humor. Clearly when you were talking about political and social issues in the other talks it affects you. You can't talk about the tremendous suffering that we're inflicting upon people without having a good deal of emotion, either under control or actually expressed. I try to keep it under control, but it's certainly there. DB, you have a singular position in the intellectual life of the country today, whether you like it or not, it's there. You're a life preserver for our many people, organizations, bookstores, and community radio stations. People depend upon you for information and analysis. You're a kind of intellectual axis mundi. Is that a burden? First of all, let me say that to the extent that that's true, it's not a particular comment about me. It's a comment about the intellectual class in general, which has simply abandoned this responsibility of honest inquiry. Elite power and the responsibility of intellectuals 161. And some degree of public service in favor of the pursuit of privilege and power and subordination to external power. To an overwhelming extent that's true. To put it as simple as possible, there just aren't enough speakers available. If a group around the country wants a speaker on such and such a topic, there are very few people they can turn to. The few people who do this are under incredible demands. That's a comment about the intellectual classes, including the left, which does not provide this kind of service to ordinary people, or only to a very limited extent. Any group around the country who tries to get speakers is aware of this. Is it a burden? It's both a burden and a kind of privilege. A burden in the sense that there are 24 hours in a day and only so many things you can do, so obviously it's a burden, but it's certainly one that I would choose and do choose. DB, in response to questions about your prodigious work productivity, you say you are a fanatic. Do you like that about yourself? I neither like it nor dislike it. I recognize it. It does require a degree of fanaticism even to be able to break out of the constant drumbeat of ideology and indoctrination and to gain the relevant information and organize it. Even that limited commitment requires a degree of fanaticism, and to pursue it beyond that, the constant travel, speaking, etc., sure, that's another form of fanaticism. DB, where do you see yourself and your work? In these areas, as far as I'm aware, I know what I'm trying to do. Others can judge how well it's done. What I'm trying to do is simply provide the kind of service to popular dissident movements and scattered individuals that any person who has the resources, the privilege, the training, etc. should perform, nothing beyond that. State Economic Planning. December 13, 1989, KGNU Radio Call-In Interview. DB, I'd like to ask you a few questions and then open it up to our listeners. The post-war U.S. economy has been structured on what you call alternatively the Pentagon system or military Keynesianism, that is, a state subsidy of high technology industry. In light of the U.S.FL.LS. Sarah Proshman, what moves, if any, do you see the state and corporate managers of the U.S. economy taking to preserve their power and privilege? I think they are concerned about it. You can read in the Wall Street Journal, for example, articles with headlines like "Unsettling Spectre of Peace Concerns U.S. Analysts." And rightly so. This has been the major technique of state-industrial management since about 1950. The technique by which the government policy essentially compels the public to subsidize research and development for high-technology industry. But also, beyond that, for the pharmaceutical companies and others. There's no obvious alternative available. For the moment, there is a kind of leveling of military expenditure. Actually, this year's military budget was the biggest ever. It's supposed to level off at about that for a while. For the foreseeable future, they're talking about cutbacks, but if you look, they're really not cutbacks, they're just a lack of projected expansion. Even those modifications are generally going to hit outlays. They'll even cut down the force level, for example, while keeping the procurement level the same. For the moment, at least, the plans are to maintain those parts of the military system which do in effect feed into advanced industry. There are some very serious problems coming up. the Reagan administration, which pushed this state intervention in the 163. 164. Chronicles of Dissent. Economy well beyond the norm, also in the last year or so began to organize Pentagon-based consortia. Semitesh is the main one. In order to keep the semiconductor industry viable, Silicon Valley, etc., there is no clear alternative on the horizon to more public funding, meaning in our system through the Pentagon. Yesterday, there was some testimony in Congress by former Secretary of Defense McNamara and others calling for a very substantial military cutback. McNamara proposed about 50%, arguing strictly on military grounds and doubtless on military grounds what he said was even highly conservative. But as far as I can see from the papers, he didn't address these problems, which are the central ones. DB. You've said that if there were going to be a move toward conversion, that is, getting away from the Pentagon system, that it's going to involve something like a social revolution. It's hard to conceive of how it could be done. It's true that other industrial democracies do it. Germany and Japan, for example, have a much lower percentage of military expenditures and have devised other ways for government coordination and subsidy for the industrial system. DB, MIT, ! For example, in Japan is the state consortium that organizes the economy. Yes. In Japan, MITI, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, serves as a kind of coordinating agency. The Japanese economy is very differently structured. There are big financial industrial conglomerates and through the coordination of MITI they lay out the planning, distribute investments, etc. for the forthcoming period. That gives a pretty high level of planning. The culture is quite different. The population is very docile and they basically do what they're told. It's straightforward. State economic planning. 165. For the Japanese government and industry simply to say, look, here's the level of consumption for next year and here are the prices. I don't think that would wash in the United States. The population is too independent. DB, have you noticed any utility or traces or ads in this to this Japan? I have, and that's why I'm asking you. You see it in cartoons and editorials and in a new Hollywood film out called Black Rain. There are comments such as, the Japanese work too hard, they save too much, they have unfair trade practices, etc. Of course there's a lot of that, and there's a good deal of concern about Japan. It's true that their level of saving is far higher. The quality of their goods is much better. They're buying in very heavily into central sectors of the American economy right now. For the first time there's major Japanese investment in the U.S. high-tech industry, which is one of the last things that still functions around here, mainly through Pentagon facilitation. More visible than that is buying Columbia Pictures and Rockefeller Center, but picking up the leading sectors of the high-tech industry is much more significant in the long run. The Japanese soon will be in a position to constrain U.S. military expenditures, since they control a good deal of the advanced technology that's required for fancy military production, and some Japanese have actually threatened it. DB, in your view, have the media played their traditional role of obscuring reality from the American public? In this case, the fact that the Pentagon system of economics in the United States has seriously eroded and corroded this country's ability to manufacture consumer goods. That certainly hasn't been a very big topic. I doubt whether you'll see an article about it. It's a mixed story. Without the Pentagon system, we'd need some other system of state capitalist industrial management. The fact of 166. Chronicles of Dissent. The matter is that although there's a lot of talk about capitalism and free enterprise and free markets, no one who's actually involved in the business world believes a word of it. It's fine for after-dinner speeches and editorials, but when push comes to shove, The sectors of the economy that work and the industrial economies that are successful are those that have a substantial state coordinating and subsidizing component. The same businessman who will make a passionate speech about free trade in an after-dinner speech will also go off to Washington and make sure that the subsidies keep FL.owing. The question is what alternative system is going to be set up. DB, do you have something in mind? That's where I think there ought to be social revolution. It seems to me that these decisions should not be made by business and the representatives of business who we call government. These should be popular decisions. They should be made beginning from the plant floor and from the community, and that would mean social control over investment. That's a social revolution. DB, that leads into my next question. Do you think the outbreak of popular democracy in Eastern Europe might be viewed with some trepidation by U.S. elites? What if it were to spread to this country? As you notice, they're really dragging their feet for all kinds of reasons. For one thing, popular movements are always frightening, even when they're overthrowing some enemy, because there's a spreading effect. It's not the kind of thing that ought to happen. It leads to these crises of democracy that elites are always worried about. There is a possible contagious effect. Also, it's bringing about changes in Europe that US elites are pretty wary about. Western Europe is moving towards greater integration and also greater independence, and it's looking to state economic planning. 167. Restore what are in effect quasi-colonial relations with the East. Japan probably has the same idea with regard to exploitation of Siberia. That kind of integration of the Eurasian economies, with a large part of the Kuwait and Soviet bloc becoming a kind of third world to be exploited by Europe and Japan, would turn the United States into a second-class actor on the world scene. The United States is very concerned to make sure that the blocs are maintained, the Warsaw Pact, NATO. NATO functions to keep US influence in Europe and a degree of control, and in fact the confrontation makes Europe to some extent reliant on the United States. The United States has been trying to block East-West trade and has been pretty isolated in that. In general, there's a good deal of conflict brewing. DB. It seems that so much of at least the promotion of the Pentagon system within the United States is predicated on the evil empire or some kind of enemy. The Russians are coming, the terrorists are coming, the Libyans, the Nicaraguans. Right now it's their drug lords. The /low is going to be the enemy to fuel this system. I think it's going to be very hard with the Russian threat becoming less and less credible. There was always a tremendous amount of exaggeration and hype about the Russian threat, but at least there was some substance behind it. It was, after all, an evil empire. That wasn't false. It was brutal and it had missiles and it did ugly things. That had very little relation to any of the alleged threats to us, but that much was real. There was an attempt in the 1980s to find substitutes, international terrorism, crazed Arabs running around trying to kill us. Don't forget that that had a degree of success, enough to just about kill the tourist industry in Europe in 1986 because Americans were afraid to go to Europe because of Libyans, who went there. Right now, in this last fall, there was an effort to 168. Chronicles of Dissent. Manufacture hysteria about a drug war which was supposed to take the place of the evil empire. These things have a short lifespan. They work for a while, but it's very hard to keep them up. I don't think it's going to be so easy to find a credible enemy. Maybe it'll be the Japanese. DB. Joel Brinkley, in the New York Times of Sunday, December 10, 1989, in a long article on the Intifada, begins his piece with 24 months into the revolt. Many Palestinians are beginning to lose their buoyant mood. My question to you is, what kind of measures are the Israeli military authorities taking that might be contributing to a lessening of Palestinian buoyancy? There is, first of all, an increase in violence. They're shooting much more freely. Casualties are going up. Killings of children are going up. The constraints on use of live ammunition are being reduced. But that's the least of it. What they're actually doing is extending over the territories I think the world's most extensive system of totalitarian control. The worst thing that's going on right now is arbitrary acts. There's what's called, for example, the invisible transfer. In the last couple of months, hundreds of people, almost all women and young children, have been forcibly expelled from their villages and sent across to Jordan. The troops come in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning. Helicopters come into the village, using collaborators, and go into particular homes, wake the family up with loudspeakers, call for all the men to go into the village square and congregate. Then the troops come in, tell the women you've got 5 minutes to pack up with your children and get on a taxi which you're going to pay for and go to the Jordan River, where you will pay for travel across the bridge. If you don't do it, we'll do it for you. We'll stick the kid in the cab and send him. When the man comes back, their families are gone. There's a lot of things like that, either humiliation or arbitrary acts of punishment or control of every aspect of life. State economic planning. 169. Right now, for example, they're reviving the old village leagues. That was an attempt made in 1982 to control the population through networks of corrupt collaborators called village leagues, local people. Most typically local populations are controlled by local collaborators. That's the way South Africa ran the black ghettos. In fact, it's the way the Nazis ran the Warsaw Ghetto. The village leagues didn't work at the time, but now they're trying to reinstitute them. It will mean that a number of corrupt officials collaborating with the Israelis will have control over every aspect of life. If you want a driver's license, if you want to cross the street, if you want to get married, you pay these guys off. All in all, there's a network of very tight controls, arbitrary harassment, daily humiliation, severe punishments, beatings, a whole network of actions to make the population understand that life is going to be totally unlivable unless they completely submit to Israeli authority and, as the expression goes, don't raise their heads. DB, you cover some of these issues in your January 1990 article in Z magazine entitled The Art of Evasion, Diplomacy in the Middle East. I was wondering if you could talk about the non-violent tax resistance campaign that was going on in the West Bank Palestinian town of Beitshaya, particularly upon one meant that you neared to me a couple of weeks ago that the American peace movement really failed on this one. This was a completely non-violent protest in a Christian town on the West Bank, by West Bank standards a relatively well-off town. The protest was a tax resistance protest. Refusal to pay taxes, which is a very legitimate act. The taxes are not used for the benefit of the local population. They're extortion, really, and are used for imprisoning them more effectively. They refuse to pay their taxes. Yitzhak Rabin, the defense cell /Finister, stated very clearly that they're going to be severely punished for. 170. Chronicles of Dissent. The town was placed under curfew. There were lots of arbitrary arrests and beatings. It ended up with confiscation of most of the property in the town, the robbery of most of the property in the town. They were very steadfast about it. They kept at it and they're still keeping at it. To get back to the point you raised, there is a non-violent movement in the United States which exhorts people to undertake non-violent resistance and talks and lauds non-violent resistance. People who talk about non-violent resistance can be taken seriously, as the more serious advocates of non-violence have pointed out, A.J. Must and others, if they don't just talk but if they in fact put themselves on the line, participate as best they can in supporting ongoing non-violent resistance. Non-violent resistance activities cannot succeed against an enemy that is able freely to use violence. That's pretty obvious. You can't have non-violent resistance against the Nazis in a concentration camp, to take an extreme case, but the same holds generally. Non-violent resistance can succeed if there's erosion of the capacity to oppress, and that means participation within the camp of the oppressor. We are directly involved in all of this. The United States funds it, pays for it, encourages it. There was no reaction here that I noticed. No detectable reaction in support of these non-violent resistance activities. This has been true for many years. Long before the Intifada there were efforts at non-violent resistance on the West Bank which were simply crushed by force. Merchant strikes, for example. When merchants struck in protest against the occupation, the Israeli army would just come in and weld their shops closed or break in and force them to open or take them out and 8.L test them. Naturally, that breaks up any act of non-violent resistance. Since there was no reaction here and essentially no reaction in Israel, the oppression could continue. That tells us that the call upon people to resort to non-violent means is not being made seriously. Maybe it's there. State Economic Blainin NG 171. Right thing to do, or maybe it isn't the right thing to do. But you can't take seriously people who call on others to carry out non-violent resistance but who don't participate to help them when they do it. DB, in your article you state that the Baker Plan is the Shamir Plan. Actually the Shamir-Peres Plan, because the two parties in Israel, contrary to what's reported here, are in consensus agreement. There's basically no difference between them on these issues. DB. Is there any room for Palestinian representation within that formula? No. They're very explicit about it. As far as I'm aware, the terms of the Baker-Shamir-Peres plan have never even been published here, at least anywhere near the mainstream, which is kind of interesting, since this is the only proposal on the table as far as the US government is concerned and as far as the US media are concerned. So here's the only proposal on the table, as they constantly drum into us, and they don't tell us what it is. The Baker-Shamir-Peres plan begins with what are called its basic premises, which are three. First, that there can be no additional Palestinian state between Israel and Jordan. The point is, both parties in Israel will assert there already is a Palestinian state, namely Jordan. If the Palestinians and the Jordanians don't agree, that's their problem, but Israel has determined that Jordan already is a Palestinian state and there can't be another one. That means that there's no issue of Palestinian self-determination. They've already got it. There can't be another one. That's the first premise. The second premise is that there can be no negotiations with the PLO, which Israel agrees is the representative for the Palestinians in the territories. The reason. 172. Chronicles of Dissent. Why there can be no negotiations with the PLO has been made very clear and explicit. Prime Minister Shamir a couple of days ago said in the Knesset that he was willing to talk to Satan but not to the PLO. The reason is not that the PLO is a terrorist organization, he went on, but because if you talk to the PLO you're talking about a Palestinian state, and that we will never accept. So point number 2 in the basic premise is no negotiations with the political representatives of the Palestinians, the reason being that it would involve the question of a Palestinian state. The third basic premise is that there will be no change in the status of Gaza, Samaria and Judea, the occupied territories, except in accord with the guidelines of the government, and those guidelines exclude the possibility of Palestinian self-determination. Those are the basic premises of the agreement. Then it goes on about the modalities for reaching this result. That's not a serious proposal, which is why the United States is alone in the world in supporting it. The Times itself has pointed out that there's no other country apart from the United States which has endorsed this plan. But in this respect I should say that the subservience of the media is mind-boggling. Take the New York Times. They've never reported the terms of this plan. They've said, look, This is the only plan there is, there's nothing else on the table. They have pointed out explicitly that there isn't another country in the world that supports it outside the United States. But just yesterday, there was an article in the New York Times headline Soviets trying to become team player in Mid-East. They're trying to become a team player. What does that mean? They've moved away from their support for radical positions in their policy of confrontation with the United States, and they now want to join with the United States. So to become a team player means to join with the United States off the spectrum of world opinion. State Economic Planning 173. What were those radical positions that the Soviet Union was previously advocating? They were advocating a two-state settlement like just about everyone else in the world. You can't imagine what's in the minds of people who could write this sort of thing. They say that the United States is totally isolated, but the Soviets are trying to become a team player by joining with us. In other words, if the world isn't on our side, the world's just wrong. And we're the team, even if the whole world's on the other side. DB, as you so often have pointed out, the peace process is by definition anything that the United States proposes. That is the way it works. But I must say that it's kind of astonishing to see the extreme levels of self-delusion and deception that are reached in a highly ideological society like ours. People can read that headline, Soviets trying to become team player in Mid-East, to join us in opposition to the rest of the world, and not laugh. DB, let's talk about Central America. The Central American presidents in Costa Rica on December 12, 1989 issued a declaration in which they said, among other things, that they expressed their decisive support of Salvadoran President Alfredo Cristiani and his government as a faithful demonstration of the unvarying policy of supporting governments that are the product of democratic, pluralistic and participatory processes. And they energetically demand that the FMI publicly renounce all types of violent actions that may directly or indirectly affect the civilian population. I'm interested to know why Daniel Ortega would sign such an agreement. His back's against the wall. They're desperate to try to get the rooted states to live up to the earlier agreements on disbanding the Contras, and apparently they're willing to sign anything. This is a great victory for the United States, this accord yesterday. The only explicit 174 Chronicles of Dissent thing that's said in the agreement is that the United States must immediately stop any kind of funding for the Contras and must send funds through the United Nations, but of course everyone understands that the United States will disregard that, because the United States doesn't obey any international laws or agreements. That's a given. So though that's there, it's completely meaningless. Washington has already announced that it's meaningless. So we can put that aside. However, the reason why it's a major victory for the United States is that for years the United States has been trying to draw a parallel between the FMLN guerrillas and the Contras. The parallel is ludicrous on the face of it. The FMLN is an indigenous guerrilla force consisting mainly of people who were driven to the hills by U.S. organized terror. They fight within their own country with essentially nothing in the way of support. The Contras, on the other hand, are a foreign organized mercenary army constructed by the United States, the superpower that runs the region, based in a foreign country, provided with armaments at a level that goes beyond that of many Latin American armies, unheard of by any guerrilla force. They have no political program. They don't even have the remotest resemblance to guerrillas. So for the United States to establish that parallel, the parallel has been regarded as ridiculous over the years. But through the unremitting use of violence and terror, the United States has succeeded in establishing that parallel, and it has also succeeded in establishing the legitimacy of this murderous terror state which its own population doesn't regard as having anything to do with democracy. El Salvador has polls. They're never published here because they have the wrong results, But over the years when the United States was raving about Salvadoran democracy, the polls were showing that about 10% of the population saw a democratic process in operation. The point is, nobody can look at that given. State economic planning. 175. Meant the conditions under which it was elected and say the word democracy without shuddering. But the United States, used by virtue of its monopoly over the means of violence and teeter, has succeeded in establishing its conditions. And of course the requirements in the Accords that the United States is supposed to live up to are immediately recognized as meaningless because the United States doesn't live up to agreements. DB, given what you have just said, and also in light of the rather astonishing and sustained FMLN attack in November and early December of 1989 in the capital city of San Salvador, how are the media in the US and the political leadership going to persuade the American public that on the one hand you have this parallel of the struggling, budding democracy in El Salvador versus this horrible dictatorship in Nicaragua? How are they going to convince them? I think it's been done already. It's been done years ago. There's been virtual unanimity in the US media. This goes back to the early 1980s that El Salvador is a fledgling democracy and that Nicaragua is a totalitarian state that never had an election. Here the American media are basically anonymous. As you know, I've done a lot of detailed analysis of this, and departures from this party line are at the level of statistical error. In these matters, the United States is as uniform as the best organized totalitarian state. DB, we're going to go to some phone calls now. Caller, my question is this: given everything that's going on, the total lack of responsiveness of the US government to Central America, to the Middle East, to our own domestic problems as well, and given that these are both Democratic and Republicans doing it, that those that fund the death squads in El Salvador and the brutality on the West Bank, that's done with votes from their Democratic Party, it seems to me that we really do need some kind of fast social, if not revolution, then a very fast evolution. My question. 176. Chronicles of Dissent. Is how to build it. It seems to me that whatever we do has to end up going through the political arena. I don't want to make this a forced choice. If we'll see a third way, I'd like to hear it. It seems to me that we've really got a choice of either working within the Democratic Party or of trying what you could call either a third party or truly a second party. Both of those ways have been tried in the past and neither has succeeded. Do you have any comment on which of these two ways is more likely to succeed? I think it is a kind of forced choice. The fact is that I have nothing against working through a two-party system if one existed. The point is that political parties don't grow out of the social vacuum. They reflect the social reality. The social reality in the United States is that this is a business-run society. Those who control investment decisions and control resources also overwhelmingly control the political system. We don't have a two-party system in the United States. We have a one-party system, and we've had it through most of American history. That one party consists of two shifting factions of the business party, the property party, as C. Wright Mills called it. That's why, as you said, the parties basically agree, because they represent the same social sectors. They represent those who fund them. They represent the interests of owners, managers, relatively privileged sectors, etc. There are exceptions to this, but again, it's kind of around the margin.ns. There's very little political participation in the United States. Incumbents in Congress almost always win. In the last election, I think it was something like 98% incumbency, which is less turnover than there was in the Politburo in the pre-Gorbachev period, which means that there's really no issues coming up. People aren't shifting around because they reflect different sectors of the population or different issues. In presidential elections, nobody even pretends that there are any issues. In the 1988 election, the only question was could you caucus? State economic planning. 177. Figure out a way to duck the mud being thrown at him by Lee Atwater. That was the issue in the 1988 election. In earlier elections the issue was could Ronald Reagan remember the lines that he was told to read. But issues don't arise. And when they do, the population doesn't care about them. So to talk about operating within the political system is a little misleading. We don't have a political system, except rather marginally. If I could reframe your question, how can we create a functioning political system? That means, how can we create the social background out of which political issues can arise and the population can become actively involved in formulating political positions, in putting them on the agenda, clarifying them, determining which ones they want and which ones they don't want, and then struggling for them. That would be a social revolution. Then you could do it through the present formal system. That's the kind of change that's required. That doesn't happen here because there just aren't ways for people to get together at a sufficient level to enter into this process. Maybe you can do it in local elections in Boulder because the scale is small enough so that it can be done. But to do it on a large community level or the state level or the national level requires organization and resources. In many industrial democracies it's done through the unions, but the United States basically doesn't have unions. We have a very class-conscious booziness class, and that's it. That's where class consciousness ends. They've seen to it that unions are very weak, and even when they functioned, except for a brief period, they were basically business unions. It's hard to remember now that there was a bitter decade-long struggle with a lot of heroism and a tremendous resistance and dedication to try to achieve a 40-hour week. The 40-hour week lasted a couple of years after it was achieved. By now it's an idle dream. For families now it's more like a 100-hour week, because one wage earner. 178. Chronicles of Dissent. Isn't enough for the family to survive. But workers don't expect to work a 40-hour week. The achievements of the union movement, which were not unreal, are being very rapidly eroded. There's been a steady decline in real wages in the United States since 1973. That's absolutely without any historical precedent. It's in part because of the success of business classes and the class warfare, destroying any organized resistance. That's just one major aspect of the depoliticization of the society. The formal democratic system looks good on paper. I don't think that paper reforms are very important. The question is, does it function? The answer is, it functions as a reflection of the social reality, but that social reality happens to marginalize from decision-making all but a very small sector of highly privileged parts of the population. Caller, it seems that, Professor Chomsky, you are merely a critic of society and you don't have a definite program or political alternative or system that you are clearly advocating. In what you write and what you say you give only the barest and vaguest solutions. You talk vaguely of fast social revolution or something of this nature, but you don't say concretely what you believe in. Another point I'd like to ask you about is the Pentagon budget, which is only about 6% of the GNP, and military procurement is only 2% or 3% of the GNP. If we think that exists to benefit high-tech industries, it seems like it would make no sense for the government to directly fund high-tech industries if they wanted to do that. Probably the public would be even more supportive of it, like they are in Japan. Number 3. I've heard you criticize and go on and on about what you dislike about the United States political and economic system. Is there anything that you have ever said, or could you say something now, about the US political and economic system that you approve of, that you think is an achievement, a success? I like to hear if you can say anything positive about the politics and economics of this country. State economic planning. 179. On the first point, You say I haven't written about what I believe is an alternative. That's just not true. I've written a lot about it. You probably haven't read it, but then it's not easily accessible. I've written quite a lot about what I think a libertarian society should look like and what it would mean to take the radical democratic ideals of the Enlightenment, for example, and translate them into a form in which they would apply to a modern industrial society. I could go on to describe it. 11.1 Be glad to give you references, but point number 1 is just not true. Point number 2. The figures about percentage of GNP are almost totally meaningless. The point is that the corporate managers in advanced industry, this is true of electronics, computers, pharmaceuticals, etc., expect that the government, meaning the public, will pick up the costly parts of the production process, the parts that are not profitable research and development. That's got to be paid for by the public. Furthermore, the public, through the Pentagon, provides a state-guaranteed market, which is available for waste production if commercial markets don't work. That is a gift to the corporate managers. It's a cushion for planning. When something can be sold on the market, you sell it. If not, the public purchases it and destroys it. Furthermore, the public pays the cost while the corporation makes the profit. If you take a look at particular industries, you can see how this works. Take, say, the computer industry, the core of the modern industrial economy. I'm kind of smoothing the edges here, but the story is essentially accurate. You can put in 10th order effect, if you like. In the 1950s, computers were not marketable, so the public paid 100% of the cost of research, development and production through the Pentagon. By the 1960s, they were beginning to be marketable in the commercial market, so the public participation declined to about 50%. The idea is that the public pays the costs, the corporations make the profits. Public subsidy, private profit, that's what we call 180. Chronicles of Dissent. Free enterprise. By the 1980s, there were very substantial new expenditures required for advances in fifth-generation computers and new fancy parallel processing systems, etc. So the public's share in the costs went up very substantially through Star Wars and the Pentagon, etc. That's the way it works. Percentage of GNP doesn't tell you anything relevant to this process. As to why the government doesn't just come to the population and play it the Japanese way, the answer is, in my view, and this has been the answer that business has given, and I think they're right, that the public here wouldn't tolerate it. This is not a docile, submissive population like Japan. You can't come to the population here and tell them, look, next year you're going to cut back on your consumption by this amount so that IBM can make more profits, and then maybe 10 years from now your son or your daughter will get a job. That wouldn't Washington. What you tell people here is, the Russians are coming, so we better send up a lot of missiles into space, and maybe out of that will come something useful for IBM, and then maybe your son will get a job in 10 years. Those last parts you don't bother saying. Caller, who are you quoting? Are you quoting some analyst in the military or what? What I'm saying is what politicians in the United States say. Caller, I've never heard them say that. You've never heard a politician in the United States say, the Russians are coming, we have to have more missiles? Caller, I never heard them say that we need it because we have to jump some high-tech industries. State economic planning. 181. You didn't hear what I just said. I said that the last two sentences I added were not what is publicly said. How you do it in the United States is you say, look, we've got to defend ourselves, we need Star Wars, we need the Pentagon system, and the effect of that is to achieve what I just described with regard to the computer industry, or the semiconductor industry, or whatever. That is because this is a relatively free society. If politicians were to approach the public telling them, look, we've decided that next year you're going to cut back on your consumption so that IBM will make more profit, the reaction in the United States would be a healthy reaction. Who are you to tell me to cut back so that IBM will make more profit? If it's going to be a social decision of that kind, I want to take part in it. And that's precisely why business does not want to be put in those terms. They do not want social policy, which is going to organize people to become involved in making decisions over investment. This issue has come up over the years, many times, in the business press. Go back to the 1940s. It was recognized, as any economist will tell you, that you can get the same priming effect for industry, maybe even more efficient, through other forms of government intervention besides military production. Caller, right. That's my point. Sure, you can do that, but it's irrelevant, and business understands exactly why it's irrelevant. You can read editorials in Business Week going back to the late 1940s where they point out there are two techniques. One technique is the military system, the other technique would be social spending, infrastructure development, hospitals, services, etc. or useful production. But the latter is no good. It will work from a technical, economic point of view, but it has all sorts of unwelcome side effects. For example, it tends to organize public constituencies. If the govern 182 Chronicles of Dissent meant gets involved in carrying out activities that affect the public existence directly, people will want to get involved in it. Caller, Professor Chomsky, it's a pleasure to ask you these questions. I'm from Canada, where your books are obtainable in virtually every bookstore. Your last book, Necessary Illusions, is on a paperback non-fiction bestseller list. I don't see the same availability of your thoughts in America. That's the first question. Middle.me is that? The second question is, do you have any comment on the elite media coverage of the situation in El Salvador regarding their killing of 6 Jesuit priests? The third question is, regarding the Middle East, a comment that I'm hearing again and again from people like Martin Peretz, of the New Republic, and others regarding the Palestinians is that these are Muslims, they're tribal savages, they are pro-enlightenment, and they pose a threat to Israel. Israel is a democracy. Should we consider allowing another dagger to be pointed at Israel's existence? I'd appreciate your comments on those 3 questions. As for the availability of books, your description is correct, but that's only one part of it. For example, this book that you mentioned was based on lectures that were delivered over Canadian Broadcasting Corporation on problems of thought control in industrial societies. It would be next to impossible for anything comparable to happen in the United States on any major public outlet. The United States is different from most other societies in that respect. Most industrial societies, even ones that are very much like us, have a good deal more openness on their public media to dissident opinion. There are a lot of reasons for that. The previous caller had asked whether I had ever said anything nice about the United States. The answer is, very often. One of the things that's extremely nice about the United States is the degree of freedom that it has. It is a free society, much more so than any other, and state economic planning. 183. That very freedom has led to problems. If you can't control people by force, you have to figure out other ways to control them. Corresponding to American freedom, which is unusual, are very highly sophisticated measures of ensuring that that freedom doesn't work, and one of them is the one that you're describing. A whole wire of devices have been developed to ensure that dissident opinion just isn't heard, although it isn't suppressed either, given American freedoms. So what you're describing is true, and I could elaborate the way it works if you like. With regard to the second point, the coverage of the murder of the priests, The murder of the priests was considered underscore an outrageous act here, and that particular action was covered reasonably well. It's always considered a mistake for a friendly government to commit atrocities. Essentially in front of television cameras. They should commit them when nobody's looking, and killing of priests, obviously by the military, is bad news. Therefore, there was some coverage of it. But the coverage will decline, and under U.S. pressure there may be a decision made. If the government of El Salvador is smart, they'll find some scapegoat, a lieutenant, and put him on trial and then put him away in some country house somewhere for the crime. But the chances that they'll go after the authorities who are responsible, say, the higher officers of the 1st Brigade, that's very unlikely. It's even more unlikely that the American press will point out what that means. What does it mean, for example, that the one witness had to be spirited out of the country to the United States so that she could survive? What does that tell us about the democratic society we are supporting if the one witness to the murder of 6 priests can't be kept in the country because she'll be murdered? Exactly what does that tell you? It's clear what it tells you, but that wasn't the lesson that was drawn from it in the editorials. So the event itself was covered, and after that the cover-up begins, and it will be continuing. 184. Chronicles of Dissent. On the matter of the Palestinians, I'm sure that what you heard is what many people say, and the only thing that I can respond to, apart from the false statements, is the level of precision one it reflects. That reflects the assumption that there are human beings, the Jews, the Israelis, who are human beings and have rights, and then there are these strange animals, the indigenous population, who aren't human beings and who don't have rights, and what right do those animals have to threaten the human beings? That's not something that's unique in European or American history. It was attitudes like that that made it possible for those who conquered the United States, the European settlers, to basically wipe out the indigenous population, who, as George Washington once put it, were not really humans, they were just wolves who looked like men. As long as that's true, you can do anything you like to them. I think those are the attitudes that you're reflecting, the same attitudes expressed by the worst sectors of white South Africans. There's no arguing with those positions, any more than you could argue with a Nazi who told you that the Jews weren't human. Caller, I have a couple of questions about Eastern Europe. The first one is, are you concerned about some of the forces that may be unleashed, especially nationalism, with the recent democracy movements? Secondly, do you see any downside or any unanticipated consequences to German reunification? I think both of those are very serious concerns. The Soviet Empire, ugly and tyrannical as it was, did keep the lid on some extremely ugly manifestations. Eastern European nationalism has its very unpleasant aspects, to put it mildly. This is not something unique to Eastern Europe. It's been true all over the world. The history of Western Europe consists of centuries of murderous, barbarous violence while one ethnic group dedicated their existence to destroying some other one. That continued up until State Economic Planning. 185. 1945. The only reason it stopped then was because the next step would have been to destroy the world. So the establishment of the state system in Europe, which is basically the imposition of a certain formal political system on a network of rival groups who often bitterly hate one another, was a bloody, murderous process. The process hasn't been consummated in the East. As the Russian imperial system begins to erode, it's going to be rearing its head, and it could be an extremely ugly one. We've already seen that in Armenia, Azerbaijan, and we 11 see that elsewhere. So yes, I think you're quite right in pointing to that as a very serious problem. It's similar in some respects to what happened when the Ottoman Empire was removed from large parts of Western Asia. The Ottoman Empire was a pretty ugly affair, but it did reflect the realities of the region in a way in which the European imposed state system does not. So it did allow some degree of local community control, and it didn't impose sharp borders. You could travel from one end of the Ottoman Empire to the other without passing through customs Theras and Tropos. The European imposed state system didn't correspond to the realities of the region at all, and it's been a violent and brutal affair. The same in Africa. The same everywhere. Chances are that will happen in Eastern Europe. With regard to German unification, that's something that worries everybody. A Frenchman quipped that he loves Germany, loves it so much that he's glad there are two of them. The history of Germany is not so pretty, and a reunified Germany frightens a lot of people. The story of German partition is a pretty complicated one. Right. After the war, the United States and Britain were influential. Whether they were decisive you could argue, but they were certainly influential in bringing about partition in the first place. The reason was that there was concern about a unified labor movement in Germany, and influences from the Eastern Zone, primarily ideological influences, which would strengthen socialist will. 186. Chronicles of Dissent. Meant working-class elements in Western Germany and undermined the British and American project of restoring the old conservative order. That's why people like George Kennan, early on, in 1946, called for walling off West Germany from the Eastern Zone, that was Kennan's phrase, and stopping what the British Foreign Office called Russian political aggression, meaning ideological and political influences from the East. That is one factor in the partition of Germany. In 1952, Stalin made an interesting offer. We don't know if it was serious or not, because it was immediately rejected, calling for reunification of Germany under four-power control with free elections, the only condition being that a reunified Germany not join a hostile Western military alliance. Any Russian leader, no matter who it is going to insist upon that, for obvious historical reasons. The United States rebuffed that out of hand. In fact, it was barely reported, just dismissed, so we don't know if he was serious. The United States much preferred a Europe split into two military pacts, NATO, which was being established at the time, and the Warsaw Pact, which came a couple of years later. There have been several others and proposals of this kind over the years, always rejected. Right now you 11 notice that the United States is still very ambivalent about it. If you read James Baker's speech in Berlin, which appears in today's papers, you 11 notice he was all effusive about democracy in Europe, reunification of Germany, etc. But the bottom line was the same. A reunified Germany has to be part of NATO, he said, meaning it has to be part of a Western military alliance in which the United States will dominate. It's highly unlikely that any Soviet leadership or any East European public would accept that, given the history. It's not so likely that the rest of the West would accept it either, but that's the bottom line. So far, at least, we have not been willing to conceive of the possibility of a neutralized Germany, and that's the only sane possibility for unification. U.S. intervention and the demise of the Soviet threat. February 1st, 1990. DB. Let's talk about what Henry Stimson called our little region over here, which has never bothered anybody, Central America, Latin America. You trace the origins of the crisis in Central America to the Alliance for Progress, Kennedy's program in the early 1960s, and you term it as one of the most fateful decisions in modern history. Was the Alliance for Progress so pivotal? I wouldn't quite trace it to that. I think the Alliance for Progress intensified a system of exploitation and oppression that had been in existence for a long period. If the Alliance for Progress hadn't happened, things wouldn't be much different. It simply accelerated a process that was ongoing. The Alliance for Progress was only part of the Kennedy program. That was the Carter part. The stick part was the shift of the mission of the Latin American military, which is essentially dominated by the United States, a shift in their mission from hemispheric defense to internal security. The Eisenhower administration had toyed with that idea but hadn't been able to put it through. The Kennedy administration did in 1962, right after the failure of the Bay of Pigs. Internal security means essentially war against your own population. It was understood by the Kennedy administration that the programs that they were instituting, the classical programs that the United States had supported, would require an ultimate reliance on force. They were not going to be acceptable to the general population. The alliance imposed a certain development. 187. 188. Chronicles of Dissent. Model. But it was development essentially oriented towards the needs of U.S. investors. It came to solidify and entrench and extend the already existing agro-export model, which is a strong inducement to Latin Americans to produce for export and to cut back on subsistence crops. So for example, that means produce beef for export to American markets instead of crops for local consumption. The idea in general is to turn Latin America, Central America in particular, into an area which will serve the function of providing resources and markets and cheap labor and other third-world amenities to primarily U.S. investors. That's a classic position. The Alliance for Progress gave it a new form and a push forward. Where the population doesn't accept it, you have the police in reserve. If they don't work, you've got the army in reserve. If that doesn't work, you have American force in reserve. That's been the structure of American policy towards Latin America very explicitly for a large part of U.S. history, but crucially since the Second World War. The fateful decision of the Kennedy administration, in my view, was this combination of the shift to internal security, that is, to much tighter control of the domestic population by force, alongside entrenchment of an agro-export model that yields a rise in GNP, statistical growth, but also increase in misery and subservience for substantial parts of the population. Displacement and impoverishment of peasants in Central America, for example, which is what immediately led to the critical situation in the late 1970s and early 1980s, was to a large extent a result of the Alliance for Progress. The same is true of drug production, for rather obvious reasons. When you undermine Peruvian agriculture by subsidized American agricultural exports and other measures to drive Peruvian peasants towards export production, and you try to get them to play the capitalist game, they'll do it. They'll produce the kind of export crops that are profitable. And the export crop that happens to intervention and the demise of the Soviet threat 189. Be by far the most profitable is coca, so naturally they shift to coca production. That's exactly what we drive them to do. Then we come in, of course, and destroy it. That leaves them with nothing. DB, you've described the dual, interlocking U.S. interests in the region as one being keeping the area safe for U.S. investments, 11, and 2 being preventing independent development. 11, is that going to continue into the 1990s? Of course. U.S. policy, any policy, is based on institutional structures. There's some fluctuations as individuals change, but it pretty much reflects the institutions. The institutions are very stable, therefore the policies have been very stable. There's very little internal challenge to them. There's no serious external challenge because of the extraordinary power and security of the United States. So you have stable policies running over long periods. The policy towards Latin America was articulated clearly in the highest level of planning documents after the Second World War. There's no reason to expect that to change. That policy is, as repeated in document after document, the threat to our interests is nationalist regimes which are responsive to pressures from the masses of the population for improvement in low living standards and diversification of production for domestic needs. We have to block that. That's the major thrust of our policy, to block that in favor of an environment conducive to private investment of domestic and foreign capital and repatriation of profits and production for export. That's the major theme repeated over and over again, so obvious that it's subject to no challenge and in public discourse not even discussed. It's sort of like the air you breathe. It's what's called freedom. Since we're in favor of freedom, we're obviously in favor of that. It's also understood all the way through that that will not be accepted willingly by the domestic population. 190. Chronicles of Dissent. So if you read State Department studies on what's called the U.S. AID program, they point out that the police forces that they train are critical because they can detect discontent among the population early. The police are a major mechanism by which the government can demand, impose acceptance on the part of the population. The studies use wording approximately like that. The police can move in order to suppress dissent early before what's called major surgery is necessary. They can avoid the need for major surgery. If you need major surgery, then you use the army, which is, by the Kennedy period, dedicated to internal security. If the army doesn't work, you send in U.S. force. Where the army in the Latin American countries, and in particular in Central America, can't be controlled by the United States, then you basically have to overthrow the government. That's one of the problems in Nicaragua. The Carter administration tried very hard to keep the National Guard intact when they couldn't hang on to Somoza any longer. That's the classic device. If you can't control the government, you control the army, because they'll control the government by force. The Sandinistas refuse to permit U.S. control of the army, and that's one factor that critically led to the break with the United States. In the case of Panama, although the Panamanian Defense Forces were an instrument of the U.S. power, Noriega got too independent and was not under control, so he had to be replaced and the defense forces reconstructed with essentially the same officers, the same drug running, the same everything else, now under U.S. control. That's classic, and there's just no reason to expect that to change. There are new factors, undoubtedly, and they'll change the way in which these commitments are implemented, but the commitments remain the same, because they just grow out of institutional structures, and there's no challenge to them. Intervention and the demise of the Soviet threat. 191. DB. Beginning in 1964 with a military coup in Brazil that launched a series of national security states, as you call them. It's not my term, but a standard one. DB. Those states, particularly in the Southern Cone, have now evolved into more traditional models. What do you attribute that to? The Kennedy administration strongly supported the planning for the military coup in Brazil, which instituted a neo-Nazi-style national security state with torture, repression, etc. in order to destroy Brazilian democracy, which was just becoming too independent. That, as you say, led to a rash of these developments over the hemisphere in an extremely bloody period. The military destroyed the economy. There was social dissolution, economic disaster. At a certain point the military decided that the best idea would be to place civilians in power to try to administer the chaos and take responsibility for it. Other devices were available to ensure control by the traditional elites, the oligarchy, the business classes and the military. That's essentially the dominant ruling group and the group that the U.S. supports. Other devices now include things that weren't available earlier, for example, the IMF and the debt crisis. The IMF constraints, which impose free market demands, no food subsidies, no protection for domestic industries. Those devices suffice to ensure that the wealthy and the privileged run the show, and it maintains the two ties that are regarded as necessary, a super-rich elite and a relatively privileged professional class that serves them, on the one hand, and an enormous mass of impoverished, starving people on the other. The IMF system suffices to maintain that, and the indebtedness and the economic chaos left by the military pretty much ensures that the IMF rules will be followed, short of major or revolution, at 192. Chronicles of Dissent. Which point the military steps in again. That's why I'm talking about tactical changes that reflect changes in the global situation and the domestic economic scene. Take a place like Brazil, potentially an extremely wealthy country, enormous resources, big population, high industrial development, lots of wealth and incredible poverty. For much of the population the situation is probably on par with Ethiopia, maybe most of the population, vastly worse than in Eastern Europe, for example. The same is true pretty much throughout the continent. From the point of view of the military and the groups they serve, largely the traditional elites, oligarchy and business, it's not efficient to have military rule to maintain that system. It's just used to focus for popular discontent. It gives a bad international image, and besides, the military then would have the responsibility of running the economy, which is not anything that any sane person would want to accept. They'd much rather have somebody else face those disses. Terzin, say, Argentina today. DB, apropos of what you just say. D. I recall you saying that if a peasant in El Salvador were to fall asleep and wake up in Poland, he would think he were in heaven. Not much doubt about that. DB, how did the December 20th, 1989 U.S. invasion of Panama differ from other interventions? Well, it did differ, and it differed in a way which reflects the changing situation. In fact, it was a historic event in one respect. It's a classic invasion in most respects, in fact, so classic that it's barely a footnote to history, but in one respect it was different, and that's in the propaganda framework. Up until now, for decades, in fact, really since the Bolshevik Revolution, it's been possible to justify every US use of violence as a defense against the Soviet threat. So for example, take the recent ones. Intervention and the demise of the Soviet threat 193. When the United States invaded Grenada in 1983, we were defending ourselves against the effort of the Russians to strangle US by conquering such powerful outposts as Grenada and South Yemen, etc. I remember hearing the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff on the radio explaining how in the event of a Soviet attack on Western Europe, Grenada could interdict oil supplies from Trinidad and Tobago to Western Europe and we wouldn't be able to defend our beleaguered allies. You know, this is comical, more than comical, but that kind of story was enough to develop public support for the invasion. The attack against Nicaragua was justified by the claim that if we don't stop the Russians they'll be pouring across the border at Harlingen, Texas, only 2 days' drive away. You remember that stuff. For the educated classes, there were more sophisticated variants, which were approximately equally weighty. These examples go way back. The overthrow of the democratic capitalist government of Guatemala, we were defending ourselves against the Russians because our existence is threatened, etc. By December 1989, not even the imagination of the State Department and the editorial writers could reach quite that far. So you needed another justification. The propaganda framework had to shift. You needed new pretexts. The pretexts had nothing to do with the reasons, ever, but now you couldn't use those old pretexts. Another framework was needed. This problem had been foreseen. It was clear a couple of years ago that it would be harder and harder to conjure up a Russian threat. In fact, through the 1980s an alternative was developed, international terrorism, crazed Arabs running around trying to murder us because they hate Americans. That worked to a limited extent. It certainly built up lots of hysteria and racism, as intended, but it's not too convincing. It will carry rough the one-day bombing of Libya, but not much more. 194. Chronicles of Dissent. About 1986-87, for interesting reasons, the United States shifted its attitude towards Noriega. He had been on the CIA payroll for decades, but they decided he was getting too big for his britches and had to go. The press took the cue quickly. They understand these things, and they immediately started the project of demonizing Noriega and turning him into the worst monster since Sattler the Hun. It's basically a replay of the Gaddafi project. In fact, Noriega remained a very minor thug, exactly what he had been when he was on the CIA payroll, be it the U.S. government attitude towards him had changed. So therefore automatically the media attitude towards him changed. By the time the invasion took place, you could get Ted Koppel talking about how Noriega is one of that small group of monsters like Stalin and Hitler and Gaddafi and Khomeini who Americans just love to hate, and so we have to destroy him. He was very happy about that. Dan Rather and Peter Jennings described HLM as one of most odious creatures of modern times. The mood was set, and it's true that Americans hated Noriega by 1989. They've been inundated with this totalitarian-style propaganda for several years, and yeah, they hate Noriega. The drug war was used to help out. The drug war is a government media hoax. It has little to do with drugs, but it has a lot to do with organizing and controlling the population and imposing the fear of a hated enemy now that the old one is harder to conjure up. All of that was manipulated very effectively elsewhere, and it created the propaganda framework for the invasion. The difference between the reaction in the United States and elsewhere is remarkable. I was reading excerpts from the Honduran press the other day. Honduras is, of course, an ally, in fact a client. The press is not bad, but hardly radical or dissident. Their bitterness about the invasion is enormous. They describe how it's international totalitarianism under the guise of democracy, a day of shame and despair for Latin America. Latin America is in pain at intervention and the demise of the Soviet threat 195. Its incapacity to protect its independence from the tyrant from the north, on and on. That's going on while Congress is giving Bush a rousing ovation and the press is off in a kind of jingoistic ecstasy. An article in the Toronto Globe and Mail pointed out quite accurately that in the United States, if you want to hear the kind of opinion that dominates in most of the world, you've got to go way out to the fringes of discussion. Fringes so far out that it's not considered part of the political spectrum. And it also commented on the jingoistic hysteria that is so dramatic and obvious in the United States. That's all true, and that was the framework in which the invasion was carried out and justified. DB, so in your view was the unsuccessful manufacturing of consent on Panama? By the way, when you talk about manufacturing of consent, you say that the population is marginalized and they don't really matter, they don't participate in political processes in any way. Those consent is being manufactured? Well, if you look at it more closely, to start with there are two different groups. At the first level of approximation there are two targets for propaganda. One is what's sometimes called the political class. There's maybe 20% of the population which is relatively educated and more or less articulate and plays some kind of role in decision-making. They're supposed to participate in social life as political or economic or cultural managers, like teachers and writers and so on, and they're supposed to vote. They're supposed to play some role, not a determinate role, but some kind of an active role in the way economic, political and cultural life goes on. Their consent is crucial, because they have to carry out the policies. They're the administrators. They have to make decisions with some relatively coherent grasp of the world, so that's one group that has to be deeply indoctrinated. Then there's maybe 80% of the population. 196. Chronicles of Dissent. Whose main function is to follow orders and not to think or pay attention to anything. They have to be marginalized. but they also have to accept. They're the ones who usually pay the costs. For example, Bush gave this magnanimous aid to Panama. We're going to give $1 billion to Panama after we destroyed the economy and then wiped the place out. That's the headline. Then you go down and look at what the newspapers didn't report. You look at what is this $1 billion of aid. 400 million of it, 40%, is incentives for U.S. business to export to Panama, so it's purchase of U.S. goods. What that means is 40% of it is a gift from the American taxpayer to American business, and about another 100 million is export-import bank guarantees and other kinds of subsidies, which are another form of subsidy from the taxpayer to American business. Most of the rest is payoffs to banks. It's called stabilizing the economy, but if you take it apart, it's paying off to the bank's loans taken by the Panamanian government during the period when the United States was crushing and destroying the economy. So the American taxpayer is supposed to pay that back, exactly the way the taxpayer is supposed to pay back the hundreds of billions of dollars in the savings and loan fraud. That's the aid program. This is typical. That's the 80%. They're paying the costs, and they have to more or less accept it, too. However, their acceptance doesn't have to be based on any real understanding. They don't even have to know where Panama is. They can think it's in Africa, as long as they accept that this is somehow necessary, so therefore we are willing to pay the burden. That large majority of the population, that's where the real mass media work. By the mass media, I mean the tabloids and the Super Bowl and the sitcoms, etc. They just have to divert people, just get them to be isolated, separated, accept the basic values of the society, greed, personal gain, not caring about other people, etc. Any real intervention and the demise of the Soviet threat. 197. Understanding about what's going on in the world is superfluous, even negative. But for the more educated sectors, the sectors that make a difference, the people who are reading the New York Times and the Washington Post, they have to have some relatively informed grasp of the world, or they will just make bad decisions that will harm people with real power. So to begin with, there's at least a two-tiered system of indoctrination, and if we look inward till we can find more nuances. But manufacturing consent is not a uniform process. It's a diversified process. In the case of the Panama invasion, the general population just has to be roused to jingoist hysteria, because finally we're getting this bad guy, cops and robbers. That's enough. You don't need any more than that. The more educated sectors have a different role to play, and that's been interesting to look at. A typical example was David Brodder, who is a hugely respected liberal commentator for the Washington Post, one of the main national reporters. He had an interesting nationally syndicated column in WHLCH. He very much praised the invasion, but in a judicious way, not like columnist George Will's style about how this is an exercise in good neighborliness, etc. He started off by saying that there has been some carping from the left over the prudence of Bush's actions. That statement very nicely typifies the liberal ideology. By the left he means the centre-right, the National Council of Churches, etc. Anything farther to the left than that is unthinkable, just off the spectrum of discussion. It's equally beyond the thinkable that there should be any objection other than about the prudence of the action. So that's liberal ideology. The spectrum is bounded by the centre and the far right. You've got to make sure there's no dissidence in the society. And seconds only, the only questions that can be asked are about success. So what he called the leftist criticism is whether the actions were prudent. Are they going to work? Are they? 198. Chronicles of Dissent. Going to cost too much, etc. DB. The very issues that were raised in Indochina, the pragmatic questions. Exactly. Then he says, well, this carping from the left, we have to eliminate it, get rid of it. It's just total nonsense. He then says that the historic importance of the invasion is that it has helped establish what he calls a new national consensus on intervention. He then describes the new consensus on intervention. He says it was outlined first by Caspar Weinberger, who provided 6 criteria. They were, as he puts it, well phrased, very proper. Of the 6 criteria, 4 of them say that intervention should be carried out only when it's going to work. The 5th says it should be carried out when we regard it as vital to our interests. The 6th says we should try other means first, and if they don't work, then use intervention. Those are the criteria. Those are criteria that Hitler could have invoked. In fact, anybody could have invoked them. Carry out intervention when it's going to work, and when you want it, and obviously don't use force unless you have to. Then he claims that Dukakis accepted those criteria, and that's the new consensus on intervention. That's important. What that means is that for the sectors of the educated elite that Brodder speaks for, which is a large part of the liberal, educated population, from their point of view, they finally succeeded in overcoming what's been called the Vietnam Syndrome. That is, the opposition to the use of force and violence to achieve our ends. I think they're wrong about that. So far we've been talking about the political class, the educated, articulate, decision-making sector of the general population, but in fact there's a lot of the population that's just not part of this. I've been reading letters to the editor in newspapers around the country, the ones I can get hold of, the National Intervention and the Demise of the Soviet Threat 199 press, and the local press in various places where people send me things. It's been kind of interesting. I haven't done a scientific sample, but my strong impression is that the letters to the editor are largely quite hostile to the invasion, and furthermore very informed. They provide analysis and information that the professionals are careful to exclude and express a lot of shame and distress. It reads kind of like the Latin American press. I assume that editors are not purposely picking letters which make the editors look like fools. So I imagine this does represent what they're getting, and that reflects a substantial sector of the population which simply hasn't been controlled by the indoctrination system. Those are people who are not the commissars. They're not articulate in the sense that they write columns for newspapers. They are not the top decision makers, but they're out there. That's where the solidarity movement comes from. That's where the dissident movements come from. And I don't see any reason to believe that the Vietnam Syndrome has been overcome among probably a large majority of the population, any more than it had been by the quite spectacular propaganda triumphs of earlier years. This looks like a hardcore resistance. So Brodder, as others before him, may applaud the fact that finally we've tamed the beast, but I don't think he's right. DB, the media, in their traditional adversarial role on these issues, for example, have been very reluctant to talk about or compare Noriega's Panama human rights record to the fledgling democracies. His record is quite clear and doesn't take much work to write about it. If there were any journalists writing about this topic, the first thing they would do is to turn to the latest human rights reports on Panama. In 1988, America's Watch published a report on human rights in Panama, and it gives an unpleasant picture. There are a 200 Chronicles of Dissent. Handful of people who were killed, of whom one could plausibly say that Noriega had something to do with it. Some people were beaten up. There's a range of abuses which certainly require censure. Let's compare it to Honduras, which is not just a murderous terrorist state like El Salvador and Guatemala. Panama looks much better than Honduras. There's one U.S. string battalion in Honduras, the 316, I think, which alone has carried out far more atrocities than Noriega. In fact, Noriega is a very minor thug. America's Watch doesn't go into the drug business much, but the same is true there. Take a look at the indictment of Noriega in the Miami court. I think there is only one charge after 1984. That's kind of interesting, because up until 1986 he was our boy. Since then he's become the devil. But the charges against HLM are overwhelmingly during the period when he was palling around with George Bush. In fact, certainly Panama has been a major center for narco trafficking, but that's been primarily the banks. Those are the people we're putting back in power. Panama had a free and open banking system which was the basis for its highly artificial economy. No regulations, etc. that immediately attracts criminal money and other forms of capital flight from Brazil, etc. That's the basis for the Panamanian economy. Back in 1983, a congressional committee investigating banking and drugs identified Panama as probably the main center in the Western Hemisphere for laundering of drug funds and other forms of narco trafficking. Those are the people we're putting back in power. Noriega was certainly involved in that. He's a criminal. He's taken his cut, in a pretty heady manner. But with regard to atrocities, he cannot be compared with Guatemala and El Salvador. That's absurd. There's another aspect of invasion that the media handled in an interesting way. The Bush administration almost flaunted its contempt for human rights right at the time of the invasion of Panama. It's almost as if they were intervention and the demise of the Soviet threat 201. Daring the media, trying to humble or humiliate them by making their meat grow. Exactly at the time they invaded Panama because of their deep commitment to human rights. They selected that moment to announce that they were eliminating the trade sanctions against China and were selling China $300 million worth of high-technology equipment, which of course, has military and other uses. There were some questions about this, and Marlin Fitzwater, the White House spokesman, said, well, this is $300 million worth of business for American businesses. It's good for business, so you've got to shut up. And they shut up. In addition to that, the Agriculture Department announced that it was resuming subsidized food sales to China. I don't even know if that got reported. I didn't see it. The White House then announced that they were blocking the entry into the United States of Chinese scholars now in Europe who had been invited by American universities, in deference to the wishes of the nice guys who carried out the Tiananmen Square massacre. They also announced, this had already been announced before, that contacts with China had been resumed immediately after the massacre. In addition to that, they announced, and this was kept silent, as far as I know, that they were eliminating sanctions against loans to Iraq. All of this is around December 22nd, December 23rd. I didn't see a word about most of this. What does that mean? In comparison with Bush's head buddies in Baghdad and Beijing, Noriega looks like Mother Teresa. The newspapers are expected to take all of this and accept it and go on with their jingoist hysteria about our love of human rights. And what's amazing is they did. Comparing Noriega to El Salvador or Guatemala or Saddam Hussein or Deng Xiaoping is ridiculous. They're not in the same world. He is a minor crook, just as he was when supported him. DB, as late as 1987. John Lawn, the director of the Drug 202 Chronicles of Dissent Enforcement Administration, was writing letters of commendation to Noriega. I have a copy of a letter from May 1986. In May 1st 986 John Lawn wrote a letter praising Noriega for his vigorous struggle against drugs and his enthusiastic participation in the drug war. Another one has been reported in 1987. In May 1st 987, Edwin Meese, then Attorney General, intervened to quash investigations of Noriega in Florida. Later than that, August 1987, after the Esquipulas Treaty, about 2 weeks after that, in Central America, Elliot Abrams was quoted in the New York Times. Congress had passed a resolution calling on Noriega to step aside until an inquiry was conducted into his criminal activities. Elliott Abrams opposed that, said it would be counterproductive to try to pressure Noriega in this way. They were still protecting him in August 1987. In fact, Long's comments on Noriega's cooperation in the drug war were probably perfectly accurate. He probably did cooperate. Why not? Why not cooperate in US efforts while you're also raking off money from selling cocaine? There's no contradiction there. All of this reflects the ambivalence in U.S. policy. Incidentally, this is so typical that again it's hard to see how the media can't see what's happening. This is exactly what happens with a VE thug and gangster that the United States supports. Go through the list. Trujillo, Somoza, Marcos, Duvalier T. The United States supports them enthusiastically. They were all much worse than Noriega. Again, they were not in the same league as this minor thug. They're real gangsters. The United States supported them enthusiastically right through the worst teeter as long as everything was in order and profits were flowing. But there comes a point in the trajectory, typically, when they just overshoot the mark. Instead of just robbing the poor, like they're supposed to, they start interfering with the rich. At that point, a domestic business's opposition, intervention and the demise of the Soviet threat 203. Developers, and they begin even interfering with US prerogatives. They start getting too independent or interfere with US investors. That happens often. At that point we suddenly start hearing about human rights violations and yearning for democracy immediately becomes dominant and all sorts of elevated remarks about American ideals, etc. Then there's a period of some ambivalence. After all, you can't flip instantaneously. There's a period in which you try to decide what to do about this. In the case of Trujillo, after supporting him for decades through horrifying atrocities, the CIA tried to assassinate him. In the case of Somoza, the Carter administration tried to save him, and when it was clear that he could not be saved, they tried to ease him out somehow, and did. They got him out to Miami, but tried until the end to keep the National Guard in power so the whole system would remain. With Marcos, they waited until the army had turned against him, and then Washington turned against him. In the case of Duvalier, when the business community really turned against him, the White House did, too. That's what happened with Noriega. By 1987 a civic opposition was developing in Panama which was white, European businessmen. There's a big race-class issue in Panama. There's a traditional white elite, a couple of dozen families that have run the country forever. That was changed in 1968 when General Torrijos, a populist dictator, had a coup, and there was a shift of power there with the black mestizo poor population getting at least a share, maybe symbolic, but sometimes a real share in power. The civic opposition that developed in 1987 was rich, white folk in Mercedes cars meeting in plush hotels. That was already an indication that for Noriega the handwriting was on the wall. They are the US allies. It took a year or two while the US adjusted its policy. You get signs of this vacillation as late as August 1987 with Abrams. There are other factors involved. This is just standard. This is predictable with every gangster we. 204. Chronicles of Dissent. Support, big ones like Marcos and Somoza or minor ones like Noriega. It's a natural progression. You can see why it's going to happen. The only question is the timing. That is one factor in the change of U.S. attitude towards him, but there were others. One crucial factor was that January 1st, 1990 was the day on which most of the administration of the Panama Canal goes over to Panama. In the next couple of years, the rest goes. Furthermore, there's an oil pipeline through Panama which is 60% owned by the Panamanian government and which I think carries about 10% of US oil. It's significant, In other words, you had to make sure that by January 1st, 1990 Panama was in the hands of a compliant, reliable government run by rich white people. The rich white minority had to be placed back in power, and there wasn't much time. You could adjust a little, but not much time. Secondly, as I mentioned before, Noriega was just getting too independent. For a long time, he had been doing the U.S.'s job. Panama was a base for the war against Nicaragua, but he was getting out of line. For one thing, Panama was supporting the Contadora Treaty. The United States was strongly opposed to the diplomatic efforts of the Latin American democracies, preferring to keep to the arena of violence, where the United States is dominant. Panama was strongly supporting the Contadora efforts, which led finally to the peace treaty. That was a big black mark against him. He was also apparently dragging his feet on the Contra war, playing both sides of the street in the intelligence game, etc., and just not reliable, too independent. These various factors meant that he had to go. The only question was the timing. You can see what happened. In July 1987, there was a big repression of the civic opposition, this basically white, upper-class opposition. A demonstration was repressed with gassings and beatings and torture, etc. that was carried out by a intervention and the demise of the Soviet threat 205. Noriega's sidekick named D. Colonel Eduardo Herrera Hassan, who is a favorite of the United States. In fact, he was just placed in command of the Panamanian Defense Forces, used to illustrate our love of human rights. He's the guy who's now in charge under U.S. military occupation. He's the guy who carried out the repression in 1987. Another event took place at the same time. Dorrijus had died or was killed in 1981. How nobody knows. And there was still a Dorrijus element in the military, kind of a populist element in the military which was regarded as left-leaning and unacceptable by the United States. The second in command after Noriega was a guy named Diaz Herrera, who was Dorrijus' cousin and who was supposed to be the leader of this populist tendency. Getting rid of Noriega would be no use if you get a populist military officer, so as long as Diaz Herrera was second in command, you couldn't get rid of Noriega and maintain the defense forces. In July 1987 Diaz Herrera was kicked out. That freed things up. At this point it was possible to move ahead with getting rid of Noriega but keeping the defense forces and restoring the white aristocracy back to power. That's the point at which US policy dramatically changed, July 1987. It took a little time before it got solidified, but that seems to be the point of the sharp change, as John Sweeks and Andrew Zimbalist have pointed out. Then come the economic sanctions, which essentially destroyed the economy. They were carefully designed. They were designed to try to avoid penalties to US companies but to place the burden on the poor and black population. The assumption was that this would erode Noriega's support. That's his natural constituency. It did, over a year or two. Noriega's support as a nationalist with some populist gestures had eroded. By the end of 1989, he was hated because he was the person who everybody could see as responsible for the fact that your children are starving. That's why the United States is strangling us. That was a well-designed. 206. Chronicles of Dissent. The project. They began to support military coups. Finally, when that didn't work, came the invasion. Basically just in time to ensure the establishment of a compliant government run by the United States and the white rich elite in Panama prior to January 1st. There's a lot of ironies in this, if anybody wants to look closely at things that aren't being reported. The president whom we put in power, Guillermo Endara, did, in fact, undoubtedly win the election in May 1989. He was kicked out because Noriega stole the election, with a certain amount of violence and a few people were beaten up. The previous election was in 1984. DB George Shultz went to Panama at the time. Reagan sent a telegram of congratulations 7 hours before the Electoral Council even came out with a certification of who won. George Shultz went down for the inauguration to praise Panamanian democracy. What happened in 1984? Noriega stole the election. That was good at the time, because he stole the election to prevent Ndara and his boss, Anilfo Arias, from taking power. The problem was that Arias, who was an old Panamanian politician, was a right-wing Panamanian nationalist. But nationalism is what's bad. It doesn't matter whether it's right or left. Arias was a nationalist, and the United States didn't want to have him in. He's the man who's Ndara's saint. Ndara was his spokesman and minister. The violence was more severe than in stealing the election of 1989. They killed a number of people. So in 1984 we endorsed Noriega's rip-off of the election enthusiastically. Our candidate was put in with violence and thuggery and vote stealing and our enthusiastic endorsement. In 1989, the same guy does the same thing, and we are appalled because he's kept out by less violence and thuggery. In fact, Ndara himself hadn't nobody bothered. Intervention and the demise of the Soviet threat 207. To quote him much during this invasion, because he's just a figurehead around the end of December 1989, gave a talk in which he denounced the fraud of 1984. That didn't get reported because that begins to give too much insight into reality. But if our sensibilities are so offended by Noriega in 1989 keeping out Ndara, how come it was all fine when the same thing and worse happened in 1984 keeping Ndara out? Actually, there was a review of media coverage of the 1984 election by Ken Silverstein published in 1988 in the column by a journalism review. He went rough the major newspapers, the Times, the Post, the Miami Herald, the LA Times, etc. Nobody had a word to say about the fraud. It was fine. DB. I recall at the time Shultz chastising the Sandinistas in Nicaragua saying they should emulate Panamanian democracy. That's right. He went down to the inauguration and challenged the Sandinistas to do the same. Of course, they did have an election, a free election, and of course that was delegitimized. It's just amazing what the propaganda system can tolerate and not respond to. None of this stuff is reported. You can sort of put it together if you look at a sentence here and a sentence there. These are not obscure things. The obvious question that would come to mind when the US government expresses its outrage over the stealing of the election in 1989 is, what happened in the previous election when Noriega was still a thug? That's not a complicated question. Immediately you find out it was stolen worse, and we liked it. The president who was put in, incidentally, was a former student of George Shultz, a right-wing banker named Ardito Barletta, who's been called Fraudito in Panama ever since then. DB, in a January 29, 1990 article in The Nation, you contrast what the Soviet Union has done in its realm in Eastern Europe over the last year compared to what the United States does. 208. Chronicles of Dissent. In its domain. It's a pretty dramatic contrast, and again it's kind of surprising that north of the Rio Grande no one seems to see it. What's going on in our domains is just the traditional Cold War. You suppress independence and democracy and social reform, and you do it by violence because there's no other way. That's just getting worse. That's what the Soviet Union had also been doing in its half of the Cold War for a long time. Its domains are much nicer, because we're a global power, and they use force right on their periphery, but the Cold War for the Soviet Union has been tanks in East Berlin and Budapest and Prague. In the United States it's been overthrowing of armaments all over the world and torturing union leaders, etc., in too many cases to mention. That continues to go on in our domains, strikingly in Central America, which is used to Channel House. What's remarkable about Eastern Europe is that their imperial power has backed off. Not only is it permitting popular movements to function, it's actually encouraging them. That's historically without precedent. It's not happening because the Russians are nice guys. It's happening for internal reasons, but it's happening. So therefore big popular movements in Eastern Europe are actually able to make gains. They don't have to face anything remotely like the terror that American domains han of yield I middeldot folrijkikses maptelu, you all utdelfunkt. In B. The in A. Jail in El Salvador, he'd be mutilated and left dead by a roadside somewhere. I'm not denigrating East European movements, they're quite impressive, but they don't have to face violence like what happens here. State force has eroded and collapsed. It's backed off and dissolved. It's very hard to think of an analogue for that historically. Furthermore, the Soviet Union has actually, and this again is unprecedented, apologized for the past use of violence. Big headlines on the front pages of the newspaper. Intervention and the demise of the Soviet threat 209. Peers here proclaim that finally the Russians are joining civilized world because they said that the invasion of Afghanistan violated international law and was illegitimate. That's astonishing. You have to look pretty far to find anyone suggesting that maybe the United States ought to try to rise to the moral level of the Kremlin and say that the attack against South Vietnam violated international law and was immoral. In fact, we couldn't say that, because that would admit that it took place. We can't even say that it took place. Or an apology for the invasion of the Dominican Republic, or of Grenada, or for that matter the invasion of Panama. Let's not go back too far. Or a dozen other cases you can imagine. That's just not in the cards. I think the whole Cold War has been misinterpreted by the left and the right from the beginning. If you look at the actual events of the Cold War, you find, in my view, a kind of tacit compact between the Soviet Union and the United States to allow them to share in world management. The official line is not totally false, and that's worth going into, but a large part of the Cold War was a mechanism by which the United States could fight war against the Third World and control its allies in Europe, and the Soviet Union could maintain its own internal empire and its satellites, each appealing to the threat of the other. That's a large part of the function of the Cold War. There were other functions, but that's a large part of it. From that point of view, half the Cold War continues. In fact, it's intensified. The United States is still playing the game. The other half of the game has been called off. That's a change. It's not an end to the Cold War. What you have is that one side has called off the game, while the other side is going ahead as before. Interestingly, people like Elliot Abrams are very aware of this and very happy about it, and they draw the obvious conclusion. Abrams, after the Panama invasion, was naturally ecstatic, and he pointed out quite oku. 2:10. Chronicles of Dissent. Rightly that there is a difference now from before. Now we don't have to worry about the Soviet deterrent. He says now the United States is much more free to use force because we don't have to be concerned that it's going to explode into a superpower conflict, because the Russians have backed off. The line all along has been, we contain the Russians and we deter them. The reality has been, they contain our global designs and they deter us. And that's natural because we're a global power. Our global designs are everywhere, not just in the historic invasion routes. Russian intervention, except for Afghanistan, has been in historic invasion routes from the West against the Russians. There's nothing like that in our interventions. Abrams understands correctly that the deterrent has been removed, or at least reduced, so now we're more free to use force. We can play the Cold War game even more effectively. You asked before, what's the significance of the Panama invasion? I think we now see two aspects, both related to the changes in the international environment. One is that a new propaganda framework is needed. A second is we're more free to use force. Both of these facts result from the same phenomenon, the collapse of the Soviet system. This has been perceived for some time. You may remember I was writing about this about a year ago and talked about it on British television quoting US commentators over a year ago, saying that the big advantage of the collapse of the Soviet system is that it's going to free us up to use military force. That's true. That's exactly what happened. We don't have to be concerned as much with the deterrent effect of the Soviet Union. DB, adding to what you said about Eastern Europe and their events there, the one country where there was violence was the very country where the Soviet Union had the least amount of influence, Romania. Intervention and the demise of the Soviet threat 211. And where we had the most influence. Romania had been our ally. Not just ours, but the British as well. Back in 1980 or so Ceausescu came to England and was given a real royal treatment, photo opportunities with the Queen, etc. One of the British newspapers reviewed some of the stuff recently. It was quite funny. He was treated as a great man. The United States also gave him favored nation treatment, trade advantages, etc. He was just as brutal and crazed then as he was in the next decade, but the point is that he was partially on their side in the international struggle. He had largely withdrawn from the Warsaw Pact, followed an independent course. We're in favor of independence in other people's empires, not in ours. So he was kind of a crazed independent nationalist inside the Soviet system, which was all to the good. He recognized Israel was a conduit to China. There are all these good things, so therefore he was a wonderful guy. That's the only place where there was violence. The rest of the popular uprisings in Eastern Europe were just astonishingly peaceful. There was some repression, but by historical standards it's unique. I can't think of another case that comes close. DB, in that same Nation article you write very excitedly about the prospects for libertarian socialist ideals coming forth in Eastern Europe. Do you really see that happening? I wasn't thinking as much of Eastern Europe there as of the West, frankly. I don't know if I put it very clearly. I think the prospects for Eastern Europe are pretty dim. The West has a very clear plan for Eastern Europe. They want to turn it into a new, easily exploitable part of the Third World. You can see that in the US budget, in the foreign aid program. Foreign aid is a kind of euphemism that means funds sent to enhance US interests. So in places that are of strategic importance, which means can help us control the Third World or that are crucial for 212. Chronicles of Dissent. American investment or regarded as so, their new 11 get what's called aid. And it's shifting from Central America to Eastern Europe. If you go to Europe it's even more so. Western Europe is enthusiastic about the new possibilities for exploitation. After all, the history of Europe is basically robbery and plunder and destruction all over the world. Now they've got this new place. Actually, it's sort of an old place, because there were quasi-colonial relationships between Western and Eastern Europe and the Russians blocked it. That's part of the reason for the Cold War. Now it's being re-established. In England and Germany and France they're ecstatic about these new opportunities. There's a lot of resources you can steal. You can set up assembly plants with very cheap labor. It's necessary for us to impose on them a capitalist model. We don't accept it for ourselves, but for the THLRD world we insist on it. That's the IMF system. If we can get them to accept that, they'll be very easily exploitable. There's a lot of opportunities for enrichment through exploitation of the third world, and I expect that's what'll happen there. I doubt that most of the region can resist that. I hope they can. The prospects for libertarian socialism, I think, are in the West. One of the most effective techniques of population control in the West has been through associating socialism and reform with the Soviet Union. That's supposed to be really existing socialism. The left and the right collaborated in a colossal deceit. If these values, the values of solidarity and egalitarianism and social justice and other things traditionally associated with socialism, if they're typified by Eastern Europe, then we don't want any. Any sane person will say, I don't want that. That's been a major technique by which popular movements have been contained and controlled and diverted and sometimes destroyed in the West. That's a total hoax. The Bolshevik coup in October 1917 destroyed socialism, what there was of it, in the Soviet Union. Intervention and the demise of the Soviet threat 213 dB, but it took its name. It took its name, sure, like we use democracy to refer to El Salvador, too. In fact, they call their satellites people's democracies. They're socialist. They're also democracies. They're as much socialist as they are democracies. We joke about the democracy part, but we play up the socialist part, because it's important to denigrate and undermine socialism. Now, with the collapse of the Soviet system, that technique of population control is also, maybe, gone. There's going to be a big effort to maintain it. That's why there's all this flap about the victory of capitalism over socialism, etc. But it too could become harder. That means there are opportunities for reviving the libertarian socialist thinking and ideals that were largely crushed by the Bolshevik Revolution and were crushed in the West by associating them with the Bolshevik Revolution. That's where I think the hope lies. How big that hope is, I don't know. But at least one roadblock is eliminated. DB. How will planners and elite groups here prevent the rot from spreading, as it were? L/_/ if people in the United States wanted open political parties and access to the media, etc. They recognize that as a problem. That's one of the reasons why the United States and Western European elites are not too happy with these moves towards détente. This is an old story. It goes back to the mid-1940s. The United States had a major part in the partition of Germany, because they were concerned that it was necessary to break up the German labor movement and to prevent what was called ideological aggression from the East. That was the kind of aggression that we were really concerned about. George Kennan back in 1946 already said it would be necessary to wall off Western Germany from influences from the East if we wanted to restore their 214. Chronicles of Dissent. Old traditional conservative order and make sure there were no social democratic tendencies or a powerful labor movement, etc. That was just a piece of what was going on all through the world. That's been going on ever since, and it remains true today. For example, when Barsamian, former National Security Council advisor under Carter, recently made a big speech in Moscow talking about the wonderful triumph of capitalism, he ended up by saying, but let's not go too far. Let's keep the Warsaw Pact and NATO in existence, because that contributes to what he called stability, which is one of those code words which means rule by the right guys. There's always been a fear of what the Prime Minister of South Africa, Jan Christine Smuts, once called letting politics loose among these peoples in Europe, talking to his friend Winston Churchill in 1943. DB, creating crises of democracy. Sure. You've got to make sure you don't let politics loose among these peoples, and the pact system helps prevent that. That's one reason why European elites are quite happy with it, and even want to keep American forces there. They want to keep some measure of confrontation going, because that keeps politics from getting loose among these peoples with all sorts of funny ideas. Here you're going to have to look for substitutes. That's in fact a major function of the drug war and of the international terrorism hysteria. Other things will have to be invented. How stable it's going to be is hard to say. I don't think any of this has the propaganda appeal of the evil empire, which, after all, was evil and was an empire and was brutal. No matter how insane the idea that they're strangling the West, it was true that they were ugly. I don't know if you can find a substitute for that very easily. Those are the kinds of conflicts that are now arising within the ideological system. Substitutions for their evil empire. February 2, 1990. DB. In the winter 1990 Daedalus, there's an article by Z entitled To the Stalin Mausoleum. This has attracted much attention in the mainstream media. It's been excerpted in the New York Times. Do you have a take on this piece? First of all, there's a big conceptual framework which I think we can pretty well ignore. It is full of such insights as that the left regarded Stalin as a hero and that mainstream Anglo-American Sovietology, with its liberal to radical slant, described Stalinism as democratic and lauded the master, etc. That business we can forget about. When you cut away the fluff, the meat of the article, which is in the last couple of pages, the ones that were excerpted in the Times, consists of one general thesis and of one policy recommendation that follows from it. The general thesis is that there is no third way between Leninism and the market, between Bolshevism and constitutional government. So any effort to find anything in between those is impossible. That's the general thesis. The policy recommendation is that U.S. aid to the Soviet Union be restricted to what the author calls parallel structures based on private investment and the free market, and that around the periphery of Russia, in the Baltic states, etc., the United States should attempt to impose IMF restrictions with free trade zones, and that should gradually be extended into the interior of the Soviet Union. That's the policy recommendation. Let's go back to the thesis, which has one minor defect. The first part rules out of existence virtually every 215. 216. Chronicles of Dissent. Society in the world. There is no society which adheres strictly to free market principles and few that are Leninist in their state management style, especially as these command economies are eroding. It's certainly not true of the industrial democracies, obviously not the great success stories like South Korea and Taiwan. And as to the claim that there's no third ground between Bolshevism and constitutional government, the second of those two dichotomies, that rules out of existence most societies of the world, which are neither Bolshevik nor have constitutional governments. The major thesis is not just false, but too absurd to even merit discussion. You can understand why the author wants to remain anonymous, given the intellectual level of the discussion, both the part that I've indicated before and the thesis. However, all of this is really for show. What's significant is not the conceptual framework but the policy recommendation, so let's get back to that. The policy recommendation says that the United States and the West generally should try to turn Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union into a new third world. We, of course, do not accept free market principles and capitalist structures for ourselves. No businessman would ever tolerate being subjected to the ravages of competitive capitalism and the free market without a government to protect him and a public subsidy, etc. But we do insist upon that for our victims. It makes them much easier to exploit. That's what IMF conditions amount to: no subsidies, no protection, no government stimulation of the economy or interference with foreign investment, etc. If you can impose such structures on third world countries, that makes them much more easily exploitable. The policy proposal is very crass and simple. Let's try to turn the collapsing Soviet Empire into a new Latin America that can be robbed and exploited in the same fashion as our old Third World. That's what it amounts to. The rest is just intellectual games to make it look serious. Substitutions for the evil empire. 217. DB, you are troubled by Gorbachev's reforms in the sense that they're top-down. Does he have much of a choice? That's not a criticism of Gorbachev. It's a criticism of the Leninist system that destroyed civil society. There was very little in the way of populist structure. This goes way back in Russian history to before the Bolsheviks. People have compared it with Peter the Great and Alexander too. The system did require substantial changes, maybe total dissolution, and Gorbachev did it from above, initiated the moves from above. They're of course setting in motion all sorts of popular movements. That's a reflection of the nature of Soviet society, not a comment on Gorbachev. DB, the Pentagon system of industrial management in this country needs an enemy. WJW is going to be a credible substitute for the Soviet Union. The media will present Medellin drug lords and the PLO and the Sandinistas and Libyan hit squads, but they don't quite sustain themselves. That's been a problem all throughout the 1980s. It's been obvious from the early 1980s that it's going to become very hard to keep the hysteria going about Soviet imperialism. The Reagan administration came into office committed to carry out quickly the huge expansion of the military and the cutback on social programs that had been proposed by the Carter administration. Now they were going to implement it and do it fast. That required a lot of jingoist hysteria and fear, etc. Of course, there was lots of talk about the evil empire stalking the world, but also other things. Alexander Haig, the Secretary of State, in one of his first statements said that international terrorism would be replacing human rights as the central theater of their foreign policy. There was a big campaign about the Kremlin-inspired international terrorism with Arab lunatics and Sandinistas, etc. A good deal of hysteria. 218. Chronicles of Dissent was worked up about that. For example, by 1985, Middle East and Mediterranean international terrorism was actually ranked as the top story of the year in a poll of editors by Associated Press. That laid the basis for atrocities like the bombing of Libya. It was a very selective use of terrorism, and there's a lot to be said about that, and that was tried, but as you say, it didn't really stick. It's very hard to keep people mobilized over international terrorism, although there's plenty of effort to try and a lot of distortion and fabrication in the effort to do it. That's a big story in itself. The next one, as again you said, is the drug war. So the Medellin cartel is a natural substitute for the Soviet Union, and that has at least temporarily worked. Like you, I think it's very temporary. I don't think that has the staying power of the Soviet threat. However, it's certainly worked. It's enough to look at the polls. For example, the big government media blitz about the drug war actually dates from September 1989, and the effect on public opinion was immediate. I monitored the wires J used for the fun of it, just to see what the distribution of stories was. This isn't a scientific analysis, but a pretty close sample. Over the app wires there were more stories on drugs than on Latin America, Asia, the Middle East, and Africa combined. It just shot up. If you looked at television, every news program had a big section on how drugs were destroying our society, the greatest danger in history, etc. and the polls reflected it. So when Bush won the election in November 1988, when people were asked an open question, what's the main problem facing the country? Usually the top percentage you ever get on a question like that is about 10%, because people are free to suggest anything they want as the main problem. The top choice was the budget deficit. That was the biggest problem. Drugs were way down. I think about 3% of the population said that drugs were the main problem. After this September media blitz, drugs were at the level of substitutions for the evil empire. 219. About 40% or 45%, which is just unheard of in an open question, and the deficit was way down. That shift reflected the very effective media propaganda. Nothing new had happened about drugs that would account for the change in this period. There were also some pretty remarkable ironies during this. For example, hard drugs are doubtless a serious problem. Alcohol and cigarettes are a much more serious problem, at least by any statistic that anyone knows. So the number of annual deaths from tobacco and alcohol is probably in the nature of 500,000. Hard drugs, it's maybe 5,000, and from some drugs, like marijuana, it's essentially zero. In fact, the drug war over the years has tended to shift drug use from relatively harmless drugs like marijuana to much more dangerous drugs like cocaine. That's sort of inherent in the methods of deterrence. But even with that, the federal figures, which are probably understated, are probably under 4,000 deaths a year from illegal substances and something on the order of 500,000 a year from alcohol and tobacco. Even if those numbers are off by a large factor, the discrepancy is substantial. Right in the middle of this big media blitz about the drug war, the U.S. Trade Representative, a branch of their executive of the government concerned with unfair trade practices, met to hear a complaint by the tobacco companies over the fact that Thailand was refusing to accept American tobacco shipments and was imposing various restrictions on tobacco and on advertising for tobacco in an effort to prevent substance abuse in Thailand. The plea was to ask the U.S. government to impose trade sanctions on Thailand to compel them to accept American tobacco and to compel them to accept cigarette company advertising. Similar trade sanctions had already been used under the Reagan administration to force Japan and South Korea to accept a flood of American tobacco. The Surgeon General, Everett Koop, testified. He condemned this as 220. Chronicles of Dissent. Utterly scandalous, said it was a complete scandal to ask other countries to stop sending drugs to us while we forced them to accept even more harmful drugs from us upon pain of trade sanctions. Witnesses compared it with the Opium Wars in the 1840s, when Britain forced China to accept opium because it couldn't sell them anything else and set off a huge opium epidemic. Thereafter they forced them to accept it through war. This went essentially unreported. I think the Wall Street Journal and the Christian Science Monitor had a notice about it. Nobody even covered the content of it. It was just unreported. That's a big story. The story is US biggest narco trafficker in the world, or US government forcing other countries to accept US drugs. But that was just passed over in complete silence. Anyway, the effect of all this was significant. Today's newspaper, for example, quotes Alfredo Cristiani, President of El Salvador, complaining that the US government isn't sending them enough money. What he says is, if you cut back on the funds for us, it's going to make it harder for us to deal with the illegal drug problem. When Quayle was in Jamaica a couple days ago, Prime Minister Manley tells him, "You've got to give us more money or we aren't going to be able to fight drugs." The line is, well, how are you going to stop drugs? Everyone's got the line. If you want more bread, put it in this context. It used to be, how are you going to stop the Russians? Now it's how are you going to stop the drugs? This is a good cover. It has first the function of mobilizing the population in fear because the drug problem is very severe, although the part they're looking at is a very small part and the way they're dealing with it is not intended to deal with the problem. It will probably intensify it. It's nevertheless a problem, no doubt. Secondly, this provides a very solid basis for intervention. It gives a basis for maintaining US force in regions where there are counterinsurgency activities. The substitutions for the evil empire. 221. Aid to Colombia, so-called, is going to the military, which is up to its neck in drug trafficking, as everybody knows, and the military will use it for its purposes, which are death squads, atrocities, killing peasant leaders, massacring the political leadership of the one independent party, which has lost about 1,000 top leaders in the last couple of years through killings, counterinsurgency, etc. That's exactly what it'll be used for. When the US wants to move in, it will have a cover to do it. It's already begun. For example, when Colombia asked the United States for assistance in establishing a radar facility to monitor illegal drug flights from the Andean countries to their south, the United States in fact installed a facility, but it installed it at the point on Colombian territory which is farthest, most remote, from the area where the flights are coming. They installed it way up in the north on an island which happens to be off the coast of Nicaragua, and of course it's used for surveillance of Nicaragua. When Costa Rica asked the United States for similar assistance, it did make a proposal. The Costa Ricans didn't have a way of checking it, so they checked it with the British government, who assessed it as a counterinsurgency operation which had nothing to do with drugs. That's exactly what's going to go on, the same in Peru and Bolivia and everywhere. It's a cover for intervention. It's a way of mobilizing the population. It's going to be a method to pump prime either through what's called aid or through the domestic form of aid, through the Pentagon, etc. Whether it will work is another question. Like you, I think it's pretty flimsy. It'll work for a while. It did work, for example, in the Panama invasion. One of the pretexts used to invade Panama was that we were somehow defending ourselves against drugs. It was ludicrous, but it certainly was used as propaganda with some degree of effectiveness. 222. Chronicles of Dissent. DB, do you think decriminalization of drugs is a way out of this? Do you favor that? I think it's something that should be explored. You don't want to be too casual about it. It's a complicated issue. Some form of decriminalization would probably be very much in order. The experience of decriminalization is actually a complex one in other cases. Take the decriminalization of alcohol. It depends on what facet you look at to figure out how it works. Nobody advocates recriminalization of alcohol. I have yet to hear anyone say we ought to reinstate prohibition. There are good reasons for that. I agree. I think we should not reinstate prohibition. But those same arguments hold for hard drugs. There's no fundamental difference. The question is whether there can be some form of access combined with government regulation and other measures which will tend to increase the penalty for harmful drugs and decrease the penalty for benign drugs. That's the basic idea. That's been done in England over centuries with regard to alcohol. There are tax and other regulatory procedures with regard to alcohol. The net effect is that they induce beer drinking and reduce hard liquor drinking. That's the effect that they have overall. That's in general sane social policy. Pretty much the same is true in the tobacco case. It would be a mistake to put people in jail for smoking cigarettes. But you can use controls on access, like 6-year-olds can't buy a pack of cigarettes. Also, the tax structure and educational programs, which are extremely important, can have an effect on this, where people are in a position to make choices. Just to continue with this, the obvious effect of the government policies on drugs, which has been pointed out over and over again, has been exactly the opposite. Marijuana happens to be bulky, and marijuana imports are easy to interdict. The effect of the drug war has been to interdict marijuana and not to prevent but to restrict. Substitutions for the evil empire. 223. Marijuana production domestically. DB, which drives up the price. Not only drives up the price, but turns people to more high-tech drugs, like cocaine, which can be brought in very compactly and even constructed in laboratories and happen to be more lethal. The content of cocaine on the drug market has been increasing over the years just through N1 market forces. You drive the price up, people are going to make it more lethal. So the net effect of the whole drug interdiction has been exactly the opposite of the sane regulatory procedures that have been used in England with regard to liquor. They've driven people away from the relatively harmless drugs towards the much more harmful and addictive ones. And that's going to continue. After crack will come something that people can make in a laboratory that will be even more addictive, like ice, which is now sweeping the West Coast, etc. Again, I don't think you can take the figures too literally, because there's a lot that's not known, but they mean something. The federal figures on drugs indicate not one known case of a marijuana death from overdose, and there have been an estimated 60 million users. If those figures are even in the ballpark, which I suppose they are, they would indicate that marijuana is much safer than alcohol and by far safer than tobacco. That's what's being interdicted. What's being driven up is dangerous drugs like cocaine and now crack and ice. That's inherent in the methods. I think some sort of nuanced decriminalization is probably a sensible policy, but it doesn't get to the heart of the matter. You have to ask yourself, why are peasants in Peru and Bolivia producing coca? Why are kids in the inner cities using it? The answers to that are not very obscure. In Peru and Bolivia, that's in part due to American foreign so-called aid. U.S. policies over the years have been designed to impose a kind of agro-export model on 224 Chronicles of Dissent. Third world countries. There are a lot of ways of doing this. One way is food for peace, for example, which sends subsidized U.S. farm products, meaning a gift from the American taxpayer to American agribusiness. Subsidized American farm products are sent to third world countries, where they undercut local agriculture and therefore drive the peasants to produce export crops. That's what happened in Peru and Bolivia. When peasants are compelled to function on the capitalist market, they do it just the way Milton Friedman says they should. They look for the most profitable crop per hour of labor input. By any measure, that's going to be coca. So we drive them to produce it. Then when we don't like it we go there and defoliate the farms. We don't defoliate the farms in North Carolina which are producing tobacco. It would be a lot easier than sending bombers out to Peru. Of course, the point is not to attack rich and powerful people, it's to attack poor people. That's the whole point of social policy. One factor is the production end, and that is complex, but deeply rooted in long-standing U.S. policies, including the CIA and counterinsurgency. Another matter. If you want to deal with the production end, you've got to create a different development program for the third world, which won't drive people to do this. On the consumption end, people in the inner cities have good reasons to get involved in drugs. You're a 15-year-old black kid in the inner city, and you take a look at the options available to you. You can be unemployed or maybe sweep the floors somewhere. Or you can do what that other kid is doing, walking around with a car, lots of cash, etc. He's playing the capitalist game. He's going where the money is and maximizing gain. That happens to be by working as a street peddler for the drug lords. Or if you've got a choice as to whether for the next hour to face this miserable, hopeless existence or get high on drugs, it's not an occasional choice to get high on drugs. As long as that's the set of choices that are available, you can expect people to make substitutions for the evil empire. 225. Them. In the white suburbs, where people have a range of choices available to them, drug use has been dropping fast, quite independent of any drug war, which has had no effect whatsoever. Usage of hard drugs, again by federal statistics, has been dropping quite rapidly over the years. Of course, people have been seeing the effects, and they have choices. It's not that it's eliminated, it's serious, but there's a range of choices available and people can deal with it. As long as there's no range of choices, you can see what's going to happen. Use will continue and grow in some areas. If there were a serious attempt to deal with the drug problem instead of this fraudulent hoax, the first thing that they would go after would be money laundering. That's pretty easy to monitor. The laws require now that bank deposits over $10,000 be registered. So the Federal Reserve banks can actually monitor big increases in deposits, which usually mean criminal deposits. And they've done that. When you look at it, it's pretty obvious what's happening. So when the cocaine flow started, the deposits in Miami banks shot up around 1980. There was at that time a small federal program, Operation Greenback, which was monitoring money laundering and prosecuting it, and they started going after the Miami banks. So the illegal funds in Miami banks went down and they shot up in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, drug lords like Million Rodriguez, a launderer for the Medellin cartel, testified in Congress, described how he flew to Kennedy Airport and was met with a limousine from a New York bank and went down to talk to the guy in charge of illegal drugs, and they did whatever they do, and then he went back to Kennedy Airport in the limousine and took off. Nobody's going after the New York banks. In fact, George Bush was the drug czar back in the early 1980s, and one of his major contributions, actually his only known contribution to the drug war, was to Termi. 226. Chronicles of Dissent. Note this small federal program that was going after banks. Even a small program going after money laundering was eliminated. Furthermore, the Reagan administration, as part of its shift of government activities, it was not a decrease but just a shift, included cutting down on bank regulation. So the number of people monitoring banks and illegal banking operations was sharply reduced. One reason for the savings and loan fiasco. One effect was that, although they have the figures on heavy deposits, including criminal deposits, they can't find them because they don't have the manpower to check it. In fact, the general effect of the Reagan drug war was to increase the problem. It increases the problem by increasing the consumption problem in the inner cities, increase poverty and desperation, and you're going to increase drug use. It was carefully designed to avoid all the major issues like, obviously, rich tobacco farmers and alcohol. That's out of the question. In fact, they were ramming these lethal, addictive drugs down the throats of other countries. Even going after the banks was ruled out. The policy had the effect of shifting drug use from relatively benign substances to much more harmful ones. And the new drug war is equally phony. It's largely a technique of population control, a way of imposing harsher constraints on the population. Look at the expenditures. They're going for jails, policemen, more ways of cooping at people in these concentration camps called the inner cities. They're just sticking them in jails directly. It calls for a tax on civil liberties, more death penalties, harsher police measures. It's exactly what you would expect of this kind of so-called conservatism, advocacy of the powerful and violent state. It has nothing to do with drugs except it probably made it worse. DB, let's talk about Israel and the Middle East. About 3 years ago I was interviewing Edward Said, and I asked him if he expected more from Israel because of the history of Jewish persecution. Substitutions for the evil empire. 227. That Israelis should be more sensitive to the sufferings of others, obviously in this case the Palestinian question. He answered, yes, and I've always had trouble with that. I think that's a kind of racist notion. Do you expect more from Israelis? No, of course not. I think that's completely wrong. There's no reason to expect more from them because they suffered in the past. Absolutely no reason. There's nothing in history or anything else that suggests that that would happen. DB, You said your intellectual and emotional roots are in the Middle East. I'm surprised that you said that they were not in Eastern Europe, from whence your parents came. My parents came from Eastern Europe. Of course, they fled from Eastern Europe. They maintained no connection with Eastern Europe. The Eastern European community that they were a part of by the time I was 10 years old was being wiped out by the Nazis. Eastern Europe, from their point of view, is a place from which you flee in horror. My father fled to escape the Tsarist draft, which was basically a death sentence for young Jewish men, and my mother's family left when she was a baby, so she doesn't even remember it. DB, when was that? My father came in 1913, my mother came somewhat earlier. But Eastern Europe was not a place where you had roots except in a shtetl, and the shtetl from their point of view had largely been transferred to places like Baltimore. By the time the Nazis came along there was nothing left. The Eastern European Jewish community which they knew wasn't floor on the roof. It was pretty unpleasant in many ways. It was something to escape from. People escaped in Eastern Europe in all sorts of ways. Many escaped in Poland, for example, which was the main. 228. Chronicles of Dissent. Center of Jewish Settlement, by J. Onning the Bund, which was socialist and trying to break out of this system. They were much stronger than the Zionists, for example. Although the traditional religious element was very powerful, it was collapsing. The shtetl was run by rabbis who were often harsh and authoritarian, with power coming from the state authorities. It was a very backward society. You weren't supposed to read, to know anything, no books. This FFRL. On the roof version has not very much to do with it. That's not where people's roots were. As far as my immediate environment was concerned, my father was a cultural Zionist, Ahadam style. My parents' commitment was to the revivification of Jewish life in other parts of the diaspora, the United States, where people could survive, and with a cultural homeland in what was then Palestine. So that was the immediate environment in which I grew up. I had my own understanding of it. DB, I remember you telling me, I can't recall the exact details, that this feudalism from Eastern Europe extended the United States and you and one other had to walk on one side of the street. What was that exactly? I've never seen a very good study of this, but according to what I can figure out, from what my parents themselves told me or what I've been able to read else, where, as the Eastern European community transferred itself to the United States, it underwent many changes. One of the changes was a kind of regression. For example, my father described his family as moving back even more into the Eastern European mold in some ways after they came here. My mother, her family came over when she was 1 year old, but by the time she was a high school student in New York she remembered and described to us how if she was walking down the street with friends and saw her father coming towards her, she would cross there. Substitutions for the evil empire. 229. Street so as not to undergo the embarrassment of having him pass by without acknowledging her existence, because she was just a girl. As a child, I saw a bit of this, in the very orthodox Jewish environment that my parents had come out of. My grandfather, for example, lived in the United States for 50 years. And I wonder whether he even knew that he wasn't in Eastern Europe. It sometimes seemed that he saw the place he lived as a kind of Eastern Europe where the peasants were black. He was living in a shtetl environment which may have regressed even back from what it had been in Eastern Europe. The attitude toward the blacks, in fact, was just a carry-over from the attitude toward the Ukrainian peasants. You've got to be scared of them because they're pretty dangerous, and you can also cheat them because they're really stupid. You can really cheat the Schwarzes like you could cheat the Ukrainians, but you've got to watch out because you never know when they're going to strike back. They're dangerous. This kind of mood I can remember as a kid. The orthodoxy was just crippling. These are called the people of the book, But that's just a joke. It was a very anti-intellectual society, authoritarian and rigid. You can see it in the religious right wing in Israel, which carries it over. People have been surprised that Menachem Begin was so welcomed by the Moroccan Jews. A lot of Moroccan Jews apparently think Begin was Moroccan, because he's obviously one of them. There's some truth to that. Begin and Shamir came out of an environment which was very similar to the semi-feudal environment of parts of the Jewish community in North Africa. Now the more educated sectors went to France, but many of the less educated and more traditional, who lived in a manner not unlike semi-feudal Poland, went to Israel. So the cultural similarities are in a sense real. In communities in Israel they have religious leaders who are saints, who carry out miracles, and you go visit. 230. Chronicles of Dissent. Them and they get rid of our problems. Some of them even come back from the dead. They speak through their children. They call them up and give them orders as to who to vote for. During the last election there was one leading rabbi who's on television saying, anybody who doesn't vote for our party is going to be cursed and go to hell. And then some other rabbi gets on and does a counter curse and says, if you vote for our party we can take care of him. That's a part of the traditional culture. It's been very much prettified in all sorts of folklore, but it wasn't very pretty. When my father lived in the shtetl and wanted to learn something about the outside world, to learn Russian was heresy. Even to learn Hebrew was improper. You don't read the Bible, that's just too light. You start when you are 3 years old memorizing the Talmud and that's it. Of course you know Hebrew because you have the prayers and the Bible insofar as it's in the ritual, but to learn the modern Hebrew language was considered breaking out. DB, so learning was the property of priesthood. There was no learning. What they called learning was rote memorization, largely, and under harsh control. In the European Jewish ghettos I don't think they had any history or geography books until the 19th century, because the Bible didn't say it so it wasn't true. There was no America. The Bible didn't say anything about America. What kind of nonsense was this? It was a very anti-intellectual environment. There was an assimilationist strain of Jews. Basically that's what we all come out of. In Western Europe, Germany, Austria, the Jewish community became assimilated starting from the late 18th century. They joined Western European culture and felt part of it. That's where you get Freud and Einstein, etc. They came out of the assimilated part which was breaking away from the traditional culture and had total contempt for it. Substitutions for the evil empire. 231. There was also a renaissance, a Jewish enlightenment, in the areas of dense Jewish population in Poland, the Pale of Settlement, the places where the Jews were allowed to live in the Tsarist Empire. That was early in the 19th century, and out of that comes the revival of Hebrew and the origins of modern Zionism. There was also a big socialist movement. These were all breakaway things from the traditional society. DB, were your parents fairly coercive with you? Not particularly. I went to a very progressive experimental private school. They had their own life. Their life was basically Jewish. Hebrew scholarship, Hebrew teaching, Jewish life, etc. But in their framework, American society, which they saw as a genuinely pluralist society, should have plenty of room for a community of people whose main interest is Judaism. That's us. DB, what did they think of you hopping on a train and going up to New York and hanging out at anarchist bookstores on 4th Avenue and talking to your working class relatives there? They didn't mind, as far as I know. To the extent they were aware of it, of which I'm not entirely sure. I don't think they minded. After all, the family was split up. Like a lot of Jewish families, they went in all sorts of directions. There were sectors that were super orthodox and other sectors that were very radical and very assimilated and working class intellectuals. That's the sector that I naturally gravitated to. That's where I'd hang out when I'd go to New York. This was all considered legitimate, the whole range. DB, you've described the intellectual and cultural life you experienced in New York in the 30s as the richest of your life. What was some of the fabric of that? What contributed to that richness? 232. Chronicles of Dissent. I began to be of an age where I could appreciate it around 1940, I guess, 10 or 11 years old. It was a very lively intellectual culture. For one thing, it was a working-class culture with working-class values, solidarity, socialist values, etc. Within that it varied from Communist Party to radical semi-anarchist critique of Bolshevism. That whole range was there. That was not untypical. But that was only a part of it. People were having intensive debates about the Stekel's version of Freudian theory, a lot of discussions about literature and music. What did you think of the latest Budapest String Quartet concert, or Schnibbel's version of a Beethoven sonata versus somebody else's version? It was a very lively, rich intellectual life at every level. I was very much attracted to it. A lot of the people involved were more or less formally uneducated. The one uncle who was the main influence on me never got past 4th grade. After that he was a kind of street person in New York. Then he got himself together. Since he had a disability, he was given a newsstand to run. New York law favored the disabled, so he got a newsstand somewhere where everybody would hang out and have lively discussions, late into the night. It was a very exciting environment. I used to really look forward to helping in the newsstand. DB, he was your mother's brother? He was actually my aunt's husband, technically fam. I lead by marriage. He later became a lay analyst. He got involved with some German emigre psychiatrists. A lot of German emigres were coming over the late 1930s, and this newsstand became kind of a magnet, a place for people to hang out and talk and argue. He himself was very deeply involved in psychoanalytic literature, a very impressive guy intellectually, and he became friendly with some of these people and finally ended up doing a didactic analysis under their supervision of them. He gradually started substitutions for the evil empire. 233. Having more patients. Some of his patients went on to become big shots in the profession and referred patients to him, and finally, without going through the whole story, he ended up being a fairly wealthy lay analyst with a Riverside Drive apartment. DB, you used to go to that apartment, and I remember you telling me that when he had patients visiting you'd have to stay in the kitchen. That was when he still lived in a tiny apartment before he was able to get an office. If patients were knocking at his door we would all have to run into the kitchen and hide while they came in and went into the bedroom, which was where the office was. Then we were able to come out and sit outside until the session was over and then go back into the kitchen again while the patient left. DB, there's not a trace of that culture left, is there? I doubt it. I doubt that there's anything left. It just disappeared and dissolved during the war and the post-war oppression. After all, business was very aware of the ferment in the working class. You read the business literature back in the late 1930s, and although I don't think they had any sense of this kind of thing, business was concerned with what they called the rising power of the masses. That literature sometimes tends to be kind of vulgar Marxist in its rhetoric and its conceptions. But they were concerned about that, and they felt it was necessary to combat it and make sure it didn't develop any further. It was considered a major threat to business dominance. Starting from the late 1930s, there was an understanding that you were going to have to go after this working class culture at its roots and at the public support for it. One approach was what was called the Johnstown Formula, a major all-public relations effort to break a big 234. Chronicles of Dissent. Steel strike, which was successful. The war had its own effects. In the post-war period, there's the phenomenon that we call McCarthyism, which is a misunderstanding. M.C. Carthy was a latecomer. By the late 1940s there were intensive efforts using the Cold War framework and anti-communism and all sorts of other devices to undermine and destroy the incipient labor movements that had begun to develop during the 1930s, and the whole culture that went along with them. It was successful. By now you scarcely see a trace of that kind of consciousness. I should qualify that. There's the Pittston strike, Camp Solidarity of the Pittston strike. I haven't been there, but from what I've read, I suspect that you will see a lot of that kind of consciousness. So when I say that it isn't there, it's maybe that we don't see it. At least in the sectors of the society that I have anything to do with, it was there and it's not there anymore. DB, I'm interested in something you talked about at the Rose Center in April of 1989. A change that you discerned in New York after World War II, and it sort of corresponds to some information that I have on New York. You said in the 1930s people were poor and had no money, but there was a sense of hope, then. After the war, something happened, something changed. I'm very curious about this, because you were rather imprecise about it, and you're usually so precise. I am imprecise about it, and I don't understand it, to tell you the truth. As far as I can see, this has happened all over the world, in different parts of the world at different times. Anyone who knew New York in the 1930s can see this. My family was mostly unemployed, living in slums, but there was no sense of despair. There was a sense of hopefulness. A lot of hopefulness was illusory. Let me tell you another personal story which will illustrate. A couple of years ago I was talking to some substitutions for the evil empire. 235 friends about family doctors from childhood, and I was trying to remember the name of the family doctor we had when I was a kid. This was a Jewish family, which means if a kid has a fever, my mother figured the world was at an end. As a 6-year-old, you feel that, my brother's got a fever, oh my God, he's going to die. Then the doctor would walk in with his mellifluous voice and calm, and everybody would settle down and you'd feel better. That's the culture. I don't know if you recognize it. I was trying to think what was the name of that doctor, and the only name that came to mind was Roosevelt. I knew his name wasn't Roosevelt. So I was trying to figure out why was I thinking it was Roosevelt. I finally realized that it was because when Roosevelt started on those fireside chats, that was exactly the way my parents reacted. Yeah, okay, all these horrible things are happening, but the doctor's here, he's coming, he's going to take care of things, no big problem. I don't remember what he said. I was 7 years old, but I remember the mood. You pick up your parents' mood, and the mood towards Roosevelt's talks was very much like the mood towards this miraculous saint coming in to take care of my brother's fever. I don't mean to suggest that the hope was necessarily well-founded. A lot of it was illusory, but it was definitely there. Furthermore, there was infrastructure. You'll go to the library. The library was there. It was open. It had books and they'd help you. There were unions. And you could walk around the streets. When I was a 10-year-old kid, I thought nothing of walking down by the Hudson River at night or walking through Central Park alone. Something might happen, that you could get hit by lightning too. There was no sense that you were in danger, even in the poorest parts of the city. DB, now you say you need a platoon of Marines. Yes, you need a platoon of Marines. You take your 236 Chronicles of Dissent. Life in your hands anywhere, even if you take the subway. Furthermore, if you go through the inner cities now, occasionally I've walked rough the slums of New York trying to remember. I don't want to rely too much on my childhood memories, obviously, but to me it looks totally different. These desperate, worse than third world conditions that you see, I don't think were there. I've talked to people who have worked in New York over the years, teachers who have taught in New York schools, and their impression, from what I've heard, is pretty much the same. In the 1930s it was poor, but you didn't have a grandmother sitting with a baseball bat all night over the kids' crib to keep the rats from biting. Or the sense that you were in a war and had to defend yourself. There was a sense somehow that things were going to get better. An institutional structure was around, a method of struggling, organizing, of doing things. You had some hope. I don't think there's much hope in the inner cities now. I think there's despair, and I think you sense it in the serious degeneration of urban life. Also, the extremes of wealth and poverty are so much more crass than they were. You walk down somewhere on the east side of New York and the wealth is obscene. You go a couple of blocks away and you have poverty of the kind that's simply horrifying. I don't do it, but friends tell me you sit in a fancy restaurant in New York and there's homeless people leaning on the window panes outside. You just don't notice it after a while. That kind of thing was not true before. The tone of urban life got much harsher, not just in New York but everywhere. It became very ugly. For example, when I was a kid there were big race riots all over the place, and for a while during the war teenage kids were all under 7 p.m. curfew in Philadelphia, where I lived. So it wasn't pretty. But even in a period like that, it didn't feel as though you were living in a war zone. We happened to be the only Jewish family in a largely German and Irish Catholic neighborhood, which was par substitutions for the evil empire. 237. Silently anti-Semitic and actually rather pro-Nazi in those days. This was the late 1930s, quite pro-Nazi in fact. My brother and I knew a couple of paths we could walk on without getting our heads bashed in, but even with that I didn't sense the danger and threat and hostility of walking down the streets of New York today. There was a sense that we kind of had it under control. Maybe when they came out of the Catholic school they'd be raving maniacs wanting to kill the Jews. I don't know what happened in that school. But a couple of hours later or over the weekend you could play baseball with them. You sort of felt there were ways of coming to terms with it. During the war, we sometimes had to have police escorts to get to Hebrew school. We took the subway to the subway stop and had a 2-block walk to the Hebrew school. And we had a police escort for a while, because that was the only way you could make it. The police would hang around the school to keep it from being broken into. When you made it to the subway you were on your own. But even with that, I don't recall the feelings of fear and danger that you get in the urban environments today. I think that that's spreading over the world. The reason I'm being imprecise is that I don't really have precise knowledge. It's a sense, a feeling you pick up when you visit places. My sense is that it's been spreading over much of the world ever since at a different rate, I think. You find similar developments in London maybe 40 years later and in European cities a generation later. There's a kind of lament of barbarism creeping into social life which at least I don't remember from those days. Maybe I missed it as a 10-year-old, but I really don't think so. I think it was different. DB, you had a very instructive experience with your brother David that you still talk about today. There's one in particular where you cut your hand and blamed it on him. 238. Chronicles of Dissent. That was just kids fighting. DB, what about the fat kid in the schoolyard? That was a personal thing for me. I don't know why it should interest anyone else. I do remember it. DB, you drew certain conclusions from it. Yeah, it had an influence on me. I remember when I was about 6, first grade. There was the standard fat kid everybody made fun of. I remember in this schoolyard he was standing outside the school classroom and a bunch of kids outside were taunting him. One of them brought over his older brother from 3rd grade, a big kid, and we thought he was going to beat him up. I remember going up to stand next to him feeling somebody ought to help him, and I did for a while. Then I got scared and ran away. I was very much ashamed of it. I felt, I'll never do that again. That's a feeling that stuck with me. You should stick with the underdog. The shame remained. I should have stayed with him. I think everybody must have personal experiences of this kind that sort of stick with you and color your choices later on. DB, while your parents were still alive, did you feel inhibited in talking in corrupt Israel? Yes. Consciously, in fact. I didn't want to say too much. It's not that they disagreed with me. In fact, we were in basic agreement. DB, would he be called an anti-Zionist today? No. He wouldn't criticize Israel very harshly. He just loved it. When he went there he told us that the sun was always shining. It never rained. Everybody was always happy. It was very Pollyannish. Substitutions for the evil empire. 239. DB, didn't he see any Palestinians while he was there? He didn't think about it very much. He really saw it through rose-colored glasses. He was just in love with the place. The revival of Hebrew was very exciting to him. But still, his intellectual attitudes were pre-state in many respects. They were roto-ed in the critical cultural Zionism of our time. But that was the real importance of Israel, not that it had big borders and big armies, but that it would be a center for a culturally rich, lively diaspora Jewry. When I started writing about it, he basically didn't disagree. My mother, who was somewhat more leftish in her orientation, certainly didn't disagree. But they were hurt very much by the bitter attacks, which began instantaneously, as soon as I opened my mouth on the topic. They lived in that community, and when all the vilification and lies and hysteria started pouring out, it naturally bothered them. And you couldn't say a word without this stuff coming. Just one move away from the party line, and the whole defamation apparatus, which is well organized, started pouring out in streams. For that reason I was inhibited to an extent in speaking and writing about it while they were alive. DB, out of filial piety? I didn't say anything I didn't believe. I am not even conscious of having not written. But I'm sure it constrained things that I said and did at the time. DB, people are interested in your work process also. Have you obtained documents, national security memoranda? Are these easily obtainable? It's not a major or effort. It's not like going to your corner grocery. DB, are they mailed to you? How do you get them? 240. Chronicles of Dissent. You get them from libraries. Most good libraries will have reference departments where you can get the materials. DB, are they on microfilm? Yes, you can get access to them. If you really want to do detailed archival work, you have to do things which I don't have the resources for. For example, you'd have to go down to the Johnson Library and work through the stored materials. I just don't have the resources and the time for that sort of thing. But whatever you can get through libraries, I can get and other people can get too. It's work. First of all, you have to read a ton of the stuff before you find anything good. Most of it's just jade ink. But if you want to do the work, there are enough guides, often in secondary sources, to give you a hint as to where you ought to look. Sometimes you will even find references in secondary sources which look intriguing. I often find that they're misinterpreted, but they suggest you may want to go back and find a nugget there. So it's no big mystery, really. It's not like science, which is intellectually difficult. It just requires work. It's intellectually pretty simple. That's why anybody can do enough to gain a fairly good understanding of the world as a spare time job. DB, in a 1986 interview that we did, you were fairly negative about the possibilities of an alternative media developing. Since then, however, we have the establishment of Z Magazine, the growth of community radio, cable TV, fairness and accuracy in reporting. I understand a Canadian film crew is doing a documentary on you. There's been a lot of developments. Do you see that as a positive thing? Are you surprised by it? I don't remember what I said in that interview, but I've always felt it would be a very positive thing and it should be pushed as far as it can go. I think it's going to. Substitutions for the evil empire. 24-1. Have a very hard time. There's such a concentration of resources and power that alternative media, while extremely important, are going to have quite a battle. It's true, there are things which are small successes, but it's because people have been willing to put in an incredible effort. Take Z magazine. That's a national magazine which literally has a staff of 2 and no resources, none, except for what some friends give. Putting out a magazine with no resources is backbreaking labor. Southend Press has sort of made it. That is, they're surviving. It's a small collective with again no resources, and they put out a lot of books, including quite a lot of good ones. But for a Southend book to get reviewed is almost impossible. Take the Boston Globe, for example. By the standards of American journalism, it's a very liberal newspaper. Their book review editor a couple of years ago said publicly that she would never allow a Southend book to be reviewed. The reason that she gave was that I was a Southend author, and as long as I was a Southend author she'd never allow a Southend book to be reviewed. My books are not only not reviewed in the Boston Globe, but they won't even list them. There's a section on Sunday where they list things by local authors. Like some local author wrote a chapter in a cookbook. They won't even list my books under listings by local authors. In fact, sometimes it's kind of comical. For example, the National Council of Teachers of English every year gives out what they call an Orwell Award for exposure of doublespeak. It was awarded to me for On Power and Ideology 2 years ago. This year it was awarded to the book that Edward Herman and I did, Manufacturing Consent. Just at the time when that award was given, I think it was November, a Boston Globe columnist, a rather left liberal columnist, incidentally, wrote a column interviewing the guy who is in charge of this award. It was a very upbeat column about what a terrific idea this is to give an award for exposure of doublespeak. She listed 242 Chronicles of Dissent. Some of the people who had gotten it in the past, Ted Koppel, etc. There was a very striking omission. This year's award was not mentioned. It happened to go to a local person, which usually is mentioned. It also happened to be the first time, I think, that anybody had gotten it for the second time. Furthermore, both of the books in question were books about the media. It's not what Ted Koppel does. It was critique of the media. None of that could be mentioned. Southend has a very hard time getting a book reviewed. It's been written up in Publishers Weekly, in fact, which has discussed this. If you don't have access to capital resources, advertisers, the powerful modes of public articulation, your outreach is going to be extremely limited. You can make up for it to some extent with just hard work. There are ways of compensating. Some of these ways are important. For example, dissidents in lots of societies cooperate. I spend an awful lot of time, for example, xeroxing stuff, copying stuff for friends in other countries who are .3, in their countries, in roughly the situation I'm in here. They do the same for me. That means that although I don't get a research grant to work on this kind of stuff or time off or whatever, I do have access to resources that mainstream scholars or for that matter the CIA don't have. The CIA or mainstream scholars don't have a very smart and perceptive guy in Israel scanning the Hebrew journals for them picking out the things that are important, doing an interpretation and analysis of them and sending reams of this material to me. DB, you really talking about Israel Shahak? Yes. That is a big difference. That means I've got resources. Shayhak is the main one and there are others. I've got other friends that do the same thing. I and others do the same for them. The same is true in Australia and England and other places. So there are kind of networks. Substitutions for the evil empire. 243. Of cooperation developed. Here on my desk, for example, is a collection of stuff from a friend of mine who does careful monitoring of the whole press in Los Angeles and a lot of the British press, which he reads, a selection so I don't have to read the movie reviews and the gossip and the rest of it. I get the Osisca-onal nugget that sneaks through that you may find if you're carefully and intelligently and critically reviewing a wide range of press. There are a fair number of people that do this, and we exchange information. The end result is that you do have access to resources in a way I doubt that any national intelligence agency can duplicate. So there are ways of compensating for the absence of resources. People can do things. This happens all over. A couple of years ago I gave a talk in Manhattan, Kansas, and they asked me to meet beforehand with a local Central America Solidarity group. So I thought, okay, 4 people will be in somebody's living room. To my surprise, it wasn't 4 people in a living room but a couple of 100 people in a church. It was a town of 30,000 or so. There was a lot of literature, including literature I'd never seen, information I'd never seen, and people who were up and back from Central America, who'd been living the doing solidarity work, dragging their congressional representatives down there. Vesey informed people. I'm sure they know more about Central America than you'd find at the Central America desk of an American newspaper or many Latin American departments. That's the kind of thing you can find all over the country. People have just found other ways of getting information and educating themselves and each other and figuring things out. There are ways of getting around the constraints, but it's not simple. To try to make it reach any scale that would have an impact is difficult. DB, I'm interested that you've said that commercial radio is less ideological than public radio. 244. Chronicles of Dissent. That's been my experience. Here I'd want to be a little more cautious. Public radio out in the sticks, in my experience, is pretty open. So when I go to Wyoming or Iowa I'm on public radio, for longer discussions. That would be very hard to imagine in Boston or Washington. Occasionally you might get on with somebody else to balance you for 3 minutes, in which there are 3 sentences for each person. But anything that would be more in-depth would be very difficult. It's worth bearing in mind that the US communications system has devised a very effective structural technique to prevent dissidence. This comes out very clearly sometimes. The United States is about the only country I know where anywhere near the mainstream you've got to be extremely concise in what you say, because if you ever get access, it's 2 minutes between commercials. That's not true in other countries. It's not true outside of the mainstream either. You can get maybe 10 or 15 minutes. You can develop a thought. If you can get on a US mainstream program, NPR, TED Koppel, it's a couple of sentences. They're very well aware of it. Do you know Jeff Hansen? DB, he's at Wirt, Madison. Last time I was out there, he wanted to attend an interview when I was in the area giving some talks on the media. He started by playing a tape that he had that you've probably heard where he had interviewed Jeff Greenfield, some mucky muck with Nightline. He asked Greenfield, how come you never have Chomsky on? Greenfield starts with a kind of tirade about how this guy's a wacko from Neptune. After he calmed down and stopped foaming at the mouth, he then said something which was quite right. Look, he probably lacks concision. We need the kind of people who can say something in a few brief sentences. Maybe the best expert on some topic is from Turkey and speaks only Turkish. That's no good. Substitutions for the evil empire. 245. For us. We've got to get somebody who can say something with concision, and this guy Chomsky just rants on and on. There's something to that. Take a look at the Feb 1 Erie, in March 1990 Mother Jones. There's an interesting article by Mark Cooper in which he does an analysis of the main people who appear as experts on shows. Of course, they're all skewed to the right, and the same people appear over and over. But the commentary is interesting. He talks to media people about this and they say, these are people who know how to make their thoughts concise and simple and straightforward, and they can make those brief two-sentence statements between commercials. That's quite significant. Because if you're constrained to producing 2 sentences between commercials, or 700 words in an op-ed piece, you can do nothing but express conventional thoughts. If you express conventional thoughts, you don't need any basis for it or any background, or any arguments. If you try to express something that's somewhat unconventional, people will rightly ask why you're saying that. They're right. If I refer to the United States invasion of South Vietnam, people will ask, what are you talking about? I never heard of that. And they're right. They've never heard about it. So I'd have to explain what I mean. Or suppose I'm talking about international terrorism, and I say that we ought to stop it in Washington, which is a major center of it. People back off. What do you mean? Washington's a major center of it. Then you have to explain. You have to give some background. That's exactly what Jeff Greenfield is talking about. You don't want people who have to give background, because that would allow critical thought. What you want is completely conformist ideas. You want just repetition of the propaganda line, the party line. For that you need concision. I could do it too. I could say what I think in 3 sentences, too. But it would just sound as if it was off the wall, because there's no basis laid for it. If you come from there. 246. Chronicles of Dissent. American Enterprise Institute, and you say it in 3 sentences. Yes, people hear it every day, so what's the big deal? Yeah, sure, Gaddafi's the biggest monster in the world, and the Russians are conquering the world, and this and that. Noriega's the worst gangster since so-and-so. For that kind of thing you don't need any background. You just rehash the thoughts that everybody's always expressed and that you hear from Dan Rather and everyone else. That's a structural technique that's very valuable. In fact, in my view, if people like Ted Koppel were smarter, they would allow more dissidents on, because they would just make fools of themselves. Either you would sell out and repeat what everybody else is saying because it's the only way to sound sane, or else you would say what you think, in which case you'd sound like a madman, even if what you think is absolutely true and easily supportable. The reason is that the whole system so completely excludes it. It'll sound crazy, rightly, from their point of view. And since you have to have concision, as Jeff Greenfield says, you don't have time to explain it. That's a marvelous structural technique of propaganda. They do the same thing in Japan, I'm told. Most of the world still hasn't reached that level of sophistication. You can go on Belgian national radio or the BBC and actually say what you mean. That's very hard in the United States. DB, in your essay Language and Freedom you write, social action must be animated by a vision of far-future society. I was wondering what vision of far-future society animates you. I have my own ideas as to what a future society should look like. I've written about them. I think that at the most general level we should be seeking out forms of authority and domination and challenging their legitimacy. Sometimes they are legitimate. Let's say they're needed for survival. During the Second World War, we had a totalitarian society, basically, and I thought there substitutions for the evil empire. 24/7 was some justification for that under the wartime conditions. Relations between parents and children, for example, involve forms of coercion. They're sometimes justifiable. But any form of coercion and control requires justification, and most of them are completely unjustifiable. At various stages of human civilization, it's been possible to challenge some of them but not others. Others are too deep-seated, or you don't see them, or whatever. So at any particular point you try to detect those forms of authority and domination which are subject to change and which do not have any legitimacy, in fact which often strike at fundamental human rights and your understanding of fundamental human nature and rights. I think if you look at the present scene, the future society that I'd like to see is one where you continually do this, and continually extend the range of freedom and justice and lack of external control and greater public participation. What are the major things today? There are some that are being addressed. The feminist movement is addressing some. The civil rights movement is addressing others. The one major one that's not being seriously addressed is the one that's really at the core of the system of domination: private control over resources, production, and distribution. The 18th century revolutions have not been consummated. Even the texts of classical liberalism were talking about people being condemned to work under command instead of working out of their own inner need and not controlling the work process. That's at the core of classical liberalism. That's all been completely forgotten. But that ought to be revived. That's very real. That means an attack on the fundamental structure of state capitalism. I think that's in order. That's not something far off in the future. In fact, we don't even have to have fancy ideas about it. A lot of the ideas were articulated in the 18th century, even in what are the classical liberal texts, and then later in at least the Liber 248. Chronicles of Dissent. Tarian parts of the socialist movement and the anarchist movement. I think that is a very live topic which ought to be faced. A vision of a future society from this point of view would be one in which production, decisions over investment, etc. are under democratic control. That means control through communities, through workplaces, through workers' councils in factories or universities, whatever organization it happens to be. Federal structures which integrate organized sectors over a broader range. These are all entirely feasible developments, particularly for an advanced industrial society. The cultural background for them exists only in a very limited way but could be made to exist. That's a picture of part of a future society. It's not the only one because there are a lot of other forms of hierarchy and authority which should be eliminated. The kinds of systems that have existed are state capitalist, of the kind we're familiar with, or state bureaucratic like the Soviet system with a managerial bureaucratic military elite that commands and controls the economy and the whole society from the top in totalitarian fashion. That's fortunately collapsing. Our system is not subject to any internal challenge, but it ought to be. The picture of a future society that evolves is one that you can then proceed to sketch out and has been sketched out in part. DB, you do hundreds of interviews and lectures and you're dealing with massacres in East Timor and invasions of Panama, death squads, pretty horrific stuff. What keeps you going? Don't you get burned out on this material? I could talk to you about my personal reactions, but again I don't see why they should interest anyone. DB, is there an inner resource that you call upon when you're feeling despair? Substitutions for the evil empire. 249. It's mainly a matter of whether you can look yourself in the mirror, I think. If you want to be encouraged, there are ways to be encouraged. Things are much better than they were 25 years ago, 10 years ago. For example, 20 years ago I wouldn't have been able to go out to Manhattan, Kansas and find people who knew more about whatever it was than I did, who were active and involved. When I started giving talks back around 1964, it seemed totally hopeless. A talk would mean getting some neighbor to invite two people over and talk in the living room, or going to a church where there's one drunk guy who's coming in and some other guy who wants to kill you and the two organizers. When we organized public meetings back in those days at a university, I remember one at MIT when we announced a meeting on Vietnam, Venezuela, and Iran, in the hope that maybe you could draw in enough people to outnumber the organizers. Also, the hostility was extraordinary. The first public outdoor rally where I spoke was in October 1965 on the Boston Common, on an international day of protest against the Indochina War. It was organized by students, like most things, and was really the first major public event with a march and rally at the Common. There must have been 200-300 police. We were very happy to see, I should say, because they kept us from getting murdered. The crowd was extremely hostile, mostly students who had marched over from the universities. They were ready to kill you. The demands were so tame, it was almost embarrassing to say them. Stop the bombing of North Vietnam. The bombing of South Vietnam, which was 3 times the scale, we didn't even talk about that. That went on up through the middle of 1966. You couldn't have an outdoor alley in Boston because it would be broken up by students and others. Then I felt totally helpless. I couldn't see any point to it at all. DB, so you are encouraged? 250. Chronicles of Dissent. Whether you are encouraged or not is a matter of personality, not of objective fact. In many ways things are a lot better. I think the cultural level of the country is much higher. Outside the educated classes, which are not changed, I think the moral and intellectual level of public discourse and public understanding has risen very considerably. I don't doubt that for a moment. And that's encouraging. If you want to be discouraged, you can think about the glacial pace of it, the distance that yet has to be traveled before you can make a serious impact on policy. These are questions of mood, not of objective reality. I don't see much point in paying attention to them. Basically, you take a kind of Pascal's wager. Take the environment. If you want to give an objective analysis, you can give an argument that in a couple of 100 years there's going to be nothing left but cockroaches. No matter what we do, that's possible. On the other hand, you can try to do something about it, to change things. You've got 2 choices. Do nothing, in which case you can predict what's going to happen. Or do something, in which case maybe there's a chance. DB, you recommitted to doing something. I try to be. Prelude to the Gulf War. September 17, 1990. DB, you take exception to, and I think you challenge the conventional mainstream media view that the Kuwait-Iraq crisis is the first major event of the so-called post-Cold War era. Am I correct in that? That's right in a number of respects. First of all, I'm rather skeptical about the phrase post-Cold War era, but even accepting that, the first major crisis involving military action in this era was the invasion of Panama. It was post-Cold War in the sense that although the action itself was so normal as to be hardly more than a footnote to history, it's the first time in a long time, actually since 1917, that U.S. military actions, and aggression in this case, have not been justified on the pretext of defense against the Soviet threat. The pretext was never at all credible, but this time it was quite beyond anyone's imagination to construct. In that respect, this was a post-Cold War invasion, use of military force. It had to be justified on different pretexts. In many respects it's rather similar to the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. DB, do you see any positive results evolving from the fairly united international effort to force Saddam Hussein to evacuate from Kuwait? I wish that I did see some, but I don't. I happen to agree with those international efforts, but the only reason they're taking place is because the United States is allowing them to take place. There's a lot of nonsense being produced now about how the UN is finally living up to its responsibilities in the post-Cold War era, with superpower conflict ending. We don't have to worry anymore. 251. 252. Chronicles of Dissent. About Russian recalcitrance, and we can put aside the psychic disorders of the Third World, and now the UN can finally do what it was designed to do. The fact of the matter is that for the past 20 years the major reason why the United Nations has not been able to do what it was designed to do is because the United States blocked it. The United States is far-in vetoing Security Council resolutions and in voting, often in isolation or virtual isolation, on General Assembly resolutions on a wide range of issues, including the Middle East, Barsamian, observance of international law, disarmament, environmental issues, you name it. That's why the UN was unable to act. But now the UN is more or less, actually less than we claim, acting in accordance with U.S. demands, so therefore it's able to act. It's as simple as that. The cynicism on this matter is mind-boggling. For example, on Sunday, September 16th, the New York Times magazine had a story about Daniel Moynihan praising him as the great exponent of observance of international law who has finally come into his own now that others have come around to understand the principles for which he has fought so hard all his life, etc. I've seen about a dozen articles like that about Moynihan, who just came out with a book on international law. It's perfectly true that in this book on international law Moynihan says it's a teachable thing. We haven't observed international law, we should do it, etc. But there are a few slight omissions in this story. For example, the article in the New York Times magazine praises Moynihan for his service at the United Nations, but they didn't say what he was doing there. What he was doing was ensuring that the UN couldn't function, and he describes that with great pride in his memoirs. Referring to the Indonesian invasion of East Timor in 1975, he says that the United States wanted things to turn out as they did and that he had the assignment of making sure that the United Nations could not act in any prelude to the Gulf War. 253. Constructive way to terminate or reverse the Indonesian aggression. He carried out that task with remarkable success. He then in the next sentence goes on to say that he's aware of the nature of that success. He says that 2 months later, reports surfaced that the Indonesian invasion had killed off about 10% of the population in East Timor over a period of 2 months. A proportion of the population which, he then goes on to say, is about the same as the proportion of people in Eastern Europe killed by Hitler. So he's taking pride in having stopped the United Nations from interfering with an aggression that he himself compares with Hitler's invasion of Eastern Europe, and then he drops it at that. This is the man who's telling us to observe international law and praising the United Nations for finally coming around to recognize its duty and to live up to its historic mission. Putting aside his own stand, the stand of the interview with him and the praise for his book, front cover story in the Times Book Review and other articles citing him as an exponent, an apostle of international law at the United Nations, that presses cynicism beyond its outer limits. DB, it would seem that the Gulf crisis would generate much interest in energy conservation institution of serious energy conservation measures in this country, developing alternative sources, but that doesn't seem to be happening. Not really, because it's not very relevant. The issue in the Gulf crisis is not a shortage of oil and it's not US dependence on Middle East oil. It's pretty easy to see that the US position toward the Middle East has been, since the 1940s, that those energy reserves, by far the largest and the cheapest energy reserves in the world, would be dominated by the United States and its clients, and that no other force would be tolerated. Surely no armed force would be tolerated, had that been a realistic possibility. 254. Chronicles of Dissent. And it wasn't tolerated after the British and French were pretty much expelled. There was a lot of talk about the Russians, but it was just talk. Crucially, no independent indigenous force would be tolerated. That was US policy in the 1950s. It motivated the U.S. opposition to Nasser by the mid-1950s once it was recognized that he was an independent nationalist and wouldn't just play our game. It motivated the strategic alliance with Israel and with the Shah in opposition to what's called radical nationalism, meaning independent nationalism, and on to the present. Why is that relevant? Until the early 1970s we barely imported any Middle East oil, but we had exactly the same position. In fact, if we didn't use one drop of Middle East oil today, we would have exactly the same position. The issue is who controls the world's major oil energy supplies, and it is understood that whoever controls the profits, whoever can administer production levels and prices, within narrow limits, because there isn't much of a range, has a very powerful lever over world affairs and over other countries, and we're going to make sure we have that. We could be completely self-sufficient and it wouldn't change this a bit. DB, I'm wondering if you could comment about media images. I'm thinking about the late 1970s with those horrific pictures of Ayatollah Khomeini gracing the covers of Time and Newsweek, and 11 years later the same issues of hostages, the Middle East and oil and the butcher of Baghdad, Saddam Hussein, on the same covers, snarling and sneering at readers. In the 1960s it was Gamal Abdel Nasser who was the monster who had to be destroyed, part of the reason for the extreme enthusiasm about Israel's 1967 victory and US participation in it. In fact, in the case of Saddam Hussein, we don't have to go back that far. On August 1, 1990 he was a favored U.S. client. The United States was offering him credit, lavishing support on him. The U.S. prelude to the Gulf War. 255. Was his major trading partner. We were the largest market for his oil. We were providing 40% of his food. The Iraqi-American Business Forum was praising his progress toward democracy. He was just a good guy. A day later he was the new incarnation of Genghis Khan and Hitler. No new crimes. True, the aggression in Kuwait was one new crime, but small in comparison with the record that he had already compiled. What happened was he conflicted with US interests. Period. That's what matters. He could invade Iran, murder thousands of Kurds with poison gas, set up one of the most brutal tyrannies in the world, if not the most. That was all just fine as long as he was seen as conforming to US interests. When it became clear that he was another one of these radical nationalists who was going to go his own way, he picks up the mantle of Nasser, Gaddafi and Khomeini and anybody else who gets in our way. DB. How about Noriega? There it's kind of intriguing. For example, Bernard Drainer, a former Marine general and former New York Times military correspondent who's now head of some security studies program at Harvard, had an op-ed in their Times drawing the connection between Noriega and Hussein, saying Hussein, like Noriega, has to go. There is something in common between the two. They both got in the way of the United States. That's about the limits of what they have in common. Noriega was a crook, but a very minor gangster. Hussein, while we were supporting him, was one of the major monsters of the Kernati period. But like Noriega, he opposed US interests. Noriega was also a friend, still a gangster and a drug peddler and everything else but a friend, because he was seen as serving US interests. When it became clear that he was following too independent a course, when he was starting to get in the way of the U.S. attack on Nicaragua instead. 256. Chronicles of Dissent, of participating actively in it, when he was pursuing their Contadora process. He just had to go. So then his crimes, which are quite petty in comparison with the people we support, could be used against him. And now Saddam Hussein's crimes, which really are hideous, can be brought up against him. 2 months ago, the same crimes had been committed, but they just didn't matter. He was progressing, and he was a perfectly acceptable, in fact favored, partner. DB, I'm interested in this issue of cognitive dissonance. But how can someone like Bush, for example, or his Secretary of State Baker or the earlier cited Daniel Moynihan, how can they be talking about international law and violating the rights of sovereignty of nations as a grave crime, etc.? How do they reconcile that stand with U.S. actions in Panama, for example, or Grenada? The World Court proceedings condemned the United States for the unlawful use of office, and a whole record all the way back. Just take Panama. On Sunday, September 16, 1990, the press announced with great pleasure that the Security Council had voted a severe condemnation of Iraq for its break-in at the foreign embassies. That's quite right. When they broke in, the press was just outraged. This was an attack on diplomacy itself, the New York Times said, and for the first time demanded that he be tried as a war criminal. The UN resolution was published in full and with great prominence. I haven't seen anyone point out the obvious. That's the second time that's happened this year. In mid-January, the United Nations Security Council voted a resolution condemning a country for violating diplomatic immunity in a case very similar to this one. Mainly, U.S. troops broke into the Nicaraguan compound in Panama and messed it up. The Security Council had a resolution which was vetoed by the United States. That's it. There was also a Security Council resolution condemning their prelude to the Gulf War. 257. Invasion vetoed by the United States. There was a General Assembly resolution condemning the invasion. In fact, just more recently, the Catholic Church in Panama has described the U.S. invasion as the worst tragedy in the history of the country, and a government commission has also condemned the invasion. Going back in the United Nations, as I mentioned before, the United States is very far in the lead in preventing it from acting on issues of observance of international law, aggression, etc. To get back to your question, how can they do these things? It depends on the individual, but there are several possible answers. Some may simply be total cynics. Most likely they are people who have acquired or had naturally a certain technique which is almost a filter that you have to pass through in order to get to a leadership position. That is that you be capable of erasing totally from your mind anything that conflicts with your need to serve powerful interests. You've got to be able to erase it, and then you don't hit of cognitive dissonance. DB, but the level of conformity is startling, even by US standards, on this issue. I kept waiting at the daily press conference that Bush held in Maine and now in Washington for one single reporter to get up, even if didn't he believe in what he was saying, to just challenge the administration line on this issue about international law and the sanctity of borders, etc., bringing up the issue of Panama. Not one of them, not one, came forward. No. And what's more, I have yet to see an op-ed or an editorial run through the record on this and pointing out the utter hypocrisy of it. Incidentally, I know that such op-eds have been submitted to major or newspapers, but they have been turned down. DB, some years ago you said that anti-Arab sentiment is the last vestige of respectable racism in the United States today. Do you see any elements of that racism in this current crisis? 258. Chronicles of Dissent. I think it is just flagrant. The reaction is utterly racist. Of course you find this in outright racist journals like the New Republic, which is reeking with anti-Arab racism, But that's always the case. Even in parts of the media that try to retain a level of minimal respectability on this, the anti-Arab racism just screams at you. This has been true for a long time, but it's quite apparent now. DB, I happened to be listening to a Christian religious broadcast, and there were comments about Islam breeds violence and the Quran sanctifies terrorism and holy wars. It was rather astounding to hear all this stuff. That's typical of a racist culture. Christianity doesn't breed violence. Is the history of Europe very pretty? DB, or is Israel the strategic asset in this crisis? Why is it seemingly on the sidelines? Seemingly is the right word. It remains a base for US power. If the United States decides to go to war, as it very well may, plunging the area into total chaos and possibly catastrophe, Israel will be a major strategic reserve. But right now, the United States would much prefer for Israel to keep a low profile, and they've surely been ordered to do that. The reason is that the very fragile pretense of an Arab force is crucial for propaganda purposes, and that would collapse instantaneously if Israel were to take an active part. In fact, probably the whole Arab world would be inflamed. The United States would probably find itself involved in counterinsurgency. DB, I'm interested that you use the term Arab world, because it's mystified me. You don't hear about the Slavic world or the Hindu world or the Buddhist world. Or the Christian world. Prelude to the Gulf War. 259. DB, LS is part of that racist framework. And we use it. Sure, we use it. I use it. The so-called Arab world is as complex and diverse as the European world. DB, what about the internalpha.ds within the region? Some people are rather surprised to find, for example, someone like Hafez al-Assad winding up against Saddam Hussein. Assad has been a sworn enemy of Hussein for a long time. They represent two wings of essentially the same secular nationalist, actually internationalist Arab movement, the Ba'ath Party, but different wings, and they've been at each other's throat for years. Syria was the only major Arab state to support Iran during the Iraq-Iran war. So it's just a continuation of it. It's interesting that all of a sudden Assad has become a good guy in America. This morning there's an article in the New York Times saying that of course, he's not very nice, but much better than Saddam Hussein. 2 months ago, Saddam Hussein was much better than he was. In fact, they're pretty much on the par, but he's on their side, so therefore he's got real pronu. Say. DB, hasn't T. Bush and his administration really painted itself into a corner in comments like Iraq's occupation of the Kuwait will not stand, it will not be tolerated? Is he giving Saddam Hussein any avenue to compromise? I think in my view that's a rather odd way to put it, because there have been several offers from Iraq on a negotiating track that could be followed to end the conflict with Iraqi withdrawal, and they've been turned down by the United States. So it's not a matter of the United States offering a possible compromise. As it is right now, it's a matter of the United States refusing to permit a diplomatic track to be pursued. There was a rather remarkable front-page article in the New York Times by their chief. 260. Chronicles of Dissent. Diplomatic correspondent Thomas Friedman, a couple of weeks ago, August 22nd, saying that there's a great concern in Washington, which he supported, that others might find the diplomatic track too tempting. On this issue, I think you can see a real difference between the United States and most of the rest of the world. Not all Kuwaiti nationals and Israel agree with the United States, and some others do, but most of the world is tending in a different direction. That's over what is the crucial issue right now. There is a general hope that economic measures of some kind, some form of embargo, will succeed in compelling Iraq to withdraw and reverse the aggression, but suppose they don't? Then what? There are then two ways to achieve that end. One way is war and the other is diplomacy. The way I read the international situation, most of the world prefers diplomacy, and the United States is gearing up for war. There apparently are diplomatic options and a diplomatic track. We can't be sure of that, since such opportunity has instantaneously been shut off and in fact barely reported, but there certainly have been proposals floated that look like possible diplomatic options. DB, wasn't there an Iraqi offer to talk about withdrawal from all occupied Arab lands? That was on August 12th. That was the first of them. Exactly how serious it was we don't know, because it was instantly rejected. There were several others, too. There was an Iraqi proposal on August 19th to treat the Kuwait affair as a problem of the Arab world and the Arab League and have it settled in the same manner as Syrian forces in Lebanon and Moroccan forces in the Western Sahara. That was rejected out of hand as well. There was an argument for rejecting it, namely that in that arena Saddam Hussein could expect to be highly influential, in fact perhaps to prevail. That has some logic. Prelude to the Gulf War. 261. To it, except for one small point. He was simply stealing a leaf from the US book. Every time the United States intervenes in the Western Hemisphere, it immediately stands up and denounces the rest of the world for trying to get involved. So it will veto Security Council resolutions calling for an end to hostilities on the grounds that this is a Western Hemisphere affair and we can do it ourselves. You guys keep away. Why? Because we can hope to prevail as long as it's just Western Hemisphere. We've done the same in the Middle East, for example, trying to bar UN intervention in Cyprus when Turkey invaded Cyprus, in fact earlier, back in the early 1960s. Keeping it to NATO. A third, however, and more important proposal from Iraq was on August 23rd, and Ag.Ain. We do not know much about it or how serious it was because it was pretty much suppressed. But on August 23rd a proposal was brought to Washington by former U.S. official with Iraqi corrections calling for, and this had terms that were quite forthcoming, an Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait, an end to sanctions, freeing of anyone who was detained, the hostages, no precondition that the US troops withdraw or any other precondition. The only terms that Iraq insisted on in this proposal were 1. Some form of guaranteed access to the Gulf, and 2. Control of the Rumaila oil fields, which are about 95% inside Iraq and 5% inside Kuwait on what has always been a contested border. That proposal was described by a White House spokesman, who was quoted in the press, as serious and negotiable. It certainly sounds that. How serious and how negotiable it is we don't know because it was instantaneously rejected by the United States and largely suppressed by the press. The offer had apparently been leaked to the New York Times, which didn't publish it. It was then very prominently published a week later by Newsday, a Long Island newspaper, and at that point the Times had to refer to it, but it buried the thing. And 262. Chronicles of Dissent dismissed it as baloney in a paragraph, and that was the end of it. It hasn't been referred to since. There are other proposals. There are several proposals attributed to the PLO in Jordan calling for Iraqi withdrawal and a plebiscite and other possibilities. How realistic they are, again, we do not know because as long the United States rejects them, and as long as the media won't report them, we do not know. But the logic of the situation is pretty clear. If the embargo does not succeed in a limited time, then the options will be war or diplomacy. If diplomacy is cut off, it will be war. DB, if sanctions don't work, if, say, 6 months from now. I don't think the United States will wait 6 months. Just imagine the situation, say, 2 months from now. Let's imagine what it's going to look like. We can't be certain, but here's a possibility, not implausible. 2 months from now we may find a huge American army, 200,000 men, suffering in the desert, Not much fun. Isolated, dying of the heat, the tanks not functioning. The U.S. economy heading into a tailspin. Germany and Japan are major rivals, doing business as usual. They really don't want to have any part of this and regard it as a bilateral arrangement between the United States and Saudi Arabia. The embargo is starting to leak. Turmoil increasing in the Arab world, which is likely. Conflicts developing between the US military forces and the local population, which is also likely. Even if they're superbly well behaved, there are too many opportunities for conflict. Just imagine that situation. What does George Bush do at that time? Either you withdraw the army, which is unimaginable, or you use it. DB, do you favor the military option in getting Iraq out of Kuwait? The military option? It would be crazy. First of all, prelude to the Gulf War. 263. Unless it were authorized by the UN Security Council, which is highly unlikely, it is illegal. But aside from law, which has never bothered us, it would be wrong and crazy. For one thing, it isn't clear that the United States has a military option. Western military analysts are by no means certain of that. Western military attachés in Baghdad, for example, have been arguing that it would be extremely costly for the United States to attempt a forceful removal of the Iraqi army. Quite apart from the UN countable number, we have no idea how many people would be killed in the operation itself. The longer term, the border effects are quite incalculable. It could have catastrophic effects throughout the entire region, up to in fact destroying large parts of the world's energy reserves. It's an extremely grave and ominous possibility. Quite apart from the fact that nothing remotely similar has ever been done in comparable cases of aggression in that region or elsewhere. DB, I didn't follow something you said. You said that even if the UN Security Council voted in favor of military action, it would be illegal? Unless the UN Security Council voted in favor of action, authorized and directed the action, it would be illegal. DB, how does this crisis affect the Palestinians and the Intifada? I think it's a catastrophe for the Palestinians. If there is a war, Israel might use the opportunity, and I suppose be authorized by the United States, to invade Jordan, which they've been itching to do for a long time. Both major parties in Israel and the U.S. government regard Jordan as a Palestinian state, and their long-term goal would then be to invade Jordan, then remove much of the population of the occupied territories to the Palestinian. 264. Chronicles of Dissent. State and bring in Russian immigrants while expanding their natural borders, etc. It's not unlikely in the context of a war. Even if there's no war, I think the situation will end up with an even tighter alliance between the United States and militarily strong forces in the region commit head to opposition of any form of Palestinian or other indigenous nationalism. DB, do you think that Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait vindicates the right, the Likud line, and Israel, that you can trust the Arabs, they're terrorists, they're barbaric aggressors, etc.? Within Israel itself? DB, yes. I think it's strengthened that position. There's been a shameful response on the part of the so-called peace movement. The most prominent example is Yossi Sarid, whose column in Israel about how that's the last time I talk to the Palestinians, they can forget about me, was reprinted in the Wall Street Journal. Segments of the Israeli peace movement have followed him on that. Not all, I should say. He was pretty harshly criticized, too. Shlomo Aloni, for example, who is a leading civil libertarian for many years in Israel and from Yossi Sarid's party, had a couple of interviews in which she pointed out quite honestly that she doesn't care at all about the Palestinians, doesn't care really what happens to them, and never has. All she cares about is the Jews and Israel, and she will continue to talk to the Palestinians because she cares about the Jews and Israel. She furthermore went on to say, without mentioning Sarad's name, that, speaking of the Israeli peace movement, we like to pretend that we've done things for the Palestinians and they're being ungrateful, when in fact we've done nothing for them. We've done things only for ourselves. We did nothing. Prelude to the Gulf War. 265. To help relieve their suffering until it started to harm us. We never cared about it, and they have nothing to be grateful to us for. Let's not make pretenses about that. She also said something which is immediately intelligible to an Israeli audience, although I don't know if people would understand it here. She said, people are comparing Saddam to Hitler. This is not the first time that nationalists in the Middle East have expressed their support for Hitler. She was referring, of course, to the Prime Minister of Israel, Yitzhak Shamir, who was the head of a group, Lehi, the so-called Stern Gang, which made overtures to the Nazis in 1941 not out of expediency but out of agreement, offering to become the outpost for the Third Reich in the Middle East. This is very well known in Israel but maybe not on here. Others have also been extremely critical. The Israeli satirist B. Michael, a very prominent satirist, had a column in which he ran through the list of monsters who Israel has cheerfully supported, essentially asking, what's the difference between supporting them and supporting Saddam Hussein? Do we talk to ourselves? There have been others as well. But the peace movement, such as it is, has been much weakened and deeply split over this issue. DB, coming back home, is there anything that people can do here in the United States? There's a lot. I think we should face the likelihood that we are moving towards a situation in which the choices are going to be pretty stark, diplomacy or war. If we don't want war, with all of its catastrophic consequences, we have to be preparing the grounds for diplomacy. There are possibilities right now and there will be increasing possibilities over the next couple of months. If they continue to be turned down by Washington, they will be suppressed by the press. After all, that's their job, to serve power, not to tell the truth. That means it's going to. 266. Chronicles of Dissent. Be a little hard to find out about them and hard to gain publicity for them or develop support for pursuing them. But that has to be done, or the alternative will be a war, with possibly quite catastrophic consequences. World Orders, Old and New. November 18th, verse 990. DB, what are the common threads that you see running between the Old World Order and the New World Order? Virtually everything is common. There have been a few changes. They're not sudden. There's one change that's been developing over a 30-year period, and that's the relative decline of the United States in economic power relative to its major industrial rivals, German-based Europe and Japan, and its network of dependencies. It's been obvious for about 20 years that the world has been drifting towards what's now called bipolarity, three major economic powers. That was all accelerated by the Vietnam War and further by the Reagan administration. The United States no longer has the position of overwhelming dominance that it had 30 or 40 years ago. That's been a slow, continuous process. By the 1970s it was pretty well in place and has become even more so through the 1980s. So that's one change, but there's nothing sudden about that. A second change in the mid and late 1980s is the collapse of the Soviet Union, which means that the Soviet satellites are freed up. The Soviet tyranny collapsed internally. The Soviet military system has declined and is no longer really effective in world affairs. That changes the world order in several respects. For one thing, it means that there is a sense in which it's true that the West has won the Cold War. One major element in the Cold War was the fact that the Soviet Union had blocked off a certain region of the world from investment, exploitation of resources, etc. This region that they had blocked was traditionally heterogeneous, but most of it was a kind of 267. 268. Chronicles of Dissent. Colonial backwater, a quasi-colonial dependency of Europe to a large extent. That's not entirely the case. It's not true of Czechoslovakia, but most of it was. A large part of the Cold War was the unwillingness of the West to accept the extrication of the section of the world system from exploitation by the Western industrial powers, and now that's over, it will now probably move right in the direction of the Third World, a region for providing cheap resources and cheap labor and a brain drain, because they have a good educational system. Their future will probably look something like Brazil or Mexico, as things are now going. So that's a change in the world order. It means that there's another region open. The Third World has expanded enormously. That has its effects with regard to the tripolar economic system, because the United States is not now in a position to be the leader in gaining from this new area of exploitation. Germany and Japan are well ahead. They have excess capital, which the United States doesn't have. They're close by. That's going to lead to major changes over the coming era. Germany may become a much more powerful country if it has a colonial hinterland nearby to exploit. Japan will sooner or later be exploiting the resources of Siberia, which are close at hand and valuable. Japan has the capital and the technology, and Siberia is relatively underdeveloped, so it's sort of in the cards that sooner or later they'll be moving there. That will give them for the first time independent sources of energy and minerals, which will make them a much more significant world power. The United States will be doing what it can to get into these regions, but it's not in a very favorable position to lead the way, to put it pretty mildly. So that's going to be a change in the world order, and it will affect the development of the tripolar structure over time. The other effect of the Soviet disappearance from the world scene is that the United States is left as the only world orders, old and new. 269. Military superpower. Up until now the Soviet Union provided a deterrent to US military force in two respects. For one thing, the United States always had to be somewhat cautious in the use of military force, because it would always appear that you might get involved with the Russians. That would be dangerous, because the Russians could strike back, and you don't want to do anything that's harmful to yourself. You can kill other people, but you don't want to suffer. So there was a limit. That limit's gone. Now there are no limits. The second aspect of this deterrent was that the Soviet Union to some extent offered support for targets of US attack, and that helped them sustain themselves. That's what's usually called Russian aggression. They helped the Sandinistas or Cuba sustain a US attack. That's gone, or at least it's limited and will probably soon be gone. That frees up the US again to use military force more effectively. That's been quite evident in both of the two major or post-Cold War interventions. The first was in Panama. It was post-Cold War in the sense that it was impossible even to conjure up a pretense that it was to defend yourself against the Russians, the usual pretense. That was so far beyond anybody's imagination that they didn't even try. They had to make up new pretexts. In that sense it was post-Cold War. The use of force in Central America is usually pretty free because the Russians are nowhere nearby, but this time even more so. Elliot Abrams, for example, pointed out publicly that this was the first time the US had been able to use military force without any concern at all about the Russian reaction. That does free us up more to use military force. I have been writing about this for a couple of years, quoting strategic analysts and people who had seen that this was going to come. The decline of the Soviet Union frees us to use military force, and it's a good thing, they add. No more deterrence, no more containment of the US. The same is true in the Gulf. We would have been 270. Chronicles of Dissent. much more hesitant to introduce massive conventional forces if there were a concern that the conflict might lead to interaction with the Russians. Now we can be quite free. We can put in massive ground forces, conventional forces, right on the borders of the Soviet Union without any concern at all that there will be a Soviet reaction. So both of these illustrate the same point, that targets of US attack are now much more vulnerable than they were in the past, because the military power of the United States is now dominant as always, but now it's absolutely unchallenged. So we have a new world order, if you like, with one military superpower, 3 major economic powers and a new region of exploitation opening up. The military superpower does not have the economic base any longer to carry out its military actions alone. It therefore has to somehow coerce its allies into paying the costs. We also see that in the Gulf, the efforts made to try to compel Germany and Japan to pay part of the costs of the operation. The issue is not so severe in the Gulf because the enormous rise in oil prices means that US clients like Saudi Arabia have plenty of cash on hand. But in other cases it will be, and that's been noted. Lawrence Seeberger, Deputy Secretary of State, testifying before Congress on the New World Order a couple of weeks ago made that very explicit. He said the New World Order is based on a new kind of invention in diplomacy. Namely, we carry out the military action, they pay for it. So I think that's roughly the contours of the New World Order. DB. There have been many examples of aggression and occupation in recent decades. We can enumerate them ad nauseam. Why is the U.S. behaving differently with the Iraqi aggression, occupation and annexation of the Kuwait? The United States behaves quite consistently with regard to aggression. It's fine if it's in perceived US world orders, old and new. 271. Interest. It's bad if it's opposed to perceived US interests. It's very simple. No inconsistency at all. People who sense an inconsistency, I think, were quite wrong. Consistency is close to perfection. In this case, Iraq transgressed, violated a fundamental principle of world affairs, which is that the energy reserves of the Middle East have to be firmly in the hands of the United States energy corporations and trusted US clients like the Saudi Arabian elites. The imperial settlement of the Middle East left the oil resources in the hands of small families that would closely link to the Western imperial powers. That meant that the mass of the population does not really benefit from its own resources. Rather, the West benefits from them because the Saudi elite and the Emirates and Qatar are basically sectors of London and New York. That arrangement is allowed to continue. We don't care if the Saudi elite administers the oil prices because that's just like having it done from New York. We do care very much if an independent nationalist moves in to exert some influence over the resources of the region and threatens to use them for domestic purposes. We oppose that anywhere in the world. We always oppose independent nationalism in the Third World because it interferes with the fundamental role of the Third World, which is to be exploited for the benefit of the West. But in the Middle East it's particularly important, because these resources are really crucial. Latin American resources we could live without, but the value of Middle East resources has been understood since the 1940s. It's enough just to quote State Department estimates. They describe Saudi Arabian oil as a stupendous source of strategic power and one of the greatest material prizes in world history, and there's a whole string of rhetoric in that style. It's quite correct. Rat is for several generations into the future the world's major cheap and readily available energy. No nationalist is permitted to move in. It doesn't matter what their politics are. 272. Chronicles of Dissent. In Iran in 1953 we overthrew a conservative nationalist parliamentary regime. After August 2nd of this year we are opposed to a guy who happens to be a murderous tyrant. But he was just as much a murderous tyrant the day before and we supported him. We thought he was wonderful because he wasn't interfering with American interests. It's very simple and straightforward. It's been a consistent policy for years. DB, so the critical policy issue is not one of aggression or defending borders, but one of controlling oil, control of the spigot. It's obvious the United States has no opposition to aggression. There's case after case of annexation or aggression where we've either carried it out ourselves or some client state has carried it out and we've been perfectly happy with it. Just a few months ago, the United States invaded Panama. That's aggression. We imposed a puppet regime of our choice. It's still under US military control. In fact, it describes itself as a country under military occupation. That's probably what Saddam Hussein would have done with Kuwait if there hadn't been UN sanctions. He probably would have done exactly the same thing, moved in and established a puppet regime, kept enough force in the background so they would do what he wants and then pull out. That's the easy way to administer a country. We obviously didn't object to the invasion of Panama. The world did. We had to veto 2 UN Security Council resolutions condemning it. But the world is irrelevant. Turkey invaded northern Cyprus, virtually annexed it. The United States supported that. We've been interfering with UN efforts to settle the Cyprus problem since the early 1960s. Turkey invaded a sovereign republic, broke it up and took what it wanted, which was fine. Very similar to Kuwait. They killed a couple of thousand people. They looted the place. They looted antiquities. They tried to destroy any relic of world orders, old and new. 273. Greek civilization. They drove out a couple of 100,000 people. Rather similar to Iraq and Kuwait. But nobody even talks about it. When the president of Turkey came here a couple of weeks ago, George Bush hailed him as a peacemaker, even though his actions were just what Saddam Hussein had done. In the case of Israel, Israel attacked Lebanon, killed many more people than Saddam Hussein did, killed about 20,000 people in that attack. It viciously bombarded a capital right in front of TV cameras. It still occupies southern Lebanon. The United States vetoed a whole series of UN Security Council resolutions to try to terminate that aggression and to try to settle it, because we were in favor of it. Israel holds onto the occupied territories. It has annexed some of them. The United States supports it. Morocco invaded the Western Sahara, essentially annexed it. The United States thinks that's fine because Morocco is an ally. Indonesia, the worst case in the modern period, invaded East Timor. That was near genocidal. They annexed it. A couple of 100,000 people killed, about the worst slaughter since the Holocaust relative to the population. Carter gave them aid. Everybody applauded. Wonderful. The United States cannot conceivably claim that it's opposed to aggression. In the West it can claim it, because we have a very disciplined intellectual class. In the Third World it is regarded with ridicule. Of course everybody with their eyes open can see that the United States is one of the major violators of the principle that aggression is wrong, so that's not an issue. As to borders, same thing. If somebody changes the borders in what we see to be our interests, fine, no problem with that. If they change the borders in ways that are contrary to what are seen as US interests, that's a horrible crime and you have to have Nuremberg trials. It's almost unfair to call this hypocrisy because it is so transparent. 274. Chronicles of Dissent. DB. What has the role of corporate media been in the Gulf crisis? That's been interesting. There's a substantial sector of corporate America that doesn't like what's happening and sees that we're getting in over our heads and the American economy could suffer far badly and their interests could suffer. The media have to reflect that. It's kind of striking that for about 2 or 3 months it was just like goose stepping on command, virtually no criticism. Just little murmurs here and there. By now, there's an undercurrent of criticism in the media reflecting these concerns. It's not going to be good for us. We'd better pay attention. We're isolated. We're paying the cost. However, the crucial questions will never be asked in the media. What's driving us into the war right now? Washington is on a high moral horse, standing for all sorts of magnificent principles. A new world order is at stake. The future of peace and justice. Aggressors can't be rewarded. All this kind of business. That were true. If any of that stuff had even a shred of validity to it, you could make a case that we should go to war. You do not compromise on serious principles. If a new era of peace and justice is really threatened by this, maybe we ought to pay the cost. That's an argument. On the other hand, if the whole thing is a total fraud, then that class of arguments collapses and there's no barrier to moving towards a negotiated settlement, a diplomatic settlement. Here the media play a crucial role. I don't mean just the media, I mean the whole intellectual class. As long as they don't challenge that moral posturing about principles, then we're probably going to go to war. The choice is going to be very soon. We can't keep that big army for long. You certainly aren't going to withdraw it if great principles are at stake. That can never be questioned. You look everywhere you like and nobody will question that. Even people who are saying, let's get out. World orders, old and new. 275. For example, the December 6, 1990 issue of the New York Reverend Review of Books has an article called How to Get Out of the Gulf by George Ball, who's been a critical, intelligent, knowledgeable voice on many of these topics with government and corporate experience. You cut away the first paragraph. The article makes a good deal of sense on the method for getting out of the Gulf. You can question the motives on which he bases it, but it's doubtless a serious proposal about how to get out. What about the first paragraph? The first paragraph starts off by saying, for the first time in the Cold War period it is possible to put to the test the Wilsonian principles of collective security which until now have been barred by an automatic Soviet veto at the United Nations. But now the Russians are out of it. They're not going to veto everything at the United Nations, so we can pursue our goal of collective security. That's part of the posturing of moral superiority. That's a question of fact. You can look back at the UN and find out whether an automatic Soviet veto has baked its peacekeeping function. If you look back, what you find is that an automatic US veto has buried its peacekeeping function, and the point isn't even ambiguous. In the early days of the UN, when the United States basically ran the world, it was true that the Soviet Union vetoed things, because we had an automatic majority and we were using the UN as a weapon against them. But in the last 25 years or so the United States was quite alone and way ahead of the pack in vetoing Security Council resolutions and voting against General Assembly resolutions and trying to undermine UN peacekeeping functions. There's nobody even close. The only country that has done anything at all significant in this respect is Britain in a .3 effort to support the racist governments of Southern Africa. The Russians have for the most part voted with the overwhelming majority and supported the peacekeeping functions of the UN. But you can't say that, because if you say that you'll. 276. Chronicles of Dissent. Lift the veil and begin to see what role the United States plays in the world. That degree of enlightenment is unacceptable. The failure to provide that enlightenment may very well drive us to war, because if in fact we're standing for collective security and we can do it for the first time because the Russians aren't stopping it, then a lot is at stake. We can't abandon the search for collective security. So I think Ball essentially gives away his argument in the first paragraph. Any intelligent administration propagandist can come back and say, I don't care about the article after the first paragraph, But look at your first paragraph. Look how much is at stake. Finally we can lead the world to collective security, and you're saying we should abandon it because of our self-interest. Unacceptable. I must have read dozens of articles on the amazing sea change in the United Nations, all making these same claims. The Russians aren't impeding it. The third world is irrelevant. We can now do what we've always wanted to do. I've not seen not one anywhere, which pointed out the simple, unambiguous, indubitable fact that it's the United States that's been blocking it for the last 25 years. In fact, the cynicism on this issue has reached such a point that it's mind-boggling even for a skeptic like me. The guy who is brought out constantly as the great exponent of world order is Daniel Moynihan, who we've talked about before. He's the very man who says in his memoirs, A Dangerous Place, with great pride, that he succeeded in frustrating the United Nations and in rendering all its peacekeeping actions null and void. In the case of the Indonesian invasion of Timor, he says, that was my job and I did it. That's the man who's now hailed as the advocate of international law. Just showing that there's no level to which the intellectual community won't sink in its commitment to serve state power. DB, why do you think the United States is so opposed to the so-called linkage issue? World orders, old and new. 277. Linkage refers in this case to a connection between withdrawal from the Gulf and the settlement of other regional problems, crucially the Arab-Israeli problem. The United States has no opposition to linkage as such. We're always talking about the importance of link.age. But in this case we're against linkage, and the reason is we're against a diplomatic settlement in the two cases that are to be linked. Linkage has to do with the diplomatic settlement of the Gulf crisis and the Arab-Israeli crisis. The United States is opposed to a diplomatic settlement of each of them, and therefore it's certainly opposed to a joint diplomatic settlement of them. That's what lies behind the opposition to linkage. In the case of the Arab-Israeli conflict, the United States is virtually alone in the world, and has been for a long time, about 20 years, in barring any meaningful peace process, any negotiated political settlement. The extent of US political isolation would appall people if they were aware of it, so therefore they're not aware of it. It was made clear once again, as it has been for a long time, at the last session of the United Nations, December 1989, where there was a General Assembly resolution voted on a political settlement of the Arab-Israeli settlement. The vote was 151-3, opposed by the United States, Israel, and Dominica. That's the way it's been for a long time, the United States and Israel against virtually the whole world on a political settlement. The United States just doesn't want it. What we want is for Israel to maintain effective control over the territories and to ensure that there's no Palestinian self-determination. That's US policy. Official U.S. policy is that there already is a Palestinian state, Jordan, and that there can't be a second Palestinian state. Therefore, we don't want that issue brought up, because if it's brought up there will be pressure for a diplomatic settlement, and we don't want a diplomatic settlement. In the case of the Gulf, the United States is also 278. Chronicles of Dissent. Pretty isolated, apart maybe from England, in opposing a diplomatic settlement. But the reason has to do with the so-called New World Order. A diplomatic settlement is of no particular benefit to the United States. The US strong card is not diplomacy. That's why the United States is usually against diplomacy and negotiations. Force is our strong card. There's a victory by force. That is a victory achieved by the United States and places the U.S. in a strong position for world control. If you can establish that force is the way to rule the world, we win, because we are way ahead of everybody else in force. It's a version of what Nixon once called the madman theory. It was revived in the Reagan administration. If you get the world scared of you, You can do a lot of things. There's plenty of reason to be scared of us. We have plenty of violence at our command. We also have the biggest economy, but in the area of force we're unchallenged. DB, there's another element that has changed since the Nixon years, and I think that's quite evident in this crisis. Because of the economic weakness of the United States now, we're recently shaking down states in a kind of international extortion, with Egypt, for example, waiving that $7 billion debt. That seems to be a major difference. There's a major difference. Already in the days of Nixon it was eroding, but we still had enough of an economic base to carry out the military adventures. Now we can't, and we've got to get others to pay for it. Germany and Japan, mainly. Actually, it's even a little more complex than that. Back in the 1950s we could do anything we felt like. We didn't ask anybody when we invaded South Vietnam in the early 1960s. By the time of Nixon, it was already problematic, because the United States at that time had already become one of three. Still the biggest of three, but one of three. The Nixon reaction to this had several facets. 1. World orders, old and new. 279. Was to break down the old economic order, to break down the convertibility of the dollar and institute import protection, to break down the Bretton Woods system. The other reaction was military. It had to do with delegating repressive authority to carry out repressive actions to SGUITO states. That was the Nixon doctrine. Other powers are cops on the beat. Then they do the local job and we run the show. That was a reflection of the U.S. weakness. It was recognized that we can't carry out the intervention ourselves, so we'll have surrogate states. In the Middle East that meant Israel and Iran under the Shah. They were the gendarmes, to make sure nobody gets out of control. But we'll keep control of the whole business. DB, within Kissinger's overall framework of world order. Within the overall framework of world order that we run and others pursue there. Regional interests, like Europe and Japan. Now it's changed. Now we're not delegating the intervention authority any longer. We are doing it ourselves again. But now we're doing it as mercenaries. The changes in the economic order have been such that the United States can function primarily as a mercenary state. As Hessians, as the editor of the Chicago Tribune described it with pride. He said he can be the world's Hessians. Somebody has to run the third world and make sure that nobody raises their head and that there's no independence. We can do that because we have a monopoly of force. We will simply coerce our allies into paying for it. They're going to rely on us for the force to control the world. We can turn that to our advantage, as the Hessians, by forcing them to give us economic concessions, like purchase of treasury bonds and shoring up our economy, and also to pay for our military operations. That's the new world order. That fits very well with things that are happening in the world. Another aspect of the new world order is that every 280 Chronicles of Dissent body knows that there's a serious internal infrastructure decline. The cities are falling apart. The educational system's collapsing. One consequence of that, well understood by business, is that there's going to be a shortage of skilled labor. Skilled labor means everything from typists to managers and researchers and product designers. People who are coming out of the ghettos are not equipped to do those jobs, by and large. They're semi-literate. They're living in criminal societies. That means that the United States is not going to be able to sustain those functions. To some extent you can overcome this by brain drain. Now the immigration laws are being changed so that we can try to attract people who get their educations elsewhere. The idea is other countries, primarily third world countries, pay the costs of the education and we take the benefits of it. So we'll go out to your favorite computer store now and the chances are that the technicians who are fixing it are from Turkey or India. Those countries pay through funding their education. We benefit. It can work up to a point. But you have to be able to resupply the workforce internally to some extent. There's one kind of workforce that we can resupply, with the ghettos the way they are, mercenaries. It could go that way. DB, do you think it's noteworthy, somehow a departure from the norm that the ruling circles have had difficulty defining the U.S. role, the raison d'etre for the Gulf intervention? The rationale keeps shifting from not rewarding aggression to oil to hostages to jobs, etc., etc. That reflects one of the few things that changed with the end of the Cold War. The end of the Cold War didn't change very much, because it was always a subsidiary feature in world affairs. One thing that changed was ideological. Since 1945, in fact since 1917, every U.S. intervention and every build-up of the military system has always been reflexively justified in terms of defense. World orders, old and new. 28-1. Against the Bolshevik threat. That began with our support for Mussolini in 1922, and it's been the case virtually without exception since. It's like a reflex. You want to invade some country, you're defending yourself against the Russians. Pour more money into the computer industry through the Pentagon because you needed to defend yourself against the Russians. And it worked fine, until the late 1980s. By the late 1980s it became harder and harder to use this justification. They could use it when they invaded Grenada. When they invaded Nicaragua they still got away with it. But by 1988 or 1989 it was ridiculous. They didn't even try when they invaded Panama. So, now it was narco-terrorism. That's the problem that you're pointing to. They're building up for an attack in the Gulf, and you cannot make any pretense that it's defense against the Russians. They're just tailing around for other excuses. Nobody ever gave the real reasons for the war against Nicaragua. There are cyans were there as a pretext. Now you don't have an easy pretext. They're searching around for one, and it's not easy to find. They can't come out and say, look, we have to have our hands on the spigot, because that's the way you control the world, and we need a victory by force because that's our strong card. You can't say that. DB, you've long maintained that U.S. policies are contributing to Israel's destruction. Do you still believe that? Yes. I think that the Israeli victory in 1967 was the worst thing that ever happened to them. Israel's willingness to join, by about 1970, the new system had been pretty well settled with Kissinger's takeover of foreign policy directions. Israel went along with that. The idea was that Israel should be a strategic asset. Essentially a mercenary state available to serve U.S. interests. In return, he would give it military and economic power to carry it off. Notice that that's kind of a microcosm of U.S. 282. Chronicles of Dissent. Relations with the rest of the world now. That's our mercenary state and we sustain it. We want to be the world's mercenary state and they're going to sustain us. Of course, the difference is that we're going to be strong enough to threaten them. Israel was never a military threat to us, but we're going to be a military threat to the rest of the world. That is a parallel. Israel agreed to that. What they got in return was control over the territories and sustaining their economy, which is rather artificial. That was a devil's bargain. I think that's driving them to destruction. It's going to make the country unlivable and may sooner or later lead to its actual destruction, if not in this crisis then in some future one. DB, and this situation that Israel finds itself in, does that cause you any personal sorrow or discomfort or pain? Plenty. Since childhood this has been more or less the core of my own existence and involvement. Up until I was a teenager I was much more involved in the affairs of what was then the Jewish community in Palestine than any other issue. I lived there for a while and could very well have ended up there. Quite apart from caring what happens to anybody, I have personal reasons in this case. I think that since about 1968 or so I've had a very ominous feeling about it. That's when I started writing about it. First of all, I thought it was wrong, but also I thought it was disastrous. If you look back at what I wrote at that time, I wouldn't change a word of it. In 1968-69 I was writing about a perfectly predictable cycle of repression, resistance, harsher repression, more resistance, punctuated by regional wars, leading finally to destruction. I don't think anything much has changed. DB, you've also said that popular antagonism in recent years has been rising toward Israel. You've noted that it's tinged with some anti-Semitism and you've contended that the so-called world orders, old and new. 283. Israeli lobby is reviving anti-Semitism. I think the Israel lobby is reviving anti-Semitism. And there's a certain sense in which they're doing it consciously and willfully. You get a picture of the reasoning if you read publications of the Anti-Defamation League. 40 years ago the Anti-Defamation League was a bona fide civil rights group primarily concerned with problems of Jews. That's fair enough. Every group has its own concerns. But it was a bona fide civil rights group. Now, as described casually in Israel, it's part of the Israeli lobby. The way they've redefined anti-Semitism is very revealing and helps answer your question. There's a book worth reading, The Real Anti-Semitism in America, published early in the 1980s by the Anti-Defamation League, written by the person who was then its research director, Nathan Perlmutter, and his wife. They describe what the real anti-Semitism is. They point out that by conventional measures anti-Semitism has been declining very significantly in the United States. That's true. Anti-Semitism has reached a historic low. They concluded that that's misleading because there's another kind of anti-Semitism which is increasing. And that's the real anti-Semitism. This is exhibited, for example, by the National Council of Churches when they criticize U.S. defense budgets and by peace groups that condemn U.S. intervention in Central America. The real anti-Semites, in his own words, are the people who give war a bad name and peace too favorable a press. That's the real anti-Semitism. The logic is impeccable, by their standards. The interests of Jews are the interests of Israel. The interests of Israel are the interests of a powerful, militaristic Israel. Those interests are served by a powerful, militaristic United States. Therefore, anyone who criticizes the militaristic posture of the United States is really an anti-Semite. That's a syllogism. With that conception of anti-Semitism, the extent to which the Pop. 284. Chronicles of Dissent. A nation of the United States becomes opposed to Gaza, violence, terror, militarism, war machines, etc., and is concerned with issues of peace and justice, is the extent to which they are anti-Semitic by the League's terms. That's going to build up a special kind of anti-Semitism. We saw this in the last campaign, in 1988, very dramatically. About 2 months before the election, in August 1988, it was discovered that the Republican Campaign Committee had a bunch of Nazis running the group called the Ethnic Outreach Group, which tries to get support among ethnic populations. It was being run by Ukrainian and Romanian ex-Nazis, Holocaust deniers, the usual array. That caused a minor flirt. It was striking that the Democrats never made an issue of it. Some of them were fired and returned in other positions. The Democrats never used it because probably they were told, essentially, by the Jewish organizations, to lay off. The meaning of this was expressed very aptly in a New Republic editorial. The New Republic is another agency of the Israeli lobby. Its editorial said that it was true that these things were found, but this was what they called antique and anemic anti-Semitism. So Nazis and Holocaust deniers and people who want to put the Jews in gas chambers, that's antique and anemic anti-Semitism, not really very important. What we should be concerned with is the anti-Semitism exhibit in the Democratic Party, because at the convention they had allowed debate of a resolution calling for Palestinian self-determination. That's the serious anti-Semitism. These Nazis, they don't matter very much anymore. Nazism, who cares about that? But you call for a Palestinian state, that's real bad stuff. We should worry about the anti-Semitism in the Democratic Party, not the fact that the Republicans use these Nazis. This framework for understanding anti-Semitism is common. For example, for several years right here in the Boston suburb of Brookline there's a program, The Nation. World Orders, Old and New. 285. Al Institute of Education, the Department of Education runs in which they support innovative educational programs in high schools. There was some kind of competition. There was a proposal put in year after year by some Brookline group on the Holocaust, an educational series with video and classes and lectures on the Holocaust. It always got the highest ratings, and it was always turned down. I mention this because it was all revealed right before the election and had the same fate. Nobody cared. It was turned down because right-wing Republicans like Phyllis Schlafly and others who were advisors and commentators were writing in that the program was unfair to the Nazis, didn't adequately present the Nazi point of view, was unfair to the Klan, was arousing anti-Western sentiments, was raising the wrong kind of questions. You just can't treat the Holocaust honestly, is what they were saying. Finally, the only way in which William Bennett could turn it down was to cancel the whole program. Since it had won all the support it could get from reviewers, the only way to keep from funding it was to cancel the program, the entire competition, which they did. All of this came out right before the election. Not a peep out of the Democrats. In other words, since these people are all adequately pro-Israel, it doesn't matter if they are Nazis or anti-Semites. Again, this is defining anti-Semitism in a particular way. If support for the rights of Palestinians is anti-Semitism, then there are many anti-Semites in the United States. The general population has been about 2-to-1 in favor of a Palestinian state, as is most of the rest of the world. So that makes them all anti-Semites, by this definition. And I think it's having its effects. I can tell both from personal experience and even from polls. In my experience, the dislike of Israel in much of the country is palpable, to the extent that I don't even talk about it in most places anymore. In fact, I often find myself defending Israel in public against unfair attacks which happen. 286. Chronicles of Dissent. Anti-Semitic tinge to them. And I think that that's going to increase. If people are told that if they object to the fact that Israeli soldiers break bones of children, they're by definition anti-Semitic, they can say, well, okay, then I'm an anti-Semite. That's going to be the reaction. It's even shown up in the polls. Some have been published in which the positive attitudes towards Israel have declined very sharply and radically, and I think that's going to continue. If Israel wants to be, prefers to be, a militaristic, mercenary state maintaining its rule over a subject population by violence and totalitarian measures and to do the dirty work for the United States throughout the world, they're not going to be popular. DB, I'm sure you've seen these ads in the New York Times and elsewhere. For example, one is from the American Jewish Committee, published on November 12, 1990. It says that Israel is judged by a double standard, that there's a tremendous amount of moral hypocrisy and that Israel is held to a standard that is not applied to other countries. I agree with that. Israel is given the kind of leeway that no other country in the world has. For example, if Russia had treated Jews the way Israel treats Palestinians, we would probably have nuked them. Israel is permitted to get away with treatment of Palestinians that would never be tolerated anywhere. DB, that's not the thrust of this ad. I realize that that's not the thrust of it, but in fact, it's correct. Israel is described in the press as the symbol of human decency. New York Times, a country of unique moral values. True, they make a mistake sometimes, but look how noble they are, etc. No other country that carries out atrocities is considered that way. Their argument is an interesting one. It's also presented by people like Thomas Friedman and others. Their claim is that Israel is put world orders, old and new. 287. Under a spotlight, that every little thing they do is judged, and other countries nobody pays any attention to, like who cares about Syria? And there's a certain truth to that. But that's a curious argument. By that argument you could prove that the press in Boston are anti-Boston racists. If there's a corrupt judge in Boston who is exposed, there will be an article about it. If there's a corrupt judge in Seattle, there won't be an article about it. If a policeman kills a civilian in Boston, a big article about it. If it happens in Karachi, they will never report it. Does that prove that the press is anti-Boston? No. It proves that the press focuses on Boston because it's important to the people of Boston. The press focuses on Israel because Israel wants it that way. They have tried to get the press to focus there. They want the correspondents in the Middle East to be in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, because that way they can control the news and they can run what they call their Hasbara system, their propaganda system. They know how to handle journalists, treat them nice, get them to see things your way. You want them to focus on Israel constantly so that Israel is in the limelight. The reason is you want the Americans to keep paying the United States to treat Israel like you can't say treat them like another state, because they get much more than any American state does. They want the American people to keep subsidizing Israel to the tune of $1,000 per person annually or something roughly like that, if you count everything. But to do that, you've got to keep it in the spotlight. So, they want it there. And they get a tremendous amount of favorable publicity that way. Every issue in the region is seen from their point of view, not from anybody else's point of view. I remember a couple of years ago, maybe still today, ABC News had 3 bureaus in Asia. One was in Japan, one in Tel Aviv and one in Jerusalem. That's Asia. That's the way Israel wants it. Of course, if you do it that way, you're going to suffer far from just what Boston suffers from, when you have a 288. Chronicles of Dissent. Corrupt judge or a policeman who kills somebody. People are going to read about it, but not an equivalent crime in some corner of the world that's not covered. You can't have it both ways. It's true that atrocities in Syria aren't covered much in the American press, just as atrocities in Karachi are covered less than in Boston, because Israel is treated like Boston. Israeli elections get more coverage in the US press than Canadian elections. That's because they want it that way. On the other hand, notice that although atrocities in Syria aren't covered as much as they are in Israel, you'll have to look very hard to find one kind word about Syria in the American press. Horrible as Syria may be, it's not total hell. There are a lot of favorable things that you could say about the worst country you could imagine. Those are never said. Nothing good is ever said about Syria or, for that matter, virtually any third world country. On the other hand, the overwhelming mass of the coverage about Israel is very favorable and very much in their interests. To the extent that they get negative coverage, it's for the same reason that Boston gets negative coverage in the Boston press. They can of course exploit that. They like that. Because then the tremendous focus on Israel means they control the news, they control the agenda, and if they do something wrong and it's criticized, they can say the words anti-Semitic. So they have it both ways. It's a nice trick, actually. DB. Do you still believe that the leaders of Jewish organizations in the United States are opportunistic? I recall you saying you would be one of the few remaining to defend Israel when the chips are down. This is a guess, and people differ, so it's not 100%. I think sooner or later the United States is going to turn against Israel because the U.S. relation to Israel is opportunistic. It's not based on any moral principle. States aren't moral agents. It's based on the assessment. World orders, old and new. 289. That Israel is beneficial to U.S. interests. That assessment can and may change, and if it does they 1LJ you stump Israel. My prediction is that in that case most historical advocates of Israel will go along with the US government. I wouldn't be surprised if I end up being one of the last people defending them because my attitude toward them is based on something different. It's not based on US interests or an interest in associating with US power. I can see this happening. In 1982, during the war in Lebanon, although the United States supported the war strongly, by the end of August it was becoming harmful to the United States, and Reagan essentially forced them to call it off. When the Sabra Shaikh massacre occurred it was very bad for the United States in the Arab world in general, and therefore support for Israel declined. They carried out worse massacres in Beirut. You don't carry out big massacres like that in front of television cameras. That's really stupid, like killing the Jesuits in El Salvador. You had to turn against it. It was interesting to note that the most passionate supporters of Israel starting criticizing it, people like Irving Howe, who a couple of months earlier had been described in the Israeli press as such an extreme lover of Israel that when everyone tunes against it he'll still be waving the blue and white flag. In fact he had been an outrageous apologist for Israeli atrocities. After Sabra Shaikh, I recall, in 2 days, he had 3 different statements and letters and articles in the New York Times disassociating himself from it. There are a whole string of opportunists who chose that moment to pull away and say, this isn't us, we supported something different. I think to the extent that Israeli fortunes decline in the United States, U'11 find a fall-off in support, including in the Jewish community. DB, in a conversation I had with you a couple of years ago at UCLA you said something that I've always wanted to ask you. 290. Chronicles of Dissent. About. We were talking about the Armenian genocide and you made the observation that Israel didn't want anyone elbowing in on the Holocaust business. Israel has been very strongly opposed to efforts to bring the Armenian genocide into consideration. The extent of this is really astonishing. I keep learning new things about it all the time. For example, in 1982 there was a conference on genocide in Israel. It was organized by a childhood friend of mine. He is a psychologist there. The conference was dealing with all kinds of genocide. The Israeli government put pressure upon it to drop the Armenian genocide. They allowed the others, but not the Armenian one. The honorary chairman was to have been Elie Wiesel, and he was pressured by the government to withdraw, and being a loyal commissar as he is, he withdrew from the conference because the Israeli government had said they didn't want Armenian genocide brought up. Just recently, a well-known Holocaust historian in Israel, Yehuda Bauer, told the Israeli press that Wiesel had called him from New York at that time pleading with him to drop out of the conference because the Israeli government didn't want it because it was dealing with the Armenians, and he agreed to that and felt very bad about it in retrospect. That gives an indication of the extent to which people like Elie Wiesel were carrying out their usual function of serving Israeli state interests, even to the extent of denying a Holocaust, which he does regularly. Why are they so fixated on denying the Armenian Holocaust? That's very simple. Part of it is that they want to monopolize the image for their own purposes, but the other part of it is that this is the Armenians. They were massacred by the Turks. The Turks are allies, and you don't want to alienate allies, because that's much too important. So if they happen to carry out a genocide, that's not our business. They're our allies. Therefore you don't talk about the Armenian Holocaust. World orders, old and new. 29.1. Take people like Bernard Lewis, a major all-Middle East historian and historian of Turkey, very pro-Israel. Just out of curiosity I looked up his historical account. He has a standard history of Turkey. He has one sentence, I think, on the Armenian genocide, some kind of evasive sentence. Well, maybe he honestly believes it didn't happen. That could be. Maybe he has facts. But the treatment of it is rather intriguing, and I suspect it can be traced to the same kind of pressures, just judging by other things. DB, did you know that Robert Dole and the Senate introduced a mild resolution commemorating 1990 as the 75th anniversary of the Armenian genocide? The Israeli government worked with the Turkish government to lobby against it. The resolution was defeated in the Senate. I knew about that. The Israeli government has always lobbied for its friends, and in this case the Turkish government is a friend and ally with anti-Arab concerns. Yes, the Israeli government and its local Jewish affiliates lobbied to prevent that from being recognized. If you get to the more fanatic sectors of the Jewish community, they do the same with any other genocide. Take the Gypsies. Nobody supports the Gypsies. You don't have to worry about alienating anyone. There isn't much study of the Gypsies because nobody cares about them, and you know how everybody hates them anyhow, so they don't study it. But there is a Romani intelligentsia that's done research on the treatment of the Romani people by the Nazis, and it looks pretty parallel to the way the Jews were treated. There are people who just flat out deny that in the most vulgar fashion. I noticed an article in the American Jewish Congress Weekly, a pretty liberal part of the Jewish community, a couple of months ago by some guy named Edward Alexander, from Americans for a Safe Israel, quasi-Kohen, right-wing nuts. He simply had a phrase, the Nazi genocide of the Gypsies is in 292. Chronicles of Dissent. Exploded fiction. These gypsy stories are just fairy tales. That's exactly like the people who say the Nazis never did anything to the Jews. It's just fairy tales. If people say that about the Jews, we react with contempt, but if you say it about the gypsies, it's just fine, because who cares about them anyhow? I don't not how much about him, but I suspect the motive there is to monopolize the Nazi genocide because you can use it as a weapon for Israel. People like Elie Wiesel go along with this all the time. That shows us how much they actually care about the Holocaust. DB, I sense in your work and observing you when you give lectures and talks that you see yourself as a presenter of information and analysis, but you're very hesitant to tell people what to do. What's the source of that reluctance? I don't think I'm in any position to tell people what to do. I felt the same way back in the 1960s when I was talking to young people whose lives were on the line. What do you tell them to do? That's for them to decide. It's easy for me to tell somebody to go be a resistor and spend a couple of years in jail or go into exile and destroy your life. But what right do I have to tell people to do that? If you tell people to get seriously involved in dissidence, they're going to change their lives. This is not the kind of thing you can dip your toe into and then walk away from. If you're serious about it, it's going to affect you. It's going to change your life in ways which are serious. By certain measures, you'll suffer harm. You can face repression, economic reprisal, vilification, marginalization. There are a lot of unpleasant things that can happen. From another point of view there are compensations, but they're mainly moral compensations. You'll be able to look yourself in the mirror and say, I've done something decent with my life. I don't feel in any position to tell people how to make those choices. I wouldn't tell my own children how to make them. The Global Protection Racket, Reflections on the Gulf War. May 21st, 1991. DB. On Sunday, May 19, 1991, there was a welcome home parade in Hollywood for returning Gulf War troops. More than 1 million people attended. Jimmy Stewart was the co-chair of the parade, an actor who has starred in some war movies. He said that it's been a wonderful year for the US and we should all be proud. Another attendee, WLW, is also an actor, but in real wars, was General William Westmoreland. He said, "I don't think we've ever seen a time in history when a country is so elated and happy about their great success so far war. I'd like you to contrast those two rather euphoric assessments with your own observations from travelling around the country and giving lectures to people. You've said that you have found support for the war rather thin and problematic. I might also contrast it with another view that's rarely heard, that of the Iraqi Democratic Opposition, who were pretty well blanked out of discussion in the US. One of them finally was granted an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal in early April. Ahmed Shalabi, a banker now based in London, speaking for the conservative elements of the Iraqi Democratic Opposition, who have always been rebuffed by Washington and banned from the press. He opened his Wall Street Journal piece by saying that for the Iraqi people the war has brought us the worst of all possible worlds, with a country devastated, Saddam Hussein more firmly in power than ever, butchering rebels with tacit US support. So that's another view, that of Iraqis who are interested in and have been fighting for democracy in their country, with no help from the US, needless to say. 293. 294. Chronicles of Dissent. Around the US, I have been travelling a lot and going to many places which are regarded as very conservative or patriotic or whatever term you want to use for it. I have found that there's a good deal of surface support for the war, but my impression is that it covers a good deal of uneasiness. The commitment to the government policy is very thin. There is euphoria about one thing, that's for sure, namely that the US emerged without a very heavy toll of casualties. One has to remember that the population was sold a bill of goods in which Iraq was presented as a major military power poised to virtually take over the world on the way to becoming impregnable, as Paul Starr describes it in the latest issue of the American Prospect, a sort of left liberal quarterly. The population believed that there was this huge military power there. Heard Schwarzkopf give interviews in which he described how we were outmanned and outgunned and were going to fight anyway. Then this miracle took place, due to the incredible courage and brilliance of our leader and his generals, and we managed to overcome this immense colossus without the vast casualties and destruction on our side that were predicted and anticipated as part of this disinformation campaign. Under those conditions, part of the euphoria is quite genuine. DB, I've heard you speak on a number of occasions and read your articles in Z. Throughout this entire period, you've had many references to fascism and fascist-like policies and the Nazis. You've talked about the deep Nazi-like character of the intellectual class in this country. I can hear detractors saying, well, there goes Chomsky of Deep End again. Actually, I don't think I've made any references to the Nazis. But I have talked about the open advocacy of fascist values, and I think that I'm correct. I've also mentioned that the media and the intellectuals behaved. The Global Protection Racket. 295. Very much in the manner that one would expect of a totalitarian state. This is not to say it is a totalitarian state. In fact, quite the contrary. It's a very free society, which makes this behavior even more interesting. But these are questions of fact. So is it expression of fascist values or not to have articles in the national press, say the Washington Post, saying that one of the great achievements means of the war is that now people properly appreciate the martial virtues and that the power of the president has reached unchallengeable heights, stating that this is good, and that we have overcome with Norman Podhoretz of commentary, once called the sickly inhibitions against the use of military force. Are those fascist values, or aren't they? I think those are fascist values exactly. Those are exactly the values we hear in fascist societies. Did the media and the intellectuals behave in the manner that one would expect in a totalitarian society? Well, yes, I think so. I've reviewed a lot of evidence which leads one very strongly to that conclusion. DB, in the month following the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait we did an interview, and I was rather startled by the depth of our conviction at that time that the U.S. was absolutely going to war. What informed your views? In part it's just a general reading of U.S. policy. George Bush had nothing against Saddam Hussein. The policies were designed pretty much to keep him in power. And if not him, then some clone, some equivalent. That's pretty well understood. So it's not Saddam Hussein that was a problem. The problem was that he had demonstrated independence. And anyone who demonstrated independence, who doesn't follow orders, becomes an enemy who has to be destroyed. You can't just settle it. You have to teach the right lessons when you settle it. The lessons that have to be taught are several. There are lessons for the third world. First, don't raise your head or you're not. 296. Chronicles of Dissent. Going to be just returned to your box. You're going to be smashed and destroyed. So just keep to your place. Keep to your function of supplying cheap labor and resources. Teaching that res force, not diplomacy. As I've mentioned in other interviews, the U.S. is characteristically opposed to diplomacy. If you look at U.S. policy on other issues, you find also that it has typically, not universally, tried to avoid and undercut diplomatic solutions and to rely on a settlement through the demonstration of the effectiveness of force. There are good reasons for that. This was true throughout the whole Vietnam War, for example. The U.S. continually undercut diplomatic negotiating possibilities for peaceful settlement, meaningful elections, anything of that kind. It was dramatically true during the Central America years. I don't think anyone even debates that, or if they do they're not serious. The U.S. undercut the Contadoro agreements. It was opposed to the so-called Darius Plan, the Central American Peace Agreement of August 1987. When that plan was nevertheless ratified by the Central American presidents, much to the consternation of Washington, the U.S. at once moved to undermine and destroy it and succeeded. It continued right up until it got its way rough force in the elections to violate the regular agreements of the Central American presidents, the World Court, etc. Same has been true in the Middle East. For years the US has been virtually alone in blocking the kind of political settlement of the Israeli conflict that essentially the entire world has been calling for. Use of force over diplomacy is characteristic, and not because of any weird cultural features, but simply because the U.S. plays with its strong card when it is in conflict, which is violence, not diplomacy. To achieve your ends through diplomacy you must be putting forth policy that has popular appeal. Diplomacy, negotiations and other peaceful means depend on the appeal of what you are. The global protection racket. 297. Proposing, ultimately. That's not all, but to the extent that you rely on peaceful means, it's because you think you can persuade, and the U.S. knows it can't persuade. There's no way to persuade third world people that they ought to suffer and be subordinated and fulfill a kind of service role. On the other hand, in the area of force, the U.S. reigns totally supreme. In fact, in any confrontation. But surely in a confrontation with a third world country. So it's entirely natural that the U.S. should try to shift confrontations to the arena in which it will be very successful, military force. It wants to teach that lesson. Where it's not military force, it's economic warfare. In the case of Panama, Cuba and Nicaragua, the U.S. has resorted to illegal economic warfare because that's also a domain in which the U.S., if it does not totally dominate, is at least very powerful in. Along with that goes the need to teach another lesson, namely, that's the way that conflicts ought to be resolved. Not just this one, but all of them, because that's where we are strong. Those are general reasons for assuming right off that there was going to be a resolution through force. But particular reasons also emerged very quickly. Within days, even before anybody had any background information about what was going on, it was clear that the U.S. was gearing up a military force that went way beyond any tripwire function needed to enforce sanctions. Sending a major military force to the desert is a way of saying, we don't want sanctions to work. Sanctions take a little time. In a case like this, probably not much time. In fact, they probably had already worked by the end of August. But anyway, they take some time. Sending a major military force is a way of saying, we're not going to wait, because that force can't be maintained there. By the end of August it was not even a question. It was publicly stated through the State Department spokesman in the New York Times. The chief diplomatic correspondent Thomas Friedman, who is basically the voice of the State Department, that 298. Chronicles of Dissent. The U.S. must block the diplomatic track because that might defuse the crisis, with a few token gains for Iraq. He enumerated the gains, which everyone knows about, border settlements of conflicted issues, etc. That's just a way of saying, loco, we don't want any settlement. The Bush administration said flat out, there will be no negotiations, no diplomacy, which means no sanctions, because sanctions are the pressure behind pushing a diplomatic settlement. So it was already evident by certainly the end of August, if not before, that the U.S. would not tolerate, maybe it would have no choice, that it would try not to tolerate a peaceful settlement of this. The ends of the U.S. goals in the region would not be achieved that way. As you say, I was writing about it at the time. It didn't seem to me very questionable. Now that more information has come out, we see that that's exactly what was happening. It became more and more obvious through the months. No possibility was going to be given. If the US could control what was going to happen, it would block any peaceful resolution. That went right to the end, February 23rd. DB, what would have been a response that you would have been comfortable with to the Iraqi attack on Kuwait? We now know the following, that within a few days after the Iraqi attack there were meetings of the Arab states. We don't have definite knowledge of what happened there, only information that's leaked, that it looks as though there were interactions with Iraq, trying to get it to withdraw from Kuwait. Apparently under U.S. pressure, Egypt and Saudi Arabia blocked those negotiations. One thing that I think should have been done is certainly not to block, in fact, to facilitate those efforts to arrange for Iraqi withdrawal within the regional context through the Arab states. By August 9th, a week after the invasion, a back-channel offer had come from Iraq to withdraw in the global protection racket. 299. Connection with the settlement of two disputed border issues, the access to the Gulf and the control of the Rumaila oil field, which remember is virtually all in Iraq. The only dispute over the Rumaila field was about a 2-mile penetration into Kuwaiti territory over a never-settled border. So these are negotiable issues, plainly. The access to the Gulf issue, I think everyone would agree, is readily negotiable. There are easy ways to think how that one could have been worked out. No linkage, nothing about other issues. According to Robert Parrier, an investigative journalist, there was a National Security Council meeting on August 10 which rejected that offer. It was then pursued further by both Iraq's ambassador and foreign minister and Americans like Richard Helms, the former head of the CIA. He and others on the American side said that it was clear that the State Department wasn't interested. Another response that I would have preferred was to an Iraqi offer to withdraw entirely from Kuwait. Maybe you don't have to accept the offer as it was stated, but a counter-offer would have been, say, withdraw and we'll discuss these issues. In fact, a reasonable offer would have been to live up to the actual wording of the major UN Security Council Resolution 660, the first resolution. Remember, it didn't just call for Iraq to withdraw from Kuwait. It had two things in it, only one of which anybody talks about. Iraq should withdraw from Kuwait and there should be immediate negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait to solve the disputes between them. That's the right position, I think. L was in favor of that resolution. Unfortunately, the US undercut it. But the way to favor that resolution in the first week, within a few days after it was passed, would have been to encourage regional powers to pursue their own efforts to bring that resolution to realization, to respond to the Iraqi offer of August 9th by reiterating UN 660 and saying, good, you withdraw and you and Kuwait move immediately to settle these two issues that. 300. Chronicles of Dissent. You've brought up. That would have been a very constructive response, and it's very likely that it would have worked. You can't be certain, because you don't know until you try. In the process of such negotiations doubtless other issues would have arisen, which is entirely legitimate. They should arise. There are all kinds of regional issues, in particular the arms level issues are definitely regional issues. All such issues are regional and must be dealt with on a regional, if not a global, scale, as everyone agrees. So those are, within the first week, quite reasonable options which could have been pursued. There is a general question of principle. Do we want to direct the conflict towards the arena of force or towards the arena of peaceful settlement through negotiations? That decision was apparently made, if not instantaneously, at least within the first few days. I think that decision should have been made the opposite way. But of course I think the same on the other issues, too, in which the U.S. has insisted on the use of force, and for good reasons. If you recognize that your power is violence, not diplomacy, not negotiations, not options that the general population is going to find appealing, then you want to block diplomacy and move to violence. DB, did the war sustain your thesis about the tripolar post-Cold War world? It's first of all not my thesis. It's a description, not even arguable. In my view this was obvious 20 years ago and more or less expressed in the trilateralism of the 1970s. I don't really think that's a contentious thesis. The main features of the world system that has been developing through the 1970s and up until today is that there are three major or economic blocks and one military force. There is also a fourth important element, namely the Gulf oil producing region, which is a tremendous source of capital. The global protection racket. 301. Those are among the major or elements in the current world system. They interacted throughout this crisis in about the manner one would expect. The state that has the monopoly of military force insisted on using it. It has a lieutenant, namely the British, also a declining economy but a respectable military force. One with what the British like to call a manly tradition of smashing the natives in the face for hundreds of years. They have virtually put it in those terms. So they have a sturdy national character. They know how to kick the little brown guys in the face. They've been doing it for a long time. They're a lieutenant. They're really not part of Europe. So the major or military power, the one with the virtual monopoly on force, and its lieutenant moved at once to make force the arena in which the conflict would be settled. They pressed very hard on the other two major or economic blocks to pay up to support this operation, which was going to be costly. That reflects their conception of their role as basically mercenaries from the world's rich and privileged. That matter was described with surprising frankness in the international business press, sometimes delicately, sometimes rather crassly. I thought the more crass expressions of it were the more honest. My favorites, I guess, were a series of colloquials by the financial editor of the Chicago Tribune who ended up finally saying, "Look, the U.S. should sell protection. We should run a protection racket. This is Chicago. Everybody knows what that means. We run an international protection racket. The other two major oil powers, the other two rich guys in the world, basically want the same thing we do, for the third world to keep its head down and do the work we want, and sometimes those guys get rambunctious and get in our way. So we call the mafia and they kick them in the teeth or break their bones. That's us. We kick them in the teeth. They pay us a war premium, like an insurance policy." He suggested the Federal Deposit Insurance Commission as a model. Continental U. 302. Chronicles of Dissent. Rope and Japan will pay us a premium, and if somebody's getting in their way, they will call us and we'll smash them up. We're doing it now. Some third world upstart is trying to get his hands into influencing oil production and price, so we'll even smash him up properly. Then you guys have to pay for it. That's the way protection rackets work. It's quite natural that to the US and Britain the idea of a mercenary role should be appealing. Look at the quiescent states of the economy and their strengths and weaknesses, and it falls pretty naturally. So that reflected itself as expected. As to this other major or source of capital, the oil producers, they don't have much in the way of choices, but they're coming along as expected. The way the U.S. and Britain have controlled the world energy system, or a large part of it, is by setting up what the British back in the 1920s called an Arab fac-aid, behind which they could essentially control Middle East oil production. The method is use of family dictatorships too weak to strike out on their own, dependent on external power for maintaining them. In return, we run a protection racket there, too. We protect them in several ways. Ultimately, it is used by our own force. Of course, they pay for it. And they pay constantly. Their task is to ensure that the production and pricing levels stay basically within the range that the US wants. Sometimes we push it up, sometimes we push it down, but basically within that range. Also, crucially, we demand that they direct a very substantial part of the profits that come from oil to the British and the American economies. Right in the middle of the Gulf crisis, one Saudi prince bought out about 10% of the stock of one of the major or collapsing financial institutions here, Citicorp. We don't know how much is going into treasury securities, etc., but we do know that corporations like Bechtel are going to make a real killing on this. Bush's proposal at least was to sell $18 billion worth of armaments. There's going to be a bonanza. The global protection racket. 303. Of construction and rebuilding what we destroyed. Meanwhile the 11G used pay out plenty of cash. If they don't pay out directly, it will go into treasury securities and shares in U.S. and British businesses. Saudi Arabia, which actor ally went into debt on this one, had to arrange a loan. The loan was arranged through the Morgan banks. Loans to Saudi Arabia are not like loans to you and me. They are a big contribution to their welfare. In general, the US and British did about as well as you would expect. The US and its lieutenant increased their leverage in world affairs and also got at least a temporary shot in the arm for their economies. All of these are factors in the world system. I guess the last part of the New World System that should be mentioned, which I've discussed with you before, is that the Russians aren't part of the game anymore, no longer deterring use of force. That's another aspect of the New World Order. DB It's clear why the U.S. and Britain were so enthusiastic for the Gulf War. But what explains the French enthusiasm for this war? I don't think enthusiasm is quite the right word. The French are mainly enthusiastic about making money and increasing their power. They try to pursue a partially independent policy, partly because of memories about the glory of France and partly for simply reasons of self-interest. The tactic that Mitterrand followed, a reasonable one from the point of view of a cynic like him, or any statesman, is to keep making gestures to the Arab world, saying, "Remember, we're on your side." So when it comes to business opportunities later, don't forget us, because we're on your side. Up until the war, France was standing apart. They weren't part of the unified command. The command in the desert was the British and the U.S. That's it. Two powers. 304. Chronicles of Dissent. The French were in the background, with planes, this and that, but basically they weren't part of it. They kept making gestures which they knew perfectly well wouldn't get anywhere. But these were gestures intended in part for the domestic population, which was not enthusiastic about the war, to put it mildly, but in part to the Arab world. That went right up to the evening before the war, when France made a proposal at the UN which it knew that the US and Britain would veto, and it was a meaningless proposal. But it was cheap, a cheap gesture, and I would interpret it as meaning, "Look, you fellows over there in North Africa and the Middle East, don't forget us. We're really your friends, even if we're going to go join the war." The minute the war started, of course, France joined it to try to get what it could out of that. I think the reasons are pretty much what the business magazines said. They knew there was going to be contracts and business deals coming from the Gulf states, and they wanted a share of it. First gestures to the rest of the Arab world, such as North Africa, that they were passionately against war, saying, "We're really on your side. At the last minute we send the Foreign Legion and get our licks in, so we're not cut out of the contracts and rebuilding Kuwait either." On the side, try to show that France is a force in world affairs, which helps you to think why you are glorious. DB, do you give any credence to the speculation that the U.S. set up Saddam to invade Kuwait? Personally, I don't. I think there is evidence that could be read that way, but I don't find it convincing. The weight of the evidence, to me, shows something different. It seems to me to show that George Bush and James Baker, the main policymakers, were stridently in support of Saddam Hussein right through July. The evidence keeps coming out about that. A couple of weeks ago the global protection racket. 305. London Financial Times had a long story, a big front page story, that they had another DJ jointly with ABC News, in which they described how in November 1989 Bush and Baker had intervened strenuously to ensure that $1 billion in credits were given to Saddam Hussein. That intervention was internal and bureaucratic. The Commerce Department, the Treasury Department and the Export-Import Bank, which guarantees credits, were all opposed. They weren't opposed because Saddam Hussein gasses Kurds. Nobody cares about that. They were opposed because they recognized that he was not going to be able to pay it back, that he just wasn't creditworthy. It's clear that lots of that money was going into purchase of weapons. Bush and Baker intervened to overrule them and to ensure that he did get that $1 billion shot in the arm. That continued right through 1990. In February 1990, the Iraqi Democratic Opposition tried to get some sort of support, at least verbal, from both Washington and London for a call for parliamentary democracy in Iraq. They were rebuffed both in places. Through 1990, the same continued. Congress a couple of times and elements of the Labour Party in Parliament tried to bring up Saddam Hussein's atrocities, atrocious human rights records, etc. They were rebuffed every time by the governments. They didn't want anything like that. No condemnations, no sanctions, nothing. The aid to Iraq continued right until the end. Up to August 1st, the White House was still authorizing high-technology shipments to Iraqi installations, including installations that were later bombed on the grounds that they were producing nuclear and chemical weapons. That went right through the last weeks of July and into August 1st. All of that is consistent with the assumption that Bush and Baker were continuing the policies of the administration through the 1980s. The policy was described by Middle East specialists of the Reagan and Bush administration clearly, after the war, of course. Jeffrey Kemp, for example, said, "We 306 Chronicles of Dissent knew he was an SOB, but he was a SOB in this Financial Times story that I mentioned." They quote D. Peter Rodman, the National Security Council official advisor involved in the Middle East, saying, "We knew that Saddam Hussein was a murderous thug, but it looked like he was on our side." I think that all of this evidence is quite consistent. It goes right through the Glass-Kelly testimonies, whatever little details you could argue about. The part of it that was agreed upon is that April Glaspie, following State Department orders, essentially told Saddam Hussein that the U.S. had no particular objection to his rectifying border issues like the two outstanding ones, the issues over the Rumaila field and over the access to the Gulf, by intimidation, even by force if necessary. The U.S. had no particular objection to his raising the price of oil. There's only one way to do that, given market pressures, and that's intimidation. She gave a figure of $25 a barrel or more. I think that's consistent with U.S. policy. Raising the price of oil has very complicated effects. In some ways it's harmful to the industrial countries, in other ways it's helpful to the U.S. and England. One way in which it benefits the U.S. and England is that they are both high-cost oil producers, and as the price of oil goes up their own oil production becomes much more valuable. Take Alaska or the North Sea. That's high-cost oil. You can make a profit on that when the price goes up. Another thing is that the profits to the Gulf states tend to flow back to the US and England through the purchase of armaments, treasury securities, investments, etc. So it's a mixed bag when oil goes up. It's a delicate calculation, but it's much more beneficial to the U.S. and brighter in than it is to their major rivals, Germany and Japan. I don't see any big problems understanding U.S. policy. I think this is almost predictable behavior. On the other hand, I don't see any evidence that the U.S. expected Saddam Hussein to invade Kuwait and take it over. I think Saddam Hussein may have interpreted it that way. The global protection racket. 307. But if so, that's again an understandable error on the part of a tyrant who's closed off from any advice and acts on his own intuitions. It was perhaps like Hitler calling for a two-front war. Probably his generals told him it was crazy, but he saw himself as smarter than they were. Once Saddam Hussein had done that, the gears quickly went into motion in the usual fashion when a third world murderous thug oversteps the bounds and is no longer RSOB but his own SOB. In that case he has to go. Whether a third world leader is a thug or an angel is irrelevant. If he's his own angel, then he has to go, too. That's the way I would read the evidence. I would agree that there are some things that are not explained in these terms. This is a very consecutive interpretation, used as I assume the facts are as they appear to be on the surface. As they appear to be on the surface, they kind of hang together. There are a few things that don't entirely fit this version of events. One is based on leaks from people like Pierre Salinger and others. I don't know whether to believe them or not. This kind of new journalism style within attributed quotes. You can do what you like with it, and A lot of it is probably disinformation from intelligence services fed through willing journalists, but whatever one makes of that stuff, and I don't think it has high credibility, there does seem to be indication that Kuwait responded with surprising arrogance and inflexibility to Iraqi moves in late July. Other responses would easily have been imaginable that might have eased or deterred the crisis. That's not explainable on the terms that I just outlined. It would be explainable if there was some one kind of Kuwaiti plot to lure Saddam Hussein into Kuwait. I agree that the evidence could be read that way. It seems to be a very dubious interpretation, built on reeds, and it's extremely unlikely. I don't think states operate that way, to tell you the truth. I don't think that's the way any state. 308. Chronicles of Dissent operates, except on very rare occasions. Also, if they did it, it would have been extremely risky. There was no way to know how it was going to come out. There was no way to be certain that the Arab-friendly tyrannies would be able to control their own populations. Once you set off a military conflict, it becomes extremely unpredictable. The level of weaponry is too high. The level of catastrophic power is enormous. The uncertainties in the political system are vast. It would have been an enormous risk for not very much gain. In fact, let me just repeat that I don't think they had any reason to be upset about Saddam Hussein. He was acting the way they wanted him to. He was a good trading partner, purchasing Western goods, playing the game the US wanted him to. The US has had a relationship with the Kurds that's been rather mixed, to say the least. Beginning in the early 1970s, through Masoud Barzani and the Kurdish movement inside Iraq at that time. Can you talk about that? The relationship with the Kurds goes back a little ways beyond that. In the 1920s it was British turf, not US turf, and we might remember that it was the British that used poison gas largely against the Kurds. Against others too, but largely the Kurds, as part of their Tita campaign when they tried to establish the state of Iraq under British control, as they cut it out of the Ottoman Empire. That was Winston Churchill's contribution to peace and joy among nations. He was the official who authorized the use of poison gas and bitterly denounced the squeamishness of people who were opposed to using the modern means of warfare. There's an older history, too. But starting around the early 1970s there was a Kurdish revolt supported by Iran. The Shah at that time was the main US ally. He wanted to cause some trouble for Iraq. One of the ways of causing the global protection racket. 309. Trouble was to sponsor a Kurdish revolt in the north. The US then under Kissinger went along with that, helped out. Later revelations by the Peak Committee were leaked and published in the Village Voice, though as far as I know I don't think they were published in book form in the US. They were published in a book in England, by a small publisher. Nobody wanted to see this stuff, but it was a very important report. The Peak Committee report, which had a lot of documentation, included cables and other statements, with the names blanked out, but it's obvious who it is, between Kissinger and Iran, making it very clear that neither the US nor Iran wanted the Kurds to win. In fact, they didn't want the Kurds to win, they wanted them to fight and bloody Iraq, but not to win. That was crucial. They were frank about that. This was intended as pressure on Iraq to settle some border issue about access to the Gulf. When Iraq backed off and accepted the Iranian demands, Iran, the US ally, cancelled its support for the Kurds. The US also cancelled its support. They were left then to be slaughtered. Iraq knew that this was going to happen and was prepared for it, so it began the slaughter right off. Very similar to what we've just seen. The Kurdish leader, Barzani, didn't understand this at all. He was so pro-US. He once said that this new Kurdistan should become the 5-1 SD state. He was shocked, as the Kurds were generally, to see how crudely they were sold out by the US once they were no longer needed. The US refused to provide even humanitarian aid, not even that, to the Kurds, as they were getting slaughtered by Saddam Hussein. The Iranians forced back Kurdish refugees. It was a pretty bloody and ugly scene. That's when a US high official, later allegedly identified as Kissinger, made the famous statement, apparently in secret congressional testimony, that we shouldn't confuse foreign policy with missionary work. Our foreign policy was to inspire a Kurdish rebellion but make sure that it didn't succeed. 310. Chronicles of Dissent. And then when it was no longer needed, pull the rug out from under them and get them slaughtered by Saddam Hussein. That's foreign policy. You didn't want to raise questions about missionary work or talk to the Marian old fathers. You're in serious company now. Actually, I admire Kissinger for saying that. I don't think one should denounce him. He's just honest. And in fact, he's right. Foreign policy is not missionary work. Later, in the early 1980s, the record is murky. We don't have much evidence. There have been no leaked congressional reports about it. There may have been some kind of tentative arrangements made between the Kurds and Saddam Hussein, in the context of the Iran-Iraq War. At that time again, Iraq was weak and needed quiet in the north. It didn't want a revolt up there, so they had an autonomy arrangement with the Kurds. That one fell through by about 1984. Which was just about the time that the US was making its dramatic shift towards support for Saddam Hussein. The reasons why that fell through, why Iraq backed off from that agreement, have never been well documented, but general belief reported recently by the London Economist is that this was under Turkish pressure. The Turks have never wanted independence for the Kurds. About a quarter of the population of Turkey is Kurdish. Although they don't concede it, and their own repression of Kurds is vicious, stepped up again during the Gulf War. But it appears they were worried about these moves towards independence and what effect they'd have within Turkey. Apparently they have a threat that they hold over Iraq, namely, they control the pipeline, and especially during the war that was the way in which Iraq couldn't send oil through the Gulf, but it could send it through the Turkish pipeline. Apparently Turkey threatened to close the pipeline if Iraq proceeded with these arrangements, and at that point Saddam Hussein backed off and that one fell through. All of this must have been with US support. The global protection racket. 311. Turkey is a close US ally. At that time Saddam Hussein was becoming a US ally. On this we only have indirect evidence, but that's the way it looks. I mentioned a London Economist report which gave it this way as fact, without giving their own sources. That was the second one. The third one is what we have seen in the last couple of months. DB, why do you think it took the Bush administration so long to respond to the Kurdish situation in northern Iraq? I don't think that they would have responded at all if they hadn't been getting embarrassed. The US war policy was designed primarily to target the Iraqi troops that were in the southern part of Kuwait. They were mainly peasant conscripts with no interest in the war, third-line tropos, mostly Kurds and Shiites. They were in holes in the sand trying to survive this incredible bombardment. When the US stopped the bombardment they tried to flee and of course got wiped out in the horrifying flight through the desert. That was attacking mainly Iraqi peasants, Kurds and Shiites. In fact, it's quite possible that the US killed more Kurds then than Saddam Hussein did in the north. We don't know the numbers, but it's not impossible. The major Iraqi forces, the elite forces, were recently not untouched, but left intact. As soon as the ceasefire was announced, there was a revolt in the south and in the north. They first turned to the southern revolt, the Shiite revolt, and crushed that one, very brutally, probably more brutally than the attack on the Kurds. that was almost within eyesight of the American military forces and the correspondents. The people fleeing had plenty of horrifying stories, but nothing was done about them. In fact, to this day nothing has been done about them, because there was no pressure to do anything. Therefore the Bush administration could follow its instincts and do. 312. Chronicles of Dissent. Nothing for them. After having crushed the Southern Rebellion, not totally, it's still going on. Saddam Hussein moved his elite troops to the north. The U.S. continued to watch quietly, doing nothing about it, not even enforcing its own alleged agreement that he was not supposed to use helicopters. He turned to attacking the Kurds, who had by then taken over large parts of northern Iraq. Hundreds of thousands of Kurds fled. They ended up in the mountains, and the press started providing these horrifying reports on the scene of what was happening. Meanwhile Bush was fishing, as you remember, and didn't have any particular interest in it. He was showing what a vigorous outdoor sportsman he is. After a couple of days of this it started getting him 81 tassing, and I'm sure his PR agents told him, look, it doesn't look nice while during the TV reports soft-dying Kurdish children you're out casting for trout. They just had to put on some show of interest. Then they began to move towards humanitarian gestures. There's no reason to believe that there's any actual concern from the victims. You can tell this in part from the reaction to the Shiite massacre. Since the press didn't make a fuss about that one, the Bush administration has done nothing about it, although you can practically see it. Another clear indication that it wasn't the issue of the massacre of the Kurds that was a problem, that Bush continues, like other statesmen, to accept Kissinger's dictum that foreign policy is not to be confused with missionary work, is what happened in Turkey over the last couple of months. George Bush, you will even recall, has been praising Erdogan of Turkey as a great peacemaker and a great statesman and humanitarian, etc. He's now getting honorary degrees in the US naturally, and predictably, knowing anything about Turkey and the Kurds. You would have predicted back in August that Turkey is going to step up its repression of the Kurds. It's going to. The global protection racket. 313. Use this newfound glory, and the fact that attention has shifted elsewhere, to step up its repression of its own Kurdish population to an extreme. Apparently it did so. Since the press isn't interested, we don't know much about it, but we know enough to have some picture of what's happening, from relief workers, European medical assistance groups in Turkey, human rights activists, lawyers, and others. The picture looks like this. In August 1990, right after the invasion, Turkey rescinded the laws which granted at least technical civil rights to the Kurdish population that had been instituted under European pressure. There's almost total censorship and always has been. In Turkey that's not a joke. You get 81 tested and you're tortured and never seen again. The next thing that happened is Ozil started stepping up the bombing of Kurdish areas. Maybe hundreds of villages were bombed, cities were bombed, napalmed. According to the reports from mainly European human rights workers and medical and relief workers there, probably hundreds of thousands of Kurds were fleeing up to the mountains in Turkey over the winter, trying to survive the winter somehow. They couldn't return to their bombed-out homes and villages, with the fields destroyed. They're starving up in the mountains. This was December and January. Maybe hundreds of thousands of them. Meanwhile, according to the UN, by the end of January, about 200,000 Iraqis, that would mean mostly Kurds, were already up in the mountains fleeing from the U.S. bombardment. That means there could very well have been on the order of 500,000 Kurds up in the mountains in the peak of winter trying to survive at the end of January. There was some humanitarian aid from Japan, a little from Germany, virtually nothing from the U.S., no attention to it. It's true that that was not as barbaric as Saddam Hussein's later assault against the Kurds, but it was bad enough. Nobody lifted a finger on that one, for there. 314. Chronicles of Dissent. Very simple reason that there was no pressure to do it. If there's no pressure, you don't do it. DB, what's your assessment of the peace movement's response to the Gulf crisis and war? I know you've described it as reactive and sporadic, but could it really be anything else? I think it would have been very hard to do anything else, given the resources and capacities that were available, the means of intercommunication, the information, the almost total closing off of media and the journals, etc. You can always second-guess this or that, but I don't think it could have been very different. There's room for debate as to what position the peace movement should have taken. I think it should have been very forthright in condemning the invasion. In my view, and while my friends differ, the peace movement should have supported sanctions. I think it was even legitimate to support an initial early dispatch of tripwire forces to Saudi Arabia. It's not clear whether Saddam Hussein would have gone on. He didn't know, I don't think. It doesn't make sense to try to predict that. It would have depended on what happened the first few days. A clear indication, look, you can't go on. You've got to get out of Kuwait. I agree with that. In my view, those moves, in the first few hours, could be justified, and the pursuit of sanctions. What kind of sanctions? That's a question too. Not the peace movement, but the National Council of Churches and the World Council of Churches came out quickly and forthrightly against the sanctions, and rightly, in my view. Not against the idea of sanctions, but against sanctions on food and medicine, which they called unconscionable, and I agree. That's never been used, even in much more severe cases of aggression and human rights violations than this one. But some kind of sanctions, some kind of pressure, and certainly an end to any arms shipments or any other kind. The global protection racket. 315. Of shipments other than food and medicine, an embargo on oil, that's legitimate. I think any lingering conception that there's anything positive or progressive to say about Saddam Hussein should have had no place in the peace movement response. He was, in fact, a murderous thug, and it was right to oppose him all along on those grounds. Then, after that, I think more attention should have and could have been given towards making clear the apparent possibility of the diplomatic track and negotiations possibilities and bringing out what the government was up to. It's easier to say it in retrospect than at the time, but frankly I don't think it would have made much difference. I think given the circumstances, even if the peace movement had followed whatever the optimal tactics might be, I've got my ideas about that. Others have other ideas. I suspect the outcome couldn't have been very different. The propaganda portraying Saddam Hussein as a major threat to our existence, even survival, was so overwhelming that no response to that could have had much effect. The suppression in the media of negotiation possibilities, and the flat refusal to discuss them, that couldn't have been overcome by any peace movement activity, no matter how it was carried out. I don't think that there would have been much of a way to counter the sense on the part of the population that there was a threat to their lives, their homes, their future, their children, the world, unless we go to war to stop this new Hitler before he conquers the world. That probably would have been very hard to change without a very different political culture and climate. DB. The historical engineers have been busy at work over the last 4 months, as you well know. One of the things that has been rewritten and massaged is that the United States somehow fought the Vietnam War with one hand tied behind its back. This has gotten into the popular culture. 316. Chronicles of Dissent. You're right about the historical engineering. That slogan is an interesting one. We fought the war with one hand tied behind our back. Actually, that's true. I agree with that. There was a deterrent to the use of US force in Vietnam. LTSVE interesting to see how the U.S. fought the war in Vietnam. The major war in Vietnam, which has not yet penetrated U.S. political culture, we're much too brainwashed to face the truth on this one, was the U.S. war against South Vietnam. That was the core of the U.S. war, the attack against South Vietnam, which went on for years and has never been recognized. There is no such event in American historiography, even on the left. That war was fought with no hands tied anywhere. There was no fear of any retaliation, no concern that we might get involved with the Russians. In fact, there was no political cost, no deterrent, and therefore the war was fought freely. The U.S. did what it wanted. If you want to bomb dikes, bomb dikes. If you wanted to carry out Russian bombing in heavily populated areas, you did so. It's kind of interesting to look at the Pentagon papers, which show that in all this elaborate discussion of just how to carry out the bombing of North Vietnam and how to fine-tune it, etc., there's virtually nothing about the bombing of South Vietnam, which was much heavier. In 1965, 3 times the scale of the bombing of the North, and it continued to be much heavier, much more vicious. No discussion. Reason? No East. So there are no hands tied anywhere. The same with the pacification programs, the terror programs that the U.S. carried out in South Vietnam. No cost, therefore no constraints. In the southern part of North Vietnam, below the 20th parallel, the same was true. Though the place could be turned into a moonscape. No problem. And that's pretty much what happened. When you move further north in North Vietnam, then the political costs and the deterrent effect began to mount. For one thing, there was a political cost to the bombing of the North Vietnamese. The global protection racket. 317. Capital. After all, it's a country recognized by other countries who weren't too happy about their embassies being bombed, etc. So you could get gestures of opposition by European allies. For another, as you got closer to the Chinese border, it was never very clear how the Chinese were going to react. Forgotten here, but China knew it, was that for years you were bombing an internal Chinese railway. The major Chinese rail link between southwestern and southeastern China passed right through North Vietnam. That's the way the French built the railroads in the colonial period. That's as if some foreign power were bombing a major railroad between Chicago and New York that happened to pass through Canada, bombing the Canadian part of it. We wouldn't be too happy about that. There was also a question how the Russians would react when we were bombing Russian ships in Haiphong Harbor. There was in fact a deterrent from the Russians and Chinese, who could have poured in masses of troops. Remember, the US is a global power. We intervene in areas where we don't have overwhelming conventional force advantage. So it's dangerous. The Russians could have done something somewhere else in the world, too. There's the political cost in Europe. The popular focus, including the peace movement, was on bombing North Vietnam, not on South Vietnam. That's part of the weakness and primitive character of the peace movement at the time, is that they fell for all this propaganda. You see it in the tactics. So there's something to the idea that they fought with one hand behind their back, but in North Vietnam, not in the South. But what's particularly interesting in the slogan is that you should raise it. You could say the same thing about the Russians in Afghanistan. They definitely fought with one hand behind their backs. If they had used nuclear weapons, there would have been a strong US reaction, so they were constrained in the use of force. But if we heard Russian generals pointing that out, we fought with 318. Chronicles of Dissent. One hand behind our back in Afghanistan because there was always the danger that the Americans would